Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗬𝗵𝗲 on Wattpad. Now let's start. This will be purely information about the story. If you don't want to be spoiled for anything, don't read anymore. This chapter will include the 𝗬𝗵𝗲, the quirk, world information. Quirk the system gives Izuku a base level boost, allowing him with minimal training to be athlete level in abilities. From this small boost, the system allows for a multitude of extra abilities. Levels. The system allows Izuku to level up with the EXP he can gain for doing certain things. Izuku will be given a quest. The quest can be different from moment to moment, but most of the time the quest will give an EXP amount, and on occasion an item. Stats. With the levels earned from doing quests and other activities, Izuku can invest in his stats. These will allow Izuku to grow in aspects that he wants. Inventory system. A pocket dimension that Izuku can hold items in. These items stay in the same form as when they were put in. World information. Nezu is not the principal of UA. Instead, he is the principal of one of the lesser-known and perceived bad schools, NP University. While Nezu has some of the old teachers with him, others will be seen at other schools. Japan itself, because of UA's leadership, is also changed. Most cities are divided into 3 different sections. On the outskirts of the city, you have the crime area. In this area, the name says, crime occurs far more often than in any other area. This is where the poorest people live and mostly everyone does crime. Next to that, you have the middle class area. This is the largest population, and the closer you get to the city center, the better off you are. This is where almost everyone lives and works. Lastly, the high class area. In this area you have high-end shops, the tall business, and the rich neighborhoods. This is where the wealthy people live, and where most of the heroes act more like a side act than actual heroes. The classes will also change. Some of the students will stay at UA, while some of the kids will move toward another school. The story will also focus more on school-related stuff and feature between school battles. More of Izuku and the world will be explained during the chapters 𝗬𝗵𝗲 Mina Ashido, Kyoka Jiro, Momo Yairozu Itsuka Kendo, Ibrashiosaki, Yui Kodai, Setsuna Tokage Shino Sosaki, Ryuko Tsuchikawa, Tomoko Shiratoko Melissa Shield, Mitsuki Bakugo Twin Katsuki, Fuyumi Todoroki Twin Shoto, Kathleen Bate Rumi Usajiyama, Kana Tsutsumi, Namuri Kiyama, Ryuko Tatsuma Yamato Odin, Yuta Figureland, Perona Myhawk, Sakura Herno Beep Beep Beep. The alarm rang loudly throughout the entire room. Out from the covers, a muscular arm rose. With care learned over the years, he pressed on the alarm, just gentle enough to not crush it. His arm moved in the blanket quickly enough, still trying to catch some more sleep. "Honey, get out of bed." A soft feminine voice spoke. Instantly the covers were thrown to the side and the man sat up. A mess of blonde hair on his head, and tired eyes as he looked around the room. His well-defined back now showing. Easily seeing the muscles, able to point out the traps, lats, lower back, and delts. Each one was visible as he sat in bed. His large rough hands rubbed his face, before making their way over his head, brushing the golden locks back and more in shape. Pressing his hands on his legs. Pushing himself up with a sigh. With the cold air blowing on his well-defined chest, slowly he made his way to the bathroom. The large bedroom's floor was warm as the automatic heating had taken effect. He opened the door to the bathroom. The natural light illuminated the room perfectly. The large granite countertop to his side. Dozens of products are placed neatly on its rack, organized by effect and size. Walking to the toilet, the man took a pee. "Toshi, your shake is banana today, your choco strawberry is empty." The voice yelled. "No problem." He yelled back, his deep voice nearly booming through the house. The man in question was Toshinori Yagi. He stood at 7 feet and 3 inches tall, 220 centimeters tall. Over 270 kilograms of pure muscles, nearly 600 pounds. He was also known as All Might, the #1 hero of Japan and the symbol of peace. Dropping his underwear and stepping into the shower, he heard the voice again. In the hamper. Toshi's head ducked down slightly in embarrassment as he softly opened the door, grabbed his underwear, and placed it in. I already did that. Come on, Angel, what do you think of me? He said shyly as we now see the woman in the kitchen. She shook her head as she heard the shower turn on. Her hair was a soft yet vibrant green. It reached just to her lower back, neatly combed and taken care of. She looked slim, yet under the skin, layers of muscles hidden, honed through years of hard training, yet hidden due to the enjoyment of her own cooking. She turned around, holding a chopping block as she walked toward the blender on the kitchen island. Her soft hands held it gently, before leaning the block over it and pushing the banana into the blender. Oops. She turned around, her slim arm lifted as she pointed her middle and pointer fingers at the item, before folding them back into her hand. The jar of peanut butter and spoon were surrounded in a light green ethereal light as they started to float upwards, softly going towards the woman's hand. Grabbing it from the air, she grabbed a large spoonful of peanut butter to add to the shake. The woman was Inko Midoriya, the girlfriend of Toshinori. Standing at a small 160 centimeters, 5 feet and 3 inches. With a soft smile, she made the shake. She herself was a hero. The ranked 30th hero is known as Telegreen. Inko had allowed her heroing to take a back seat as she wanted to pursue a different dream of hers. Toshinori stepped down the stairs. Hello, honey. He was neatly dressed, just a green pair of cargo briefs with a long-sleeved white shirt on top. Don't you think you are dressing a little light? It's a far bit away. Inko wondered, worried for her boyfriend. Don't worry, Inko. I will be all right. If you finish that, you will get the slipper. Inko said with Toshi instantly stopping. She gave him the blender, no point in dirtying cups if he could drink it straight. He always made the same joke if he could, and after hearing it a billion times, she was okay with not hearing it this early. Well, I have eaten, so you want to go? Inko nodded. She had already eaten and was ready, skipping happily into the hallway where she grabbed her coat. A large puffy coat. Finding her phone and keys on the table. Now then, let's head out. All Might nodded as he threw on his large leather jacket. Holding Inko's hand, both stepped out. The fresh cold hair hit them hard in the face, but both smiled. Hand in hand both walked. Their first stop was a bus station. Of course, it took long for them to be seated. Toshinori was one of the most famous people in Japan. You could run toward a small rural town on a small island that is still classified as Japan. Show his picture and they could tell you exactly who he was. So with some pictures and smiles, both were seated. Journey took but a small 10 minutes before they made it to the subway. With the subway, it was a slightly longer 45-minute ride. It took so long because of who they were. Both Inko and All Might were rich. All Might earned good money as a hero, but with interviews, posters, and figurines, he earned even more purely royalties. Inko Oswell, just on a smaller scale. Both lived in the fancy area. The high-class neighborhood. The streets were cleaned daily. The trees were trimmed, and heroes patrolled nearly hourly. It was the perfect place, but because of that, it was expensive. Then below that you had the middle area. The largest area, where mostly everyone lived. Your families with an average income. Schools, stores, and the like were all mostly found there. The heroes patrolled, but there was still crime. Some thugs and villains ran around causing trouble nearly every day. But lastly, where Inko and Toshinori were going now. The low-income housing. The crime area, or how some even called it. The lawless area. Crime was a daily occurrence here. Robberies, theft, and murder. Each happened the most here. Barely any heroes patrolled, and the ones that did were most of the time as corrupt as the villains. But it was the cheapest area, thus some people had no choice. In that area, Inko wanted to be safe. That area Inko made it her mission to better. Others had tried, but they always backed out. New rookie heroes, trying to make the world a better place, only to get swallowed up and spit out broken. But Inko was not just some woman. She was her own hero. Are you sure, Inko? I think maybe near the other area, it would be smarter. Toshinori said, not wanting to see her here. He believed in Inko. She was by far one of the toughest people he had ever met. But he loved her more than life itself. She was his everything, the light that brightened the dark world he came face to face with as a hero. He just didn't want to see her ever hurt. "Don't worry, Toshi, I am a hero myself," 𝗵𝗃 said with a smile as she kissed his hand. She understood his worries came from a place of love. "Oh, this is it," 𝗵𝗃 said. The building she had just bought was a small worn-down old restaurant. Graffiti on the walls, hateful slurs, hateful symbols, broken glass over the floor, and windows smashed. It would take a lot of work. "Well, let's see if we can look around," Toshinori said. He noticed a large metal container pushed over and pressed against a wall. "That's strange," he said as he dragged it out of the way before placing it back on its wheels. But as he moved it, they heard something thud. "Seems it wasn't empty," Toshi said with a small smile as he looked around. He noticed BLD on the floor, not as dry as he would like. Ripped fabric. It looked strange, even rotten food thrown and stamped on. But as he looked in the container, he felt his stomach drop. His face went wide with fear as he spoke. His voice filled with worry and urgency. "𝗵𝗃, call the hospital," he said quickly. He reached in. 𝗵𝗃, already worried, nodded as she grabbed her phone and started dialing, wondering what he saw, but as she saw that he pulled out, she nearly dropped her phone. Inside 𝗬𝗵𝗃's hands was a boy. He looked to be only 10 or so years old. Pure skin and bones. His right arm still dripping BLD. It looked mangled, clearly broken and seeming sliced open. His right leg is much the same. Both did not wait for an ambulance to show up. Toshi felt the weight of the boy. He weighed nothing, covered in filth, and he wasn't sure if this boy was already dead or not. His muscles bulked up, growing in size as each of his muscles became more defined and stronger. He rushed forward, 𝗵𝗃 holding onto his back. He rushed at high speeds, nearly bashing through the walls of the nearest hospital. "I need a doctor," Toshinori yelled loudly. His form now clearly all might. As he stood massive, multiple doctors and nurses ran up, wondering what was wrong, each one at a loss for words as they saw the condition of the boy. "Nurse, call trauma response, ready in or call surgery, tell them ahead. Move, move, move." One of the doctors yelled. He felt the pulse of the boy. It was barely beating. He is alive, but barely. "I don't have time to talk right now," the doctors said. 𝗵𝗃 and Toshi understood. Toshinori released his form as both nearly dropped in worry. Both could leave. They had brought the kid to safety and could go on about their day, but that was not them. They needed to know. The doctor came back after nearly 30 minutes. "Are you the boy's parents?" he asked. Unsure as he wasn't sure 𝗬𝗵𝗃 had children, but he had to ask. Anger clear in his voice. "No, we found him in a dumpster, just like that. Oh dear." "Well, good, he is in surgery right now. Sadly, we had to amputate both his arm and leg." The doctor spoke, sadness clear in his voice. "What?" "From what I could see, his arm had been broken and sliced. Most of his arm was already dead by the time he came here. Same for his leg, but I hope we can save some of it." He sounded hopeful. He would rather not see this young boy's leg and arm be completely amputated. "Oh no, the poor baby." Doctor." One of the nurses gave him a file. "Why, you don't happen to know who the boy is?" the doctor asked. Both 𝗵𝗃 and Toshi shook their heads. "We don't have any information on him. Not BLD work, not dental, nothing." Both 𝗵𝗃 and Toshi stayed in the hospital, worried for the boy. Their drives as heroes made them want to save that boy. After nearly 3 hours, he was out of surgery. Both 𝗵𝗃 and Toshi had gotten a report. Being 𝗬𝗵𝗃 had its perks. "What the hell?" 𝗵𝗃 said in clear shock. She was said. They had gotten some information on him. Most of it was deleted, but as they did a quirk test, they found a match. Izuku, no last name. Age quirk. Makes the user slightly stronger than your average person. 𝗵𝗃 expected more, but that was it. He was born 14 years ago. He barely looked 10. "Oh my," Toshi said as they looked through the list of injuries. Multiple fractures all over his body, and a massive break on his right arm that was badly healed. Signs of burns over his arms and back. Multiple bruises and cuts. Malnutrition, dehydration. How is he alive? Toshinori said, shocked as he named some of the injuries. I have seen these injuries on torture victims, 𝗵𝗃 said, swallowing that thought. The idea of this 14-year-old boy being tortured hurt her. They had amputated his entire right arm, up to the shoulder. For his right leg, he was slightly more blessed as it was done slightly above the knee. He still had a little leg left. He was sedated as of now. And both 𝗵𝗃 and Toshi could only look in shock. They both believed he had brown or black hair, but with his face and body having been washed, they now could see clearly he had white hair, and his body looked as if it was shrunken. But they knew. His body had not been given the right nutrients, if any, to correctly grow. Izuku's eyes adjusted to the bright light. Confusing as to why he saw the sun so brightly. The last he remembered was one of the large men, to attack him again. He didn't remember it all. He remembered a bottle to the face, very hard. He also remembered a sharp pain in his arm, before seeing black. He heard the men speak. Die there, you filthy rat. Izuku begged and begged as his tiny weak arms slammed against the metal, but his mind turned blurry and he fainted. Then he saw more light, a blond man, before then seeing more light. As his eyes adjusted, Izuku was in a new room. He looked around fearfully, scared, not knowing where he was. He tried moving, but his body didn't allow it. He was stuck. Oh, you're awake. A soft voice said, one that soothed the worry in his head. He looked at the door. He first noticed the large man, Toshi, seeming like a mountain, a monster that tormented him. And then he saw the other one, 𝗵𝗃. Her soft smile and slow movements put him at ease. Hey, how are you? They said. She quickly saw his worry and stopped. She had just taken 2 steps in the room. Hi, I am 𝗵𝗃. Can I come closer? Izuku shook his head. He didn't want her to get closer, he was scared. Are you sure I can't come closer? This time Izuku nodded. She could, but he also closed his eyes and braced himself to be hit. 𝗵𝗃 already started to figure it out. I won't if you don't want me to, we can just talk from here, right? Do you know your name? A soft, broken, hurt voice spoke up, I'm Izuku. So softly it was barely a whisper, hi. This big man is Toshi. Can you tell me who your parents are? Izuku shook no. His head moving faster and faster. No, not them, I can't, sir said he would hurt me bad if I ever came back. Izuku spoke quickly, his voice as loud as he could, clearly in fear of this, sir. Okay, then you won't, there is no need to worry. I'm here to help you. 𝗵𝗃 took a step closer, her hand almost reaching the bed. She saw Izuku drag his foot back as best he could. She bit her lip, struggling to hold back her tears as she saw this child recoil in fear at a simple hand. A young boy scared of a simple hand. I won't hurt you, sweetie. We are just here to help. 𝗵𝗃 said softly as Toshi kept his distance. It was weird for him. Most scared people clung to him the second they saw him. To them, all might meant they were saved, but this child recoiled in fear if he so much as took a step toward him. The nurses that entered the room were trouble. Izuku was extremely scared and defensive toward them. He shook in fear each time one came close in order to try and help him. Redoing his bandage and checking on his IVs. Hello, Izuku. 𝗵𝗃 and Toshi showed back up. It had been the second day, both had wanted to stop by again. I talked with the doctor yesterday, and I made you some food. 𝗵𝗃 said softly as she walked in. Izuku was still fearful, but at the idea of food, he had his eyes open. 𝗵𝗃 placed the black bowl on the small table in front of him. You should watch out and blow it. As 𝗵𝗃 let go of the bowl and took a step back, Izuku attacked it. He instantly dove his head into the hot bowl of soup and started slurping it. Izuku was not allowed to much. They needed time to slowly build up the acids in his stomach. To not overwhelm his system. It's why 𝗵𝗃 had made her own soup. Carefully made and strained to not overwhelm Izuku. You liked it? 𝗵𝗃 asked, ignoring her heart hurting at the idea of him starving. Izuku simply nodded. It was wonderful. It was by far the best thing he had ever, in his entire life, eaten. I will bring over more tomorrow, but can we talk some more? Izuku nodded again to 𝗵𝗃's question. Did you have a lot to eat before you were hurt? No. After, sir. I didn't really. First I did. I found stuff in trash, like apples and bread. I even caught a fish once. But some people were mean and stopped me from getting them. 𝗬𝗏 had to stop himself from getting angry. They wanted this child to trust them, not to be in fear of them. Tell me, Izuku, how did you survive for so long? 𝗬𝗏 had wondered this for a long time. I don't know. Izuku was unsure. He got lucky from time to time, finding blankets from time to time, and some trash had food in it. Piece by piece Izuku found a way to survive. I understand your worry, Mirai, I understand your worry, I do, but it's a child. There is no need to read his future to see if he ever betrays me. You really should stop that. Last year it was the new mailman and now this. 𝗬𝗏 said as he hung up the phone. He understood the worry. He was his sidekick and a massive fan. He wanted the best for All Might, almost even interrogating 𝗵𝗃𝗁 when they first met. But he was too much of a worry. It had been a week so far. Each day, both 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗵𝗃𝗁 visited Izuku. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 made something for him each day, mostly it had been soups. But now, for the first time, 𝗵𝗃𝗁 had been given the go-ahead to make it something solid. She could not go extreme, but for the first time, 𝗵𝗃𝗁 was able to make him a full meal. A large bowl of soup, some steamed vegetables, boiled potatoes, and some turkey. It was a large meal, but Izuku had shown to have an amazing appetite. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 walked in. Hello 𝗵𝗃𝗁, 𝗬𝗏𝗏. Izuku said, greeting both of them. It had been the second time this had happened. He was still getting used to them. But he no longer recoiled when they entered. Only if they reached for him. I made you a big meal, so I hope you're hungry. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 said, placing her bag down on the floor. Each time she placed something on the table, she noticed Izuku's eyes widen, nearly drooling. Hope you enjoy, 𝗵𝗃𝗁 said as Izuku ate. He had forgotten how to use a fork or a spoon. But with how it was now, they first had to get him healthier. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 and Toshi just calmly sat as they watched Izuku swallow as much as he could, eating without leaving crumbs. Only a minute after he was finished eating, they started talking again. Izuku, do you know your quirk? Izuku shook his head. I think I know what it does. Sir always hated it. He said I was his golden ticket. But I was weak, just stronger than the normal person. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 tapped his chin, more often than not. It was a misdiagnosis from the doctor. They just saw the increased actions and cut corners. But that could be explored later. You want to know a bit more about us? Then we can be friends, right? Izuku nodded. That was what he knew about friends. They knew stuff about each other. What do you like to eat? Izuku asked. Oh well, I enjoy fruit. Doesn't matter which, banana, strawberries, apples. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 said happily as Izuku nodded. He knew what they were. Well, I enjoy me some good old American barbecue. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 said with a large grin. What's that? Oh. Toshi had a realization. Of course, this kid would not know what that was. Sweetie. Toshi was blanking. American barbecue is when they take big parts of meats, they cook it in a unique way over fire, they use all kinds of different flavors and make it super tasty. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 said, simplifying it slightly, but Izuku smiled at the idea. Not right now, Nezu. I am just about to do something important. Toshi said on the phone. Yes, the kid, now please excuse me. Toshi said, hurrying up and hanging the phone up. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 was already waiting inside. Hey kiddo. Izuku waved. He had been doing a lot better. From the old skin and bones he used to be. He had color back in his system. He was looking healthier. Far healthier than they assumed he should be, but they all assumed this was his quirk at work. Ready to play? 𝗵𝗃𝗁 said toward Toshi. Don't be afraid to ask questions, Izuku. Learning can be fun. Izuku nodded as he saw all the things in front. You start. Izuku nodded but didn't move. The dice, you grab it and roll, then you move the spaces. Okay. Izuku grabbed the die and rolled it. And moved the spaces. He quickly smiled as he started to understand the game. They did 4 total games and Izuku got lucky and won twice. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 won twice as well, with Toshi not finished the entire 4 times. That's it. Well done. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 said as she taught Izuku some basic skills. He held a spoon in his hand. Now slowly move it to your mouth, and try your best not to spill anything. They had not yet used food to train, as this was water. And just with a little spill, he did it. Well done, Izuku, you're getting better at it. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 said, pride in her tone, glad to see Izuku improve so well. Most of the skills they were learning him were skills he already had, skills he just had to get back, but after so many years of not using anything. It was expected for that to be like that, but they also noticed that Izuku was an extremely quick learner. And he actively wanted to learn. But that was just with them. He had still an extreme fear of new people. This was visible when Inko and Toshi invited Recovery Girl with them. The older women had insisted on just seeing. But as soon as she entered the room, the slowly warming Izuku had frozen shut again. He was even more scared than he was before. It hurt them, but it was now that they knew. They had to learn more about his past. No matter how much it hurt them to hear the story, they had to learn about it. The large man threw Izuku down the porch. The 8-year-old Izuku landed on the stone floor below, landing HRD on his already broken arm, making it look even worse, as 2 spots were bent. Izuku screamed in pain as he lay there. "Shut your mouth and go die in the forest like a dog," the large monstrous man yelled as he took a swig from the bottle in his hand. The green beer bottle got emptied soon enough, before the large man then threw his bottle at Izuku, missing him slightly as the bottle hit the hard stone floor and exploded. Shards of broken glass landed on Izuku, giving him slight cuts as he laid there in pain, his wails being heard yet ignored. The large man went inside again, loud music instantly being turned on. As the sun slowly started disappearing, Izuku stayed on the floor. He dragged himself, with one arm, through the glass shards, cutting his hands, but he made it to the door. Knocking on the door. Please let me back in, I will behave," Izuku said before the door was pulled open again. "I told you to FOFF and die." The large man kicked Izuku down the stairs again. Before with a beer can now, throwing it at Izuku again. As Izuku screamed in fear as he made his way to the nearby forest. "I don't think I can, sir," Izuku said on the floor. "Come on, kiddo, you make your hand dance, and I give you my burger, don't you want it?" The teen showed his chamber, half-eaten. Izuku showed his arm, instead of just bending at the elbow. It was also bent in the middle of the forearm and at the wrist. Izuku wiggled his hand slightly, as the group of teenagers laughed and pointed at it. "Here you go, freak," the teen said before throwing the burger in the dirt, but Izuku didn't care. He jumped right at it, eating it quickly, dirt and all while thanking the teens who were laughing as they walked away. Both Inko and Toshi had heard his story. It took multiple weeks, over a total of 3 months. Inko and Toshinori had heard Izuku's story, each and every bad and horrible moment. They sat through and endured. Just like Izuku had to endure. Both were filled with rage at the end, a need to find and destroy this sir, to find these people and crush them with all their might. To annihilate like none have been destroyed before. But as they sat through all the stories, as they heard all the pain and sorrows, both were sure about what they wanted. Both agreed. "Izuku, we have an important question to ask you," Inko said. Izuku got slightly worried. "Okay." He was confused, but they had helped him so much, he would answer as well as he could. "With how good you have been doing." Inko said that his health was improving and he physically was doing much, much better than they had ever expected. "With that, you will be released from the hospital soon enough. And we can't have your life out on the street," Inko said as Izuku's eyes went slightly wider. "Normally, you would go back in foster care, to hopefully find yourself a nice family, or until you're old enough to take care of yourself. I can take care of myself, I don't want to go back, please," Izuku said. His fear for the mean families and the likes of Sir hurting him again was far larger than the fear and pain of living on the street. "It's the foster care. If you would like, you could live with both me and Toshi," Inko said with a soft smile. "Wa?" Izuku said, unsure if his ears heard it correctly. "We could adopt you, then you can live with us and we take care of you," Inko said. "You can pick, but both myself and Inko would love for you to live with us," Toshinori said, placing a hand on Inko's shoulder, both nodding as they stood behind this decision fully. Izuku nodded. He didn't know how to put it into words. Izuku liked Inko and Toshinori, both were kind and friendly. "Really, you want to live with us?" Izuku just nodded again. Inko and Toshi smiled happily. Inko at first wanted to hug him, but she understood that she couldn't. Izuku was still too scared of people to try that. She could only smile and place her hand on the bed. But Izuku still stayed in the hospital for 3 weeks. Each day again Inko and Toshi showed up. But now, he was allowed to go home. He sat on his bed, waiting. Inko nearly ran in with a massive smile. "Sorry Izuku. We tried to park a little closer, but it was busy." Inko had run to his room. Inko had made a point to show up each day at the same time. She wanted it to be a norm for Izuku. She wanted Izuku to be able to count on her and Toshinori to show up. She wanted it to be a norm for him to see them, but each time they almost arrived late, Inko got worried. She cared for Izuku deeply, and she understood Izuku didn't have a familiar bond with anyone. She knew he could never rely on anyone. They all left him, thus she needed to be there on time. To make sure Izuku never felt forgotten about or as they left him. "We got you some clothing, 𝗬𝗏. Izuku was dumbfounded. They got him new clothing. Why? He asked. He had clothing, sure, that was ripped, but he could wear that. "So you don't get sick. And because you need clothing, silly," Inko said, placing the bag down. "I tried my best to keep it simple. We can buy more clothing that you like later when you feel more comfortable." Izuku could just look at her confused. "More?" he asked softly, his hands softly shaking. "Of course, you need more than what we bought," Inko said. Izuku looked in the bag. He grabbed one of the first things. A shirt that had writing on it. "What does this say?" Izuku asked. While he learned how to train, he had not read anything for so long that he simply forgot. "Shirt. I hoped it would help you with picking clothing." She had on purpose bought clothing that had writing on it. This way she hoped Izuku could learn to use more than just one set. "Oh, thank you, ma'am," Izuku said as he started putting the clothing it. It was rather hard, but with the help of Inko he was able to finally wear the clothing. A simple pair of jeans, while he wore a white shirt with the words "shirt" written on it. "Let's head home then," Toshinori said as he stood up. He was about to grab the wheelchair, only for Izuku to fall out of his bed. "Izuku!" Inko nearly rushed him, thinking he was hurt. Only for him to crawl. "I will try not to be slow," Izuku said, only for Inko to kneel next to him. "You don't have to crawl, we can use the wheelchairs." But they are from the hospital," Izuku said, but Inko assured him it was fine. With Toshinori pushing water, and just with a little spill, he did it. "Well done, Izuku, you're getting better at it," Inko said, pride in her tone, glad to see Izuku improve so well. Most of the skills they were learning him were skills he already had, skills he just had to get back, but after so many years of not using anything. It was expected for that to be like that, but they also noticed that Izuku was an extremely quick learner. And he actively wanted to learn. But that was just with them. He had still an extreme fear of new people. This was visible when Inko and Toshi invited Recovery Girl with them. The older women had insisted on just seeing. But as soon as she entered the room, the slowly warming Izuku had frozen shut again. He was even more scared than he was before. It hurt them, but it was now that they knew. They had to learn more about his past. No matter how much it hurt them to hear the story, they had to learn about it. The large man threw Izuku down the porch. The 8-year-old Izuku landed on the stone floor below, landing hard on his already broken arm, making it look even worse, as 2 spots were bent. Izuku screamed in pain as he lay there. "Shut your mouth and go die in the forest like a dog," the large monstrous man yelled as he took a swig from the bottle in his hand. The green beer bottle got emptied soon enough, before the large man then threw his bottle at Izuku, missing him slightly as the bottle hit the hard stone floor and exploded. Shards of broken glass landed on Izuku, giving him slight cuts as he laid there in pain, his wails being heard yet ignored. The large man went inside again, loud music instantly being turned on. As the sun slowly started disappearing, Izuku stayed on the floor. He dragged himself, with one arm, through the glass shards, cutting his hands, but he made it to the door. Knocking on the door. Please let me back in, I will behave," Izuku said before the door was pulled open again. "I told you to FOFF and die." The large man kicked Izuku down the stairs again. Before with a beer can, now throwing it at Izuku again. As Izuku screamed in fear as he made his way to the nearby forest. I don't think I can, sir. Izuku said on the floor. Come on, kiddo, you make your hand dance, and I give you my burger, don't you want it? The teen showed his chamber, half eaten. Izuku showed his arm, instead of just bending at the elbow. It was also bent in the middle of the forearm and at the wrist. Izuku wiggled his hand slightly, as the group of teenagers laughed and pointed at it. Here you go, freak. The teen said before throwing the burger in the dirt, but Izuku didn't care. He jumped right at it, eating it quickly, dirt and all while thanking the teens who were laughing as they walked away. Both Inko and Toshi had heard his story. It took multiple weeks. Over a total of 3 months. Inko and Toshinori had heard Izuku's story, each and every bad and horrible moment. They sat through and endured. Just like Izuku had to endure. Both were filled with rage at the end, a need to find and destroy this, sir, to find these people and crush them with all their might. To annihilate like none have been destroyed before. But as they sat through all the stories, as they heard all the pain and sorrows, both were sure about what they wanted. Both agreed. Izuku, we have an important question to ask you. Inko said. Izuku got slightly worried. Okay. He was confused, but they had helped him so much, he would answer as well as he could. With how good you have been doing. Inko said that his health was improving and he physically was doing much, much better than they had ever expected. With that, you will be released from the hospital soon enough. And we can't have your life out on the street. Inko said as Izuku's eyes went slightly wider. Normally, you would go back in foster care, to hopefully find yourself a nice family, or until you're old enough to take care of yourself. I can take care of myself, I don't want to go back, please. Izuku said. His fear for the mean families and the likes of Sir hurting him again was far larger than the fear and pain of living on the street. It's the foster care. If you would like, you could live with both me and Toshi, Inko said with a soft smile. Wa, Izuku said, unsure if his ears heard it correctly. We could adopt you, then you can live with us and we take care of you. Inko said. You can pick, but both myself and Inko would love for you to live with us. Toshinori said, placing a hand on Inko's shoulder, both nodding as they stood behind this decision fully. Izuku nodded. He didn't know how to put it into words. Izuku liked Inko and Toshinori, both were kind and friendly. Really, you want to live with us? Izuku just nodded again. Inko and Toshi smiled happily. Inko at first wanted to hug him, but she understood that she couldn't. Izuku was still too scared of people to try that. She could only smile and place her hand on the bed. But Izuku still stayed in the hospital for 3 weeks. Each day again Inko and Toshi showed up. But now, he was allowed to go home. He sat on his bed, waiting. Inko nearly ran in with a massive smile. Sorry, Izuku. We tried to park a little closer, but it was busy. Inko had run to his room. Inko had made a point to show up each day at the same time. She wanted it to be a norm for Izuku. She wanted Izuku to be able to count on her and Toshinori to show up. She wanted it to be a norm for him to see them, but each time they almost arrived late, Inko got worried. She cared for Izuku deeply, and she understood Izuku didn't have a familiar bond with anyone. She knew he could never rely on anyone. They all left him, thus she needed to be there on time. To make sure Izuku never felt forgotten about or as they left him. We got you some clothing, 𝗬𝗲. Izuku was dumbfounded. They got him new clothing. Why? He asked. He had clothing, sure, that was ripped, but he could wear that. So you don't get sick. And because you need clothing, silly. Inko said, placing the bag down. I tried my best to keep it simple. We can buy more clothing that you like later when you feel more comfortable. Izuku could just look at her confused. More? He asked softly, his hands softly shaking. Of course, you need more than what we bought. Inko said. Izuku looked in the bag. He grabbed one of the first things. A shirt that had writing on it. What does this say? Izuku asked. While he learned how to train, he had not read anything for so long that he simply forgot. Shirt. I hoped it would help you with picking clothing. She had on purpose bought clothing that had writing on it. This way she hoped Izuku could learn to use more than just one set. Oh, thank you, ma'am. Izuku said as he started putting the clothing it. It was rather hard. but with the help of 𝗵𝗃𝗀 he was able to finally wear the clothing. A simple pair of jeans, while he wore a white shirt with the words shirt written on it. "Let's head home then," Toshinori said as he stood up. He was about to grab the wheelchair, only for Izuku to fall out of his bed. "Izuku!" 𝗵𝗃𝗀 nearly rushed him, thinking he was hurt. Only for him to crawl. "I will try not to be slow," Izuku said, only for 𝗵𝗃𝗀 to kneel next to him. "You don't have to crawl, we can use the wheelchairs." But they are from the hospital," Izuku said, but 𝗵𝗃𝗀 assured him it was fine. With Toshinori pushing him softly, the walk was silent. As they arrived at the car, Izuku could just look. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 opened the door. "Come, let us help you," 𝗵𝗃𝗀 said, offering a hand. With some effort Izuku was able to get in the car, sitting in the back. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 put his seatbelt on, before moving to the front. "Would you like some music, Izuku?" "I am fine with whatever you want, ma'am," Izuku said again. The drive was slightly awkward. Izuku just started out the window in amazement. He wasn't sure how going this fast was even possible. It was rather scary for him at first. But as the car came to a stop, Izuku had seen something for the first time. He saw a clean street. There was no trash, no food, or people sleeping. It was just empty and clean. "This is home," Toshinori said, pulling out the wheelchair. Helping Izuku in. Izuku had to take everything in. From the outside. The house was large. Izuku saw windows on 3 different levels. In front of the house, a path of the street, Izuku didn't know the word. It was smooth like a road. Concrete. The grass green and soft-looking. A layer of colorful flowers. He didn't understand where was the broken things. Why was this grass so green and not slightly brown? As they rolled up toward the door, 𝗵𝗃𝗀 opened it. And once more Izuku's eyes went wide open in shock. He had expected the home he grew up in. Wood and carpet, but instead, the floor was white, with large square tiles placed next to each other. A small hallway, that always was filled with trash in his mind, was empty, with a set of coats hanging on the wall, a small wooden table on the other side, with a small bowl on top. A bunch of shoes at the door. Izuku was rolled in. As the door closed, he looked back. The door didn't have 4 locks. Everything was confusing. This had only been his second house that he remembered. "This is the living room," 𝗵𝗃𝗀 said as they entered it. Just like before, nothing from what Izuku remembered. The room had a clean floor, and it looked nice enough to eat off. A small table with a vase and some flowers, a couch pressed against the wall. A small chair on the other side. An extra chair that had its back to Izuku. One that could rock back and forth. And a couch without a rest. Izuku had never seen something like that. A footstool with storage. Then on the other wall, a large TV, one that was so flat Izuku mistook it for a painting first. Right under a small drawer with electronics. Izuku didn't understand, where were the ashtrays filled with cigarettes? Where were the empty beer bottles? The leftover food? The kitchen? 𝗵𝗃𝗀 said once more. Izuku had never seen a kitchen like that. "Where is the lock?" Izuku asked. "Lock? On the food place." Izuku pointed at the fridge. "Oh, the refrigerator. We don't have a lock. Why would we?" "Because kids are only allowed to eat at dinner, right?" "Oh, of course not, Izuku. If you are hungry, you can open it and eat something, or ask me and Toshi." Izuku just nodded. "And this is your room." Izuku was confused. "Are you sure?" Izuku said, shocked. They had used one of the guest rooms and had altered it for him. "Of course, we still need to fill it with stuff, but that will happen over time, to fill it with hobbies and the likes," Toshinori said with a smile. Izuku just nodded as he looked. He was afraid to touch anything. Everything looked new and good. Was he even supposed to touch these things? But as 𝗵𝗃𝗀 and Toshi encouraged him, he moved over to the bed. Sitting down on his own bed. "We will be right back. Just relax in your room, okay?" Izuku just nodded. "Izuku, this is Chiyo Shizenji. She is a hero and a doctor." "Oh, hello, ma'am," Izuku said, keeping his head low. Chiyo was a small woman, standing around the same height as Izuku. A round face with a content smile, her gray hair tied neatly in a bun that was held together with a large needle. She used a walking cane and had a small scarf around her shoulders. "Hello, sweetie, how are you feeling?" "I am fine, ma'am, everything is perfect, I swear," Izuku said, worrisome. He remembered these. In his old home, there was sometimes a man or a woman who would drop by. They would ask how it was. And Izuku had to always say good, if not he would be punished. Are you sure, kiddo? It's fine if something is wrong. I swear everything is fine. I am fine. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 nearly crushed her cup in rage. Izuku was shivering in fear at the talk. Okay, that's good, right? How do you like your bed? It's great, I swear. Oh really, mine is terrible for my back, huh? Always causes me pain. Have you been in pain recently? Chiyo asked. Her experience as recovery girl helped her here. She understood his fear. I have, ma'am, but always my own fault, Izuku said quickly. Do you know your own quirk, Sonny? It's useless, ma'am. That was what Izuku was told every time his quirk was brought up by his old home. Oh, I don't think any quirk is useless. Do you know what it does? It makes me slightly stronger. As Izuku said this, his eyes shifted to the side before looking back. Izuku, what did you just look at? At the window. What window? Izuku pointed at nothing. This, it has words on it. Oh, can you read what it says? Wrong, 𝗵𝗃𝗁 son. Wrong 𝗵𝗃𝗁 son, do you mean wrong information? Izuku wasn't sure, but as 𝗵𝗃 wrote it on a paper, and Izuku was able to compare, he nodded. His quirk had a lot more than just making him stronger. Izuku sat at the dinner table on the other side of Toshinori, both still eating, but 𝗵𝗃 had finished. I am just gonna do laundry. When you're done, can you wash the plates? 𝗵𝗃 had meant this for Toshinori. She would always cook and Toshi would clean up, but she didn't think Izuku would listen to it. Instantly, ignoring his own food, Izuku rolled toward the sink. Before trying to struggle up to the sink, with his one arm and one leg, he tried getting up, only to be stopped. Izuku, what are you trying? I was told to do the plates. Sir always said when something is asked, you do it right away or else. She meant me, Izuku, and it's after dinner, you have to first finish your food, right? Oh, okay, sir. Sorry, sir. Izuku said, apologizing. Toshi shook his head. Sadly, there was no way to figure out who that sir was, because if there was, All Might would personally show up and beat him into a begging pulp, before throwing him into the deepest, darkest hole on earth and throwing the key into space. Both he and 𝗵𝗃 hated that bastard. They had no idea who he was, but if they ever found out, they would bring holy hell down upon that monster. He would just work together with 𝗵𝗃 in order to try and give Izuku the life he deserves. 𝗵𝗃 bit her finger. She was worried. Izuku was extremely shy. She understood why, but with her talks of those close to her and Toshi, they all agreed that Izuku had to meet more people. It would not be enjoyable for him, he would feel uncomfortable, but it would be good for him in the long run. Thus now, Izuku was rolled into the room. Izuku, this is Nezu. He is the principal of a new hero school. Hello, young man. Nezu smiled as he looked at Izuku. They were similar heights. The main difference was that Nezu did not look human. He looked like an animal. An large rat or hamster, white fur all over him, with cute paws. A long white tail, and a nice fancy suit without the coat, wearing the blazer as the coat, and sneakers as his shoes. He also had a large scar on his right eye, but still seemed friendly. Hello, sir, Izuku said shyly. He was still not used to and comfortable with maintaining eye contact. More often than not it would result in him being hit. That had always been the case. Izuku was in slight fear of Nezu. He remembered his old school. They had been very mean, always giving out hard punishments to all the kids. Izuku, this is 𝗳𝗏𝗍𝗪 and his daughter, Melissa. Melissa is only slightly younger than you. It was rare to have David and Melissa over. David lived on Island. He was the head researcher, and while most were not really allowed on the island, David was an exception, mostly of the people he had contact with. David stood pretty tall, only a head smaller than Toshinori himself. He was your average build with light brown, slightly messy hair, a short goatee with square glasses, and a fancy digital watch. Melissa was a pale-skinned young woman, around the same height as 𝗵𝗃 if not slightly taller, with a slightly round face with wavy blonde hair that reached halfway down her back. She had dressed casually with nice large boots, wearing the same glasses as her father. Oh, you are missing an arm, Melissa said shocked. 𝗵𝗃 gasped slightly. They had forgotten to tell them that. Izuku just nodded. He looked down as he nodded. Oh, I can make you a new arm, one that shoots lasers and stuff. Melissa said, overly excited as she thought about working on something like that. While lasers might be a little much, we could make you a new arm and a new leg. Oh, David, really, it's not necessary. Of course, it is Toshi, come on. It will be fun. Well, Izuku? Inko asked. She loved the idea. It could perhaps bring Izuku closer to Melissa. He could finally get a friend his age. He could finally have someone he could talk to. But the option would always be his entire life so far. He never had an option. People did things for him and decided for him, but no longer. Inko would make sure Izuku would get his choices. Whatever makes you all happy, Izuku said softly. Melissa cheered loudly, causing Izuku to recoil at the sudden jump of her. Don't worry, kiddo. I will make sure it works, David said with a smile. He was happy for Toshi and Inko. Both were unable to have kids themselves. But they got themselves one, and in his eyes, they both had not looked happier. Izuku was in thought. He looked to his right. The place his arm would have been. It had been years since he last used it. After Sir kicked him out and hurt him, his arm always hurt when he used it. And after those teens, it was cut off. He couldn't remember how it was using two arms, but now he would once again get an arm. Sweets? An older gentleman asked. He stood again around Izuku's height. His hair combed back yet still a mess, wrinkles over his face, with a trimmed beard. He seemed old and tired, but still full of life. Oh, thank you, Izuku said, taking the candy from him. Izuku, this is my old teacher, Sorahiko Torino, or his hero name Gran Torino. Also a hero. Why do you know so many heroes? Izuku was aware of heroes. There were too many to count. But he never saw them. That was super rare, but now with Toshi and Inko they were everywhere. Oh, because we are heroes? Izuku looked confused. What? Izuku said, confused. Yeah. I am the hero Telegreen. And I am All Might. Izuku looked at them in awe and confusion. He had heard of them, but how could they be just normal people? Heroes were larger than life, super strong. It's a pleasure to meet you. Extremely tall gentleman said to Izuku. Only slightly smaller than All Might. The man was very lean, looking almost skinny as he wore a fancy suit, his hair a dark green with 3 yellow stripes in it, smoothed down. His glasses resting on his nose, and a stern look on his face. He seemed of power. His plain white suit with a white dress shirt seemed more fit for an office than being a hero. Okay, sir, Izuku said again, scared. He had been terrified of each and every single person. But Inko and Toshinori had assured him that none of them would do anything bad, they would only help him in the end. They were all friends. But to Izuku, friends meant nothing. It was a word he had heard before, but he never had any. He never knew an example of friendship. But as Sir Night-Eye walked away, Izuku let out a breath. Did he scare you? Inko asked softly. Izuku gave a soft nod. Okay, then how about he comes by very little until you are used to him? Don't worry, Izuku, he might look scary, but he really is very kind. Inko said with a smile as she placed her hand on his leg. It had been 2 months since Izuku had lived with them, and thankfully, Inko and Toshi could touch him, without him flinching. Izuku was confused. A new person was shown. It was a young woman, only around 10 years older than Izuku. But she looked like Toshinori's daughter. She stood nearly as tall as Sir Night-Eye, with long blonde hair and a big build. This is Kathleen Bate. She is a hero in both America and Japan. She is aiming to be the #1 hero in America. Everything about her screamed larger than life, but right now, she sat far away from him, softly on the couch. It's nice to finally meet you. I have heard great things, she said kindly, a smile that radiated kindness, just like Inko's smile. Izuku nodded. It's nice to meet you too, ma'am. Ma'am. I am too young for that. Just call me Kath, okay? Why is I mean Kath. Izuku, would you like to learn? Inko asked Izuku. Izuku nodded. Inko smiled as she placed her books down. Let's first learn how to read, okay? Wise. Izuku agreed, to whatever she thought was best. Izuku looked at the book. Learn to read, activity book. Now then, She opened the book for him on the first page. Can you tell me what that is? Apple, Izuku said with Inko nodding. Yes, correct. Well done, Izuku. She praised him before going toward the next word. Are you sure? Toshinori asked Inko. Both were lying in bed. I think it might be best. He should start getting to know other people. He has had far too many bad experiences for just us two to make right, and I think when David and Nezu and such came by, it helped him. Well, Kathleen will stay here a bit, so we can ask her if she wants to use the guest room, just so we can have an extra constant in his life. Toshi added. He placed his hand on top of hers. It will all work out. The next day Toshinori called Kathleen over right away. Izuku had still been in his room, which he did most days. They believed he had just slept in, something he had all rights doing. Oh yeah, I won't mind that at all, might even get Izuku to talk to me a little. Kathleen said as Toshinori smiled. Let's see, shall we? Toshinori walked toward his room. It was 9, and Izuku normally stayed until 11, but as he stood at the door and knocked softly, the door already softly swinging open. They had left all doors open, so Izuku would not feel trapped. He could then open any door at all times. They saw him, sitting on the floor with one of the books Inko had got for him. Izuku? Toshinori asked softly. Yet he still startled Izuku. The boy looked up worried. Oh sorry sir, I did not hear you. Do I need to do something? Izuku said, using his one leg and his arm to prop himself up on his bed and place himself in his wheelchair. Not at all, kiddo. I just wanted to ask you something. Toshinori stepped into the room. Thankfully with the fact, Izuku had been with them for a bit. Izuku had started calming down slightly. No longer in fear of Toshinori or Inko striking him whenever his room was a slight mess. Even now, Sir would have instantly used the belt, or worse on him. He had at least 2 books out on his bed, and his covers were a mess, which was unacceptable before. Toshi crouched a couple of feet in front of the chair. You remember Kathleen, right? Weiss, hello ma'am, I mean Kath, sorry. It's fine, Izuku. Kathleen said with a very soft and kind smile. I was wondering, how would you like it if Kathleen stayed with us for a couple of months? Izuku didn't understand these questions. It was something new for him. Why ask me, sir? Because we care, you're still getting used to everything, and maybe you're a little scared of Kathleen. We want you to be happy and safe here, not feel scared. Oh, I am not scared of Kathleen, sir, as she seems nice. Everyone Izuku had met seemed nice. He was still deadly afraid of them, but if Sir wanted it, Izuku could not say no. He was already feeling really useless. He didn't want to become more of a bother. That's nice to hear, Kathleen said as Toshi nodded. By the way, Izuku, why are you reading here? Out in the living room you are able to ask for help. But Sir always said kids were not allowed out their rooms until 11. What? Kathleen said, a slight frown on her face. One Izuku didn't see as his face was aimed at his lap. This was the first time she heard of these stories in person. Izuku, you are allowed out of your room at any point and at any time. If you want to stay in bed till 12, that's fine. If you want to be in the living room at 5 in the morning, that's also fine. Oh really? Izuku asked, and Toshi nodded. He placed his large hand on Izuku's lap. This is also your home, remember? Small tears slowly escaped his eyes. Okay. He was at a loss for words. Izuku had never seen anywhere as his home before, but this would truly be his home. Later in the day, Izuku was at the living room table. Still learning, thankfully he was a fast learner. The blue fox tiptoed over the cobblestone road, past all the trees, and out of the forest, right into a big city. Good job, kiddo. You are almost reading as well as I can. Kathleen said with a smile. He was choppy and slow, but he had only been reading for a week again, and he was getting the hang of it faster and faster. Thank you. Hey, it's a nice day. Want to go for a stroll with me? Kathleen asked. Toshinori had gone to work. His role as the #1 hero had to go on. But Kathleen was free and slightly bored. Oh okay, Izuku said. While he was slightly scared of everyone, Kathleen was nice. Just as nice as Inko and Toshinori. Oh please be safe, don't go too far, take a coat, I don't want you to get sick, also maybe an umbrella, it might rain, and pepper spray just in case. Inko, relax. I am just taking him for a walk across the neighborhood, not a climbing expedition over Mount Fiji, Kathleen said as 𝗵𝗃 got worried. Izuku sat with a small smile, as 𝗵𝗃 helped him into a coat, zipping him shut. He was clicked in with a seatbelt, making so he didn't slip off or fall. But soon Izuku started getting warm. Want me to zip you down? Yes, please, Izuku said as Kathleen stopped and crouched in front of him, rolling the coat down. There we go, Izuku thanked her with a nod as they moved again. He just silently sat there, softly being pushed around. Only just as 𝗵𝗃 predicted, it started raining, and they were as far as they could be. Ding, we are gonna be just wet when we get back. Wanna speed it up slightly? Oh, if you want, sure. No kiddo, it's what you want. I'm okay, Kathleen smiled as she made sure. Izuku was secure. Just say stop when I'm going too fast, kiddo. Kathleen ran, as fast as she could while pushing the wheelchair. The calm ride turned into a sprint. Izuku felt the wind push in his face, the drips land over him, he felt his heart speed up, and he felt excitement, right into when they stopped. Right outside the house. Hee, now that was fast, right? Extremely fast. Why, you are really fast, like a car. Kathleen blushed slightly with a big smile. Just like a car, kid, you're getting just as fast when you get older, maybe even faster, right? I could never, not with my quirk. Okay, Izuku, I'm just gonna take some BLD, okay? The needle will sting a bit, but only for a bit, okay? Chiyo said. Izuku nodded at the older hero. As Recovery Girl drew the small vial of BLD, she gave Izuku a kiss on the arm which closed the wound. Wow, your quirk is really cool, Izuku said. Before living on the street, Izuku had no hobbies, he just had to survive, but now having a roof over his head, a blanket, and food every day, Izuku was able to explore the idea of hobbies, and so far he had one. Quirks. It came to be because of the tall gentleman, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 Sasaki. Do you know your quirk? It was a simple question that Izuku started to release was not a simple answer. No, before it was always yes, it was weak, but now. He was not smart enough to read and understand the words and things that his quirk showed. Do you want my help figuring it out? Izuku nodded. And that was where it started. Sir started telling about himself, hoping to gain some common ground with Izuku, and to seem less imposing. My quirk is called foresight. If I touch someone and look into their eyes, I can see someone's actions for around an hour. Wow. Izuku said, shocked. That sounded so strong. You must be one of the strongest heroes there is then. While I lack power like other heroes, I apply my expertise in other fields, Sir said as he adjusted his glasses. Then again, Izuku understood barely anything from that, but with 𝗧𝗵𝗃, Izuku was able to figure stuff out about quirks. Like Toshinori, his quirk superpower allowed him to power himself up. He would get even more muscled than he already was, and even his hair would puff up into a V on his head. Or 𝗵𝗃, who could move stuff with her mind. There was an endless supply of unique, interesting methods of power, but now Recovery Girl was doing some tests. To see extra information on his quirk, hopefully, to get a better grip of everything. It showed up again. Izuku said. Oh, okay, what does it say? 𝗵𝗃 asked. Izuku looked at the pop-up screen. It had a light blue color, yet still fully transparent. Daily, quest. I don't know that word, that quest suite, daily quest. Oh, daily quest, training. Then it has 5 boxes on top of each other with words next to them. What do they say? Do 5 push-ups, do 5 sit-ups, do 5 squats, complete a 1-mile run, complete a 30-second plank. Izuku read, slowly, but now everyone got a feel for it. Does it say anything else? Toshinori asked, with Izuku nodding. Reward for completion. 𝗵𝗃 asked before writing it down. Izuku nodded, that was the word. Reward for completion of the daily quest, 10 EXP, 5 SP, and 250 gold. What the world do you want to try? Izuku nodded. Toshinori grabbed Izuku by the side, hating the fact he could still feel his ribs far too easily. But Toshinori helped Izuku through the mechanics of the exercises. Izuku noted that with each one done, the boxes got ticked off. The hardest by far was the 1-mile walk, but 5 breaks and a slow pace. Izuku completed all of them. As they sat on the bed again, Recovery Girl just done with her down test, Izuku clicked the box. His eyes opened as he now saw a lot more. A lot more words just showed up. Okay. Can you read them? I will try, ma'am. Welcome to the system. Con something for completing your first quest. Congratulations, most likely. Inko said with Izuku nodding. He clicked the OK. Oh, I see myself. Like a mirror? Tashinori asked. No, sir, it's like I am standing like you are, but me. Izuku said. Toshi stood normally, both feet on the floor with his hands at his side. I see. Then it has words under it, stats. Oh, stats, like a video game. Izuku didn't know, but as Tashinori showed him stat bars on video games, he nodded. Yes, like that. Oh wow, that can be very strong. Your quirk is really something, Izuku. Tashinori said. Izuku smiled. He wasn't useless. I won't hurt you, just need to make the one arm like the other, right? David said. Izuku sat shirtless. His eyes were shut closed, expecting pain in some shape, but nothing. David had only used a measuring tape to make the correct measurements. His finger length, forearm length, upper arm length, bicep width, palm width, everything he would need, and he all wrote it down. Now that was that. He had already done his leg. That was a lot easier. He would only need a mold of the stump, but that would be later. Now, Izuku, is there anything special you want in your arm? I don't know, sir. Izuku said. Perhaps a light, OH or lasers, rocket boosters, Jeebus location, heart rate detector. Melissa said, exiting the kitchen as she ran around. David smiled. Sir, what was that GPS tracker? Izuku said. David smiled. Oh, that GPS stands for Global Positioning System. It just allows you to know where something or someone is at all times, like here. David pulled out his phone. He opened the map. You see, I have a GPS on Melissa. She likes to run away, but this way I can always find her. Izuku looked at it in amazement. That sounded like magic to him, a way to never lose someone ever again. Can I GPS, sir and ma'am? Both Tashinori and Inko felt their hearts squeeze. That was by far the sweetest thing both had ever heard. That is very possible. I will make a small screen right here. David tapped his pan on the drawing of his palm, the inside of his forearm. It would be a small screen with two buttons. One green one for Inko and a yellow one for Tashinori. You click it once, and you get a live feed of where they are. Click twice and you will get directions towards them. Thank you, sir, Izuku said with his head down, but very grateful. This way he could always find Inko and Tashinori. Now then, I should start making it. I will come by soon to bring it, David said as he stood up. In reality, it was not a hard build. He had made things far harder, but it would be interesting. Hopefully, a small operation could take place. David would link up some nerve endings with his socket, which would allow for the arm to act like an arm would. Izuku could mentally control it. That at least was the aim he had with it. David sat in his workshop. David was working on the arm and a leg for Izuku. Just simply tighten the bolt here and tada. David looked down. The leg was simple. It wouldn't require any surgery to work. It was very simple. The only thing that was required was that it could bend around the knee and foot. Nothing was something that David had problems with. Melissa even helped with it. Something she loved, helping her father. She wanted to be friends with Izuku, but he wasn't really that friendly. Something Melissa still had to fully understand. Melissa just knew that Izuku had gone through very hard times. She was spared with all the painful stories Inko and Tashinori had heard. Small glimpses were shared with the others, and they were shocked at how this young boy was able to survive. Melissa, could you get me the arm? I will finish it now. Melissa laughed as she came running in. Look, Papa, I got the light to work. Melissa placed the arm down. It was so far a skeleton of an arm. In the middle, there was a metal rod, some wires around the arm, and most importantly, a simple skeleton form. And just like Melissa said, his pointer finger was fully done. A small light on the point finger, a set of wires down to the middle. It looked like a correct finger. Well done, Angel. I will finish the rest. David looked over the wires. While they were slightly sloppy, it was all correctly wired and safe. David looked into his desk, opening the drawers. I need a battery for both the GPS and the light. Oh well, let's add 2 ways to charge. through cable and solar, why not? David said as he pulled some stuff out. Most of his gadgets were around heroics, which means he already had a GPS somewhere, as well as solar power and cable. Stuffing it in the arm. The entire top side of the forearm was a solar charger. It was simple, but it did look cool. Then around the elbow. David added the charger cable. Now then to fit the rest. This one took a lot of work. The arm could do a lot. David had to allow Izuku to use each finger, folding, and stretching, rotation of the wrist, as well as the forearm, bending of the wrist and elbow. Plus full movement of the shoulder. This was rather difficult, but not the hardest. The finger mobility was by far the hardest aspect. Allowing a machine to pick up the things, papers or a pen. David worked on it for an entire week. He also had to work on the shoulder part. The part that the arm had to lock into. Here, look, Izuku. David said with a smile. He placed the arm and leg down on the table in front of him. Izuku could only blink. His brain was processing the information. Was his arm always like that? Izuku couldn't remember how his old arm looked before the breaks. Was it always the same as his other arm? The arm would require surgery. That way, I can link it up with nerves. That way you can move the fingers properly. I called an expert from Switzerland. He helped me. David said he needed help to allow it to correctly perfect it. Izuku's entire mind was frozen. Thank you, David, thank you, my friend. Toshinori stood up and he hugged David. No worries. David smiled as Inko hugged him as well. Izuku was still shocked. This was for him. Someone had gotten him something. Thank you, sir, thank you very much. Izuku said with his head low. David just smiled. Happy you like it? Now shall we try your new leg? Izuku nodded. David stepped back as he allowed Inko to do it. He understood Izuku was far too fearful to be touched by him. Okay, Izuku, my hands might be slightly cold. Izuku nodded as he closed his eyes tightly. While he understood that the only reason he was alive was because of them, his fear of punishment was still far too real. As Inko rolled Izuku's breathes up, she grabbed the leg and put it in place. Izuku gasped slightly in shock. It was a tight fit. Izuku remembered the fitting. It had been weird. But as Inko let his foot drop softly, Izuku's eyes went open. He felt his leg tap down. Oh. Izuku said, shocked. Inko offered Izuku a hand. Wanna stand up? Izuku nodded, taking his hand in hers. He pushed himself up. He stood slightly out of breath, but he stood. His face had turned into a slight smile. He stood tall on his own feet. You like it? Izuku nodded. In his shaky legs, still clutching onto the hand of Inko, he brought his leg up. Taking the first step he had taken in months. Years even. But as his foot landed, the bottom was too slippery, it slipped out from under him, and he felt. He landed HRD on the tile floor, unable to catch himself. As he landed, Izuku didn't make a sound, only the wind that was pushed out from him. Inko, Toshinori, Kathleen, and David all rushed over. Quickly helping him up, checking him up. Seems I forgot to add anti-slip, sorry kiddo. No sir, it was my fault, I just need to walk better, I am sorry. Izuku sounded scared. Izuku, you did nothing wrong. It was my fault, I will fix it. David smiled. It was normal for Izuku to take the blame. At his old home, when something went wrong, he had to take the blame. And he still had that mentality with Inko and Toshinori. As Inko had placed some hot soup, Izuku instantly drank it. The pain was barely noticeable for him. However, when Inko took a sip, she burned her tongue. With a gasp, Izuku instantly started to apologize. He should have warned her. But they were slowly working on getting that out of him. David moved over to his truck. He had some extra supplies. In case something was wrong. Adding the extra anti-slip. It was simple and quick. Right away Izuku got his foot back. Right off the bat, Izuku tried walking again. Now Toshinori and Inko were right at his side. Each step was slow and calculated. David made sure everything worked fine. Izuku took a week to learn to walk once more. Inko was by his side the entire time. But after that first week, Izuku could walk on his own. It was amazing for him. He forgot how it was to be that tall. He could see everything from above. Now he walked toward a chair. A small smile and was slightly winded as he sat down. Impressive, Chiyo said, placing a small piece of wrapped candy on the table and sliding it over to Izuku. Thank you, ma'am, Izuku said. Each time Recovery Girl and Grand Torino showed up, they always gave him candy. Now, kiddo, I will personally do the surgery. I have caught up on all the necessary requirements. I got the chief of surgery to assist me on the operation itself. Izuku was surprised. Why were so many people helping? Now, because of the nature of the surgery, it would take a while for the pain to stop. Izuku nodded. I don't mind that, ma'am, Izuku said. Izuku had been used to pain. It had been a feeling he had felt every day. In that container, his arm hurt every day. Each breeze that moved his arm slightly hurt. It throbbed in pain. Izuku had lived in the pain so long, it had started to become dull. While Izuku had not gotten in pain in a while, he had a far higher pain tolerance. The hot soup that burned most only felt warm to Izuku. The fall on the floor that would have caused others to perhaps cry made Izuku barely make a sound. The pain had simply become something Izuku was used to. Well then, we can schedule the surgery as soon as you would like. Whenever possible, ma'am. I don't want to cause problems for anyone, Izuku said. Chiyo smiled, a smile that only hid anger. She knew why Izuku had those feelings. His life so far had made him feel less than worthy of anything. He was not worth the time. You're not causing problems, kiddo. But how about we do it next week? Izuku nodded. As the weeks built up, Izuku had started walking more. He liked the feeling of walking. And now, each night, at 9 at night, Izuku went outside with Kathleen, Inko, and Toshinori. All four went outside. Izuku felt safest at night. Fewer people were out, none would look and stare at him. Toshinori always carried a wheelchair, just in case Izuku needed it. He was unable to walk that far yet, but each day Izuku tried to walk further. Each time Izuku tried to become useful. Izuku woke up in the hospital bed. One side of his body felt a lot heavier. His eyes felt groggy. He looked to his side. His normal pale skin turned into an ironish gray. The surgery had been done. Good morning, Kathleen said softly from his side. With a smile on her face, she placed down her book. How are you feeling, champ? Dizzy, Izuku said. The effects of the painkiller and morphine are still in his system. His entire body felt strange and weird. Don't worry about it, just relax a little, maybe get back to sleep. I will stay here, looking over you. Thank you, Kathleen, Izuku said as he sunk back into sleep. It was now the next day. Izuku sat at the table. An empty water bottle stood in front him. His arm moved. It was the metal arm, the full creation of David's shield. It moved slowly. Izuku struggled. But with effort, the arm grabbed the water bottle. It, however, squeezed it tightly, blowing the cap of it and crumbling it up, but for the 7 tries Izuku had already done. It had been the first time for Izuku to grab the bottle. Inko jumped up excitedly, cheering happily as Izuku completed the task. Well done, kiddo, Kathleen said, placing her hand on his head. Something that had been happening recently. With his arm and leg now fixed, Izuku felt more whole. He felt better. Inko, Toshinori, and Kathleen were now able to touch Izuku, lay a hand on his leg, or softly pat him on the head, or what Kathleen was doing now, messing up Izuku's messy long white hair. "Want to try a high five?" Toshinori asked with a large smile. "What is a high five?" Izuku asked. Something that Izuku had been doing a lot more. He wanted to understand more and more. "Oh, a high five is a way of celebrating. Look." Toshi offered his arm up, and Kathleen tapped her own hand against it. "Just stretch out your hand." Izuku nodded, his tongue sticking out as he bit down on it slightly, fully focusing his effort on opening his hand fully, before then pushing his fingers together. Like this. "Yeah, now raise your arm." Izuku nodded. His tongue was still out. As his arm rose, just when it was high enough, Izuku looked with amazement when Toshinori tapped it softly. "Awesome job." Izuku smiled happily. He moved his arm over to Inko, who with a happy smile gave Izuku a high five as well. Just as Kathleen. Izuku was overjoyed. He was able to do stuff now. Over the couple weeks, Izuku started to work on his limbs. Using the treadmill, Inko and Toshi had. Walking softly, trying to hit the mile mark every day at least. Something that was a lot harder than Izuku first assumed. And with his arm, he was still trying to learn basic motor skills, such as picking up pencils, holding a cup, grabbing paper, and holding utensils. Moving food from one place to the other. By the end of the second week, Izuku was able to move a spoon from the plate to his mouth. While the spoon started with food on it, it fell off the spoon on the journey. Something Izuku wasn't a fan of, but the same day, Izuku was able to at least have one spoonful of food. Something that was celebrated happily. Izuku sat up in bed. A deep breath in from the nose and out the mouth. Moving out of bed, he grabbed his leg from the side, plugging it in. Removing the charger from his arm. Moving the fingers back and forth. It had been nearly 2 months since Izuku had his arm. And nearly 10 months that he had met Toshinori and Inko. Putting the leg on. Izuku got out of bed. Looking at the night still around his windows. It was 5 in the morning, everyone was of course still asleep, but not Izuku. He walked over toward his desk. A smile on his face as he saw all the things he was given. Pulling open one of his drawers. He pulled out a book. Turning the small desk light on. Izuku started reading. The book. While everyone praised Izuku's accomplishments, Izuku felt that he still had to be better. He needed to somehow improve everything. Thus he studied as much as he could. Each morning reading for nearly 3 hours. Increasing in more difficult books as he progressed. A dictionary lay next to him. He used it more than anything else. A drive to understand more. Each time a word caused him to stumble, Izuku looked it up. The meaning and how to pronounce it. While normally Izuku could easily multiple chapters, today Izuku was nervous. They would go for a walk today. A mile walk. Outside in the sun. It was something Izuku was nervous about. He did not want to be bullied, he did not want to see those that hurt him before. But all 3 of those he lived one assured him, nothing would happen. They would all be there and protect him if he needed it. It made him feel safer. Around 8 Izuku heard a soft knock. The sound first made him flinch, it always did. Yes. Hey, good morning, I am starting breakfast, any request? Izuku shook his head. Inko's cooking was always good. Inko merely nodded as she went to the kitchen. Izuku took a deep breath. He didn't understand why he was still scared. Back when he lived on the street, Izuku heard all sorts of loud sounds. Guns being fired, cars speeding by. People screaming. Even those who bullied him. All those loud sounds did nothing against Izuku. Barely reacting to those loud sounds, yet the soft knock. The sudden whisper. Those were the sounds Izuku somehow feared. Izuku didn't like it. Izuku didn't like that each time Inko raised her arms, his body actively flinched. He knew she was not going to hurt him. So why? Why did his body do things without him wanting it? Don't worry, Izuku. Inko said softly, offering her hand to make Izuku feel safer, but he shook his head. I need to be able to do things myself. I don't want to remain a burden forever. You are a blessing, Izuku, not a burden. Indeed, remember, even the strongest of people sometimes need help. It's okay to ask. Toshinori added to Inko's words. But they still respected Izuku's decision. However, Izuku quickly realized how terrifying the outside world was. Izuku tried to not focus on it, but he couldn't. Each person seemed to stare at him, their eyes burning his skin as their focus remained on purely him. With each step he took, there were more eyes on him. But he pushed forward. His eyes are down at the ground. Trying his best to focus on each step, Kathleen in front of him, deciding the path they would take. We are about half a mile away, so let's head back. Want to take a breather first, Izuku? Izuku nodded. While he could walk the mile alone at home on the treadmill, with the eyes on him, the added weight caused him to struggle. Izuku looks up. Inko said. Izuku did. Instantly the weight he felt was gone. He blinked. His mind was unsure. Nobody was there. The millions of eyes he felt upon him were nowhere to be seen. It had been all in his mind. Where are those that were staring? Nobody has looked. Inko pointed. A woman with a small dog walked around the corner. Her face was on her phone as her dog peed on the pole, not even noticing Izuku's or the group's existence. You are not some freak as they all made you out to be. You are a perfectly normal boy. Nobody will stare, nobody will say anything. Dance, freak, dance. A group of young adults screamed at Izuku as they threw firecrackers at Izuku's feet. The loud bangs scared the 9-year-old Izuku. He screamed for them to stop, begging for them to stop, yet they continued to berate, insult, and laugh at Izuku as they drank and threw fireworks. "Come on, monster arm, grab the cookie," a large green man said as he held Izuku by his one good arm, holding out a cookie with his other arm, forcing Izuku to grab the cookie with his broken arm. The man slammed his third arm into Izuku's stomach. The third arm growing on his spine slammed into the 11-year-old child, blowing the wind out his lungs and nearly causing Izuku to puke. I said grab it. Izuku, with tears in his eyes, moved his hand to grab the cookie. The pain pulsated through his entire body. But as he grabbed it, the man threw Izuku down. "You're a freak, and you will always be one." Izuku struggled to hold back his tears as he nodded at Inko's words. A soft hand of Toshinori grazed his back. A symbol of support, one Izuku was grateful for. "I am ready to go home," Izuku said, as he struggled to get up again, using his metal arm and real arm to push himself off the bench. Nezu sat down with Izuku. Izuku pushed a paper to his side. This had become a weekly thing. Both Inko and Toshi wanted Izuku to have a couple of relationships. People he could possibly turn to in every moment and situation. Nezu was one of those people they had chosen. Nezu was supposed to be a guide for Izuku in all things academic. His quirk high specs allow Nezu to do simple things much faster, learn much faster, and ultimately know more. Thus, any questions Izuku had about what words meant or how to solve math problems, whenever Inko or Toshinori were not able to help, Nezu would come to the rescue. "You were close with this one, Izuku. However, you see what you did here, you had it slightly turned around." Nezu explains, fixing the small problem in math without much effort and explaining what Izuku should have done in a way where he feels supported and understood. "Okay, so." Izuku opened his notes, grabbing one of the other problems that he had, solving it as he believed how. "Exactly like that, very well done." Nezu praised Izuku. While Nezu liked helping Izuku, one thing Nezu took great pleasure in was the fact that Izuku was incredibly smart. His education was severely lacking, barely that of a 6-year-old in some aspects and even worse in others. Izuku was able to catch up at impeccable speed. Already learning at nearly a 10-year-old level, that was around 4 to 6 years of progress in maybe 6 months. Everyone believed it was not only a mix of Izuku's quirk but also his intellect. Izuku did almost everything at an accelerated speed. He learned faster, he healed faster. It fascinated Nezu and 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Both knew Izuku's quirk acted like a game system as of now. Izuku has gotten quests, most of the time it was his one daily quest, but from time to time, Izuku had a random quest pop up. Izuku tried his best to complete the quest to the best of his abilities. However, some Izuku flat out refused. He had gotten a quest to be out in public sometimes, one that he was always refusing. No matter the reward, Izuku's fear would not allow him to partake in such actions as of yet. He, however, also sometimes got quests to spend time with people, those he liked, even when they brought him to awkward moments. Like right now. His quest to spend time with Toshinori at the gym. Izuku knew the word, but he had never seen one. But Toshinori explained it. A busy location, where people come to work out and mind their own business. A place where it does not matter who you are, as everyone focuses on themselves and they try and treat everyone with respect. Izuku was in fear the first time. There were dozens of people. Yet as he looked around, none of them looked at him. At the most, they gave a wave to Toshinori or Kathleen. Izuku did not work out. But he did look around and asked about everything. "Why are all these people here?" he asked, confused why everyone would be doing this. "They all are trying to better themselves. Just like how you are trying. They too are trying to perhaps get healthier or look better." "Oh." Izuku looked around. "Some train to protect themselves, see. Toshinori pointed at the corner of the gym. It was a matted area, multiple poles with sticks stood against the wall, large bags hung from chains. Protect themselves? Izuku had no idea how they did that. You see, most fights are simple. If you fight someone that is stronger, you can lose. This Izuku knew. He had tried fighting back before. But he never won. They were always stronger than him. But with the right training, you can win against those. You win by using something called martial arts. Izuku was amazed. Can just anyone learn it? Toshinori nodded. Indeed, everyone has the right and ability to learn martial arts. Not many do, as it takes dedication and effort. Sir, I want to go that. You want to learn martial arts? Toshinori asked. While he was not against it, it was not a question he had expected. And get stronger. I don't like being weak. Izuku spoke calmly. It made sense to him. The gym got people stronger. Martial arts got people safer. He wanted to feel safe. He wanted to never feel like he used to feel. He never wanted to be scared again. To be against someone that could do whatever they wanted to you because you were simply too weak to fight back. All right then, my boy. Let's get you nice and in shape then. Izuku smiled happily, grateful to Toshinori and Kathleen for helping him once more. Training started slow. Toshinori started him off at home. A safe haven, a place where Izuku could work on the basics without the eyes of anyone new to him. Izuku knew the end goal. To at least complete a full workout completely at the gym. But that was for later, far later. With the guidance of Inko, Kathleen, and Toshinori, Izuku started learning how to properly do each exercise. This added to his daily quest. Allowed Izuku growth. Growth he himself had not expected. But as Izuku got comfortable with his workout, Kathleen took him to the gym. His first workout in a public setting. He had hidden himself slightly, wearing a large hoodie, as well as long sweatpants. His metal arm and leg are completely hidden from sight, allowing him to look normal. With Kathleen by his side, Izuku was able to complete his full day. He started it with his mile walk. Kathleen on his side. The only slightly older woman laughing and joking with him. In those moments of need, as Izuku felt eyes on himself, Kathleen brought the attention to herself. An act Izuku was grateful for. After his mile walk, Izuku went to his first machine. The bicep curl. His metal arm moved with ease and grace, remaining in perfect form, yet his real arm struggled and fought to complete the set. Yet, Izuku did not give up. Sitting through and completing every single workout that was planned. Without getting dressed in new clothing, Izuku nearly fled. The person at the front desk merely saying bye and giving a thumbs up caused Izuku to shiver. This caused Izuku to dip his head low and walk slightly faster, nearly rushing toward the car and hiding in the seat. Yet he did it. He set out and completed his goal. One that turned into a quest, and one that rewarded him with his first ever level up. A level up, huh? Sir Knight, I said, tapping his chin. Izuku told Kathleen on the ride home. Inko and Toshinori were told right after. Both to get help, requested Sir Knight I and Nezu to visit. Both came quickly. What do you see? Please run through it once more. Nezu asked. Yes, sir. Izuku looked at the screen in front of him. It's a block. I see myself, standing normally. Below me I see a small bar with the text, remaining points. 4 points. Below that I see multiple words, health, 100% ability point, 50 strength, 5 dexterity, 6 constitution, 20 intelligence, 16 wisdom, 7 charisma, 5. That is interesting. Nezu said, writing it down. I also have a Those things are on the computer. To have multiple screens open. Oh, you have a tab? Please tap that. Sir Knight, I asked. Izuku nodded as he moved his hand. Okay, I moved to the side, the edge. But now I am in underwear. Next to me. There are a lot of empty boxes. And something at the top. Inventory. I see you have a storage system as well. That is wonderful news. Izuku, please try and place this pen there. Nezu gave him his pen. A simple metallic pen, one that looked fancy. Izuku nodded as he grabbed it. Moving the pen to one of the slots, took one space. Everyone just saw Izuku move it, Before, in a bluish mist, it vanished. What do you see now? 𝗵𝗃 wondered. I now see the pen. If I look at it, it says words. Okay, tell us if you can. Nezu's dark oak, gold ballpoint pen. I also see the words, see more. It's like those blue lines on computers. Ah, click it then. Yes, ma'am. Izuku moved his arm, clicking the line, and a whole new tab showed up. This pen was given to Nezu more than 30 years ago by Nana Shimura. It was a birthday gift, one he cherished for ages. This got everyone shocked. That was information Izuku had no right to know. Izuku had no way of knowing that name. Or that factor. Oh my, your quirk is something special. Sir Night-Eye said with a small smile. Izuku grabbed the pen out once more. It appears out of the blue mist. Here you go, sir. Nezu smiled as he took it. Thank you, Izuku. I believe it might be best to save your points. This way you can see how the stats are altered over time as well. Sir Night-Eye said, it depends on what Izuku wants to do in his life. Spending stuff, happy 1 year, 𝗵𝗃 said softly as she stepped into the room. It was late at night. 𝗵𝗃, however, was overexcited. It had been 1 year exactly. It was 00. 𝗵𝗃 could not wait, but Izuku had been deep asleep. His arm, next to him, charging up. His leg leaning on his nightstand. He turned around, still asleep. 5 more minutes, Mom. 𝗵𝗃 fell silent. She closed the door quickly. Running away. She ran through the house, holding her mouth shut as her hands covered her face. She ran into the garden, where Toshi sat on the porch with Kathleen. She scrolled through her phone. 𝗵𝗃 dropped to her knees. Now dropping her hands, tears started rushing out, covering both Toshinori and Kathleen in water, drenching them both, as they struggled to get their hands in front of them to protect them from the barrage of water. Izuku, she cried. This got both to worry. Kathleen, still wet, ran across the house, opening Izuku's door with speed, yet without a sound, only to see Izuku still asleep. Wah, she said softly, Izuku slightly stirring awake, looking at Kathleen before falling asleep once more. Kathleen walked back confused. Toshi had finally got the tears to stop. What, 𝗵𝗃, what? Izuku called me mum. 𝗵𝗃 cried. Kathleen bit her finger, trying her best to stop herself from crying. It was something everyone wondered. The name sir meant nothing but fear to Izuku. Yet every time he called everyone sir and ma'am, everyone was there any reason for it? And Izuku told them. Sir told me to always call him sir. He would hit me if I said anything else. You can call us anything you want, Mom, Dad, 𝗵𝗃, Toshi, Green, Blonde. Just call us something you are comfortable with. Izuku nodded. He just chose the names. But this showed that Izuku saw them as his parents. This meant the world for their excitement. They knew. It was not something he did while aware, but the moment still meant the world to them. Toshinori. Izuku spoke with Toshi turning to look at him. What is that? Toshi had been watching a hero gala. Oh, a hero gala. They are held from time to time, mostly to be aware of a hero who has done incredible work. Today, they are praising a newcomer. The name is 𝗳𝗏. He was able to take down a group of villains. Oh, yeah, both me and 𝗵𝗃 have gone to them before. There should be one we were scheduled to go to somewhere soon. Oh, why are you not going? We can't leave you here alone. Toshinori said. That gala meant nothing. A place to wave and smile for a couple of hours. The only thing he liked was the fact he could meet up with the top, speak with them, and see how everyone was doing. But Izuku's well-being meant 1,000 times more to him. I could go with, or would I embarrass you? Izuku asked softly. Toshinori shook no instantly. Of course you don't embarrass me. How could you? You make me proud every single day with everything you do. Izuku, however, told Toshi. I want you to go. Izuku hated it. He was stopping them from doing things. He was a burden. They just didn't tell him. Are you sure? Those things are very busy. I know it's just that I know I need to start getting used to people, right? So I should. Izuku said. He needed them to believe it was for him. He just wanted them to be happy. Izuku sat in a suit. It felt weird. The soft black clothing, the multiple layers. It felt wrong for him to stain. Oh. He looked out the window. Toshinori was driving. Himself wearing a suit. Inko had a nice dress on. Same for Kathleen. Each one dressed to perfection. Driving toward the gala. Most times a limousine would have been sent, however, Toshinori knew this would be better for Izuku. Toshi parked a little away. Each one stepped out. Standing out in the open, and seeing everything, dozens of people looking at the door. Pictures, lights, the spotlight, thousands of eyes. This was more than Izuku ever believed possible. His hand moved, grabbing Toshinori. His small hands, grabbing the massive claw that was Toshinori's hand. "See, can we please go home?" "Okay." Instantly they agreed. Going right back in the car. It was not even a question. Izuku meant 1,000,000 times more than that gala could ever mean. Izuku sat in the car, trying to take as little space as possible. His head down, tears slowly pouring out his eyes. I am sorry, Nonsense, you have nothing to feel sorry for. Izuku needed to know. You should feel proud. The fact you endured all that for so long. And we can always, later in the future, try again, right? Izuku nodded. They could, and next time. Next time Izuku would not give up. "Two more," Kathleen said with a proud smile. "Come on." Izuku was lying on a bench. Above him a bar. He was completing a bench press. "Come on, one more, you got it." Izuku struggled with all he could, pushing the mere 5 kilograms on each side up. He struggled for his life to just move them 15 total times. "You're awesome." Kathleen cheered on as he completed it. Izuku was out of breath as he couldn't move, only to flinch lightly as he heard an older voice. He looked up. An older gentleman walked past and simply said, "Nice job," as he walked away. "You did great, Izuku." Izuku stood up. His metal arm is visible in his shirt. He had always kept his arm hidden, never visible. And he knew why. Each time, he felt eyes on him. He watched whispers about him. "I want to change." This was his first exercise. "Okay, the car." Izuku shook his head, leaving his bottle with Kathleen. He quickly grabbed his bag and rushed into the locker room, dashing in the shower, swapping shirts, only for others to walk in. "You saw that white-haired kid?" "Yeah, the one with the metal arm." They were talking about Izuku. "He is Fing badass. Bro, I kid you not. He is always here. He pushes me to push myself, you know." His friend agreed. "For sure, man. He is just awesome. Coming in every day, working to get stronger, get better. Makes me want to push myself. Hell, I felt sick last week, but I knew he was showing up. And I had to 𝗬𝗲, you know." "True, well, let's warm up." Izuku heard them leave. "They didn't make fun of me." Izuku struggled to say. It was weird for him. Everyone always made fun of him. His weird arm. His height. His weight. The way he talked. That he ate everything. But now, these people looked up to him. Izuku quickly swapped his shirt. Wearing a long-sleeved shirt. One that hid his arm. Wearing gloves that hid his hands. Now he looked completely normal. He walked out once more. Only now, instead of looking straight at the ground, Izuku walked normally. Seeing Kathleen help someone. A tan girl, seeming around Kathleen's age. She had large white ears at the top of her head. Her feet also looked slightly different. She was doing a squat. Izuku tried not to stare, but she was moving an impressive 120 kilograms up and down. She moved with grace, nearly sitting on the floor before getting up without much trouble. "You didn't need any help," Kathleen said with a laugh, high-fiving the girl, before joining Izuku again. Who is that?" "Oh, no idea. She is new, and wanted to try a squad." "Wow," Izuku said, shocked. "She must be super strong to do stuff like that." "Well, let's keep it up," Kathleen said with a smile. Izuku nodded, quickly finishing their workout. And Kathleen was amazed. From the old records, Izuku had set. He broke every single one of them. He was able to do more weight than before. "Wow, let's get you some good food to celebrate." "Are you sure? We can still turn around." "I know, but I want it," Izuku said. They were once again fully dressed in suits. Izuku stood in between everyone. being smaller than even 𝗵𝗃𝗀. Well then let's go. Izuku nodded as he held 𝗵𝗃𝗀's hand. Both Kathleen and Toshinori held off the people, allowing 𝗵𝗃𝗀 and Izuku to quickly walk inside. No time to answer questions, both Toshinori and Kathleen followed quickly behind. Well then, Toshi said as he looked around. Oh my, well let's mingle. Toshinori said. Why you can go. I will just sit. Izuku said. He was getting slightly winded. The number of people made it slightly hard for Izuku. You want us with you? It's alright, I will just sit myself. I don't mind. Izuku said. He needed a moment of peace and all three knew. The best way to give Izuku peace was to not stand near him. Instead, they moved to the middle, keeping their eyes on themselves and still being able to see Izuku. However, as Izuku sat down, he wasn't left alone. A girl the same age as Izuku walked up, holding an orange juice in her own hands that she drank from. She wore a very simple but appealing red dress. Her raven-colored hair was tied in a ponytail. Hello, she said, her voice soft. Oh, hi. Izuku said, finding it still hard to keep eye contact, wanting to look at the floor, but also not wanting to be rude and look away. I am Momo Yaoyorozu. She introduced herself. I am Izuku. It's nice to meet you. Izuku didn't know how to introduce himself. He wanted to call himself Yagi, but maybe that would humiliate them, and he didn't want that. I haven't seen you before. Is this your first gala? Izuku only nodded. Momo, sweetie, be a dear. And come. We have someone to introduce to you. This is Kathleen 𝗵𝗃𝗀. She is a hero in America, and one training to be one in Japan. She knows all might. Coming father, it was nice meeting you Izuku. Momo said walking off. Izuku saw Kathleen smile, winking at him. Izuku mouthed a simple thank you as he found a different place to sit, one calmer, and further away from the scary-looking man in the corner. One with his arms crossed. His dark red hair was spiky. Next to him was a woman with white hair, around his age. Two boys, around Kathleen's age, one with spiky red hair and one with white hair. One boy and girl around Izuku's age. One girl with white hair and spots, and a boy with split hair, one side white and one red. Most of the family sat on the side of the woman, being away from the man, apart from the boy Izuku's age. He was placed right next to the man. Izuku's first gala in his eyes could have gone better. But the rest were over the moon, they could not have been prouder. Izuku, even though he was in a room with a bunch of random people, had stayed there. He had kept the fact he was scared to himself. He was able to power through. We are extremely proud of you Izuku. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 said as Kathleen placed her hand on his leg with a smile. Everyone was happy for him, and because of that, they allowed Izuku to shut in slightly, to calm down. He kept going to the gym, but that was it. But both 𝗵𝗃𝗀 and Toshinori knew that Izuku had to push himself forward. Even if he was scared, he would have to get more used to it. If he wanted to at least have a slightly normal life, it was required for Izuku to get used to people. They were in their room, lying in bed. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 resting on Toshinori's chest. I do think it would be best if we find some people his age. They might look less scary in his eyes. Toshinori said as he had his hand on 𝗵𝗃𝗀's back, softly stroking it. But then they heard a knock. And Izuku stepped in. Sorry, but I overheard you. I am fine with that, but can I please try with Mr. Shield's daughter? 𝗵𝗃𝗀 had to hold her tongue. She would choke up if she started talking. Izuku knew Melissa's name but had no idea how to call her. He was scared to even use her first name without permission. You want to try with Melissa? Toshinori asked. Izuku simply nodded. He was scared, but he knew if they believed it was best, he would try. Izuku trusted and believed in 𝗵𝗃𝗀 and Toshinori. He was only alive because of them. His life was theirs. If they were to say Izuku would have to end it, he would instantly. If Izuku was no longer allowed to walk, he would crawl for the rest of his life. They were the most important people in Izuku's entire existence. And he would listen to them without complaint, without question. If you want to get closer to Melissa, we are fully behind that, believe me. I do think it would help you, but how about the first couple of times we have Kathleen there? Izuku just nodded. Why, yes, sir, sorry for disturbing you. You didn't, Izuku, you can always come to talk with us. You can always come toward us if you just want to. Izuku just nodded as he walked out. He went toward the toilet. Before going back to bed, Izuku crawled under his blanket. He had to control his breathing. He had been in too much of a panic. His head was in a panic. Even if Inko and Toshinori had absolute control over his existence, that did not matter as he still felt fear. They believe Izuku had to try and become friends with Melissa. He would try, but he still felt terrified about the thing. "Hey," Melissa said with a sweet smile. Her blonde hair was a slight mess and she had a smudge of oil on her face. "Melissa, you dirty geek, your face is a mess," Kathleen said with a sigh as she grabbed a wet tissue and cleaned her face a bit. Sorry big sis, I just got caught up in making stuff. I was trying to make a spring-powered grapple. I was looking at some heroes and I found this spider dude in America. He was like swinging from stuff from his wrist, and I want to try and make that. Maybe for Izuku, he could swing from buildings and stuff." Izuku just sat there, trying to make himself slightly smaller. "Come on Melissa, you're not going to make Izuku your test dummy. Izuku might not even want to become a hero." "But why not? Heroes are cool." Melissa whined. Not at Izuku but at Kathleen. "Izuku, do you want to be a hero?" Izuku just shrugged. I don't know. Should I?" Kathleen shook her head. "If you don't want to, that is fine. Why do you like heroes, miss?" "Oh, call me Melissa silly, we are like a family, right?" "Oh, I'm okay Melissa," Izuku said, a small confused look on his face. Was he family? Did he finally have a family? Should he start calling Inko and Toshinori mom and dad? "But I like heroes cause of what they do. They use their quirks to save others. They help others to make everyone happy." This Izuku had no idea of. Those were not the heroes he knew. Heroes he was aware were just as mean as most other people. They bullied him just as much. The only people he could call heroes were those who gave him food or water without hurting him. Kathleen is a hero. She is like super cool. She is strong, fast, like that is what heroes are. Come on now Melissa. Not all heroes are like that. Why is that Kathleen? Why, well because everyone is different. Look at Toshi, right? He is by far the strongest hero. He has extreme power, speed, and presence. That is just not something everyone can do. Some like Inko are heroes who work well with their quirks and just use skill to save others. Recovery Girl is a hero who never fights. She simply saves others. Oh, so you can do lots of things as a hero. Exactly. Melissa kept talking about heroes. There had been something that was able to be shared by both. Izuku had an interest in quirks. Heroes used their quirks to often fight or save. Both had found something they had in common. There is this hero that loved using a net gun. Oh, why? Izuku asked. He had a rough idea of what a net gun was. Well, Quick can control metal spheres. He can make nearly 600 of them at a time. He uses that to control to move the net and catch people. Oh wow, that is interesting. I wonder if he somehow uses the iron in his own body with BLD to control it, which could allow him to easily use it. I wonder if line of sight would block it off, or if perhaps there is a strength limit. I assume he trained it immensely to still be able to pin others down. Izuku said, guessing what the quirk could do. Oh, you are smart and true. If I would make one, I would need to find a way to keep the weights to the ground. No idea how I could pull that off, but that is what makes inventing so fun. Melissa yelled, her excitement. I like you Izuku, you are slightly weird, but still fun. Melissa said. Kathleen looked at her. Thank you, I also like you. Izuku responded, still not being able to look at Melissa. He however wasn't lying. Izuku did not fully get it, but it was harder to be around Inko at first than Kathleen or Melissa. Both Kathleen and Melissa did not fully care. They talked as if Izuku was normal. They spoke loudly, yet Inko and the likes did not. They were silent and peaceful, which made Izuku fearful. He never knew what to expect from those silent people. But he was learning. Izuku spent the day with Melissa after they stopped talking heroes. Melissa started talking about Izuku's arm and leg, wanting to upgrade it. Not that Izuku found that it was necessary. He was happy to get his arm back after years of not having it. Are you okay again, Izuku? I am, thank you for worrying, Izuku said with a smile. Inko just nodded as they went back into the gala. Izuku had agreed to try and head out toward more galas. They assured him that most of these galas were just meetings of the same people. High-ranked heroes often just used these to share plans and ask for help, which for Izuku meant he could get used to new people in a new location without having too many strange people show up. And he knew there were more there of his age, one of them being the girl Izuku knew as Momo Yaoyorozu. However, during their second meeting, Momo only waved once. She had not gone toward him. Instead, the person who went toward him was someone Izuku was wary of. The large, angry-looking man. He had seen the man before, his family of white and red-haired children. Izuku was not scared of him. He had seen scarier people. He knew what a man like that could do. The rage that hid within the eyes. Izuku had experienced everything that man could offer him. But now, Izuku had to crane his neck up, standing awkwardly as the massive mountain of the man stood in front of him. "Boy, who are you with?" His deep voice, his aggression and hatred. Izuku's voice seemed but a small fly in front of a massive dragon. I asked you a question, boy." All of a sudden, the red-haired man felt a pressure behind him, and on his shoulder, Izuku swallowed even as large as the first man looked. Now behind him, Toshinori stood. His entire being buffed up, each muscle strained against his suit as he stared down at the smaller man. "Enji, do not raise your voice to him." Toshi increased the pressure. The man now known as Enji, nearly buckled under the Might Endeavor, stood at nearly 2 meters, with a well-filled-out muscular body, one earned by years of hard work and effort. Through years of work, Enji, otherwise known as Endeavor, had made it to the 2nd rank in Japan, always struggling for that number 1 spot. Yet now in front of Toshinori, Enji had to crane his neck, his muscular form now seeming smaller and smaller than ever before. Even the likes of Endeavor looked like a stick figure compared to the mountain of muscles that was All Might. And why do you care, All Might? Izuku could feel the amount of hate that Enji had said his name. It enraged Izuku. He disliked this man. "You are talking to my son," Enji merely smirked. "And what if I don't? I will beat your butt." "Oh, what? The hero All Might doesn't get to listen to, so he uses force." "It's not All Might you are talking to, you are dealing with Toshinori Yagi. I accepted your anger as a hero. I will not allow that anger to be directed at my family, so apologize." Toshinori was extremely serious. The hand he still had on Enji kept him in place. Even if Enji had tried running away, even if he tried his best to flee, Toshinori would not allow it. "I won't do no such thing." Izuku saw Toshinori act. Toshinori squeezed. Veins popped out of Toshinori's forearms. His fingers dug into the flesh, nearly breaking the shoulder of the number 2 hero. "I was not suggesting. This is something you are going to do, even if it is the last thing you will do." Izuku hated it. So many people were looking, but he could not move. His body would not allow it. Enji struggled. He felt more and more pain. His arms started to hurt, and he could feel his fingers tingling. The BLD flow was being stopped. There was a moment of silence. Dead silence before they heard it. "I apologize." Enji struggled the words out, merely saying the words, not meaning them at all, but he said them. Toshinori let his hand go. Enji stumbled back. He corrected his suit, before straightening himself, and walking away, huffing angrily, signaling for his family to follow, something they did. There was a moment of calm before questions started being asked. "Not to pry, but I believed you could not have children, right?" Toshinori nodded. "Indeed, both me and Inko are infertile. We are not able to have children. But we were lucky enough to be graced with Izuku." "What do you mean?" Toshinori looked at Izuku. He just nodded. Izuku did not have the best upbringing. "And I mean something horrible." Toshinori began. "Izuku struggled for many years until Inko and I found him. We quickly chose to adopt him, becoming his guardians." Momo quickly walked over to Izuku, Inko hugging him softly. Momo stood in front of Izuku, looking guilty. "I would like to offer my apology." This confused Izuku as well as Inko. Inko was aware that the girl, just like her parents, was nice and fine people, that always meant the best. "Why are you sorry?" Inko asked. "Our first meeting. After the gala I complained to my father, finding you weird and strange. My beliefs were based on your behavior during our first meeting. I want to apologize for making my belief on such a short meeting without ever knowing your full story. I would not feel okay. If I kept this hidden, I will try and never do that again. I hope you can forgive me. Momo said, offering a small bow. Izuku could only look. He was so confused and shocked. This had nearly never happened. This was the first ever time someone just apologized to Izuku for something they had not yet done. Momo, thank you for apologizing. Weiss, thank you, but it's not needed. I hope we can become friends. I would like that, Momo said with Izuku nodding. Inko could only smile as she looked over, hoping this would be a good friendship for Izuku. Hello, Miss Yaoyorozu. Izuku spoke softly as Momo walked up to him. The younger girl smiled. Hello, Yagi. Nice to see you again. Izuku could only give a small smile before walking toward the corner of the room. It was by far the place he felt safest in. He could easily see everyone. He could look at everyone without anyone coming from behind. And with Izuku having gone before, people were aware of this. And a single chair was placed there. It was so Izuku did not have to pull a chair to the side. Izuku's eyes glossed over the entire room. The small crowd that had always been at every gala once again had shown up. They all gave a small signal to Izuku when they noticed him looking at them. They understood the fear Izuku had for people. They would not push themselves at Izuku, no matter how much they would be okay with befriending the son of all might and Telegreen. Hey, Izuku here. Kathleen walked up with a water. Izuku used both hands to grab the glass. Thank you, Kathleen. How are you feeling? More familiar? Izuku nodded. I was planning on walking around. Kathleen just smiled as she messed with his hair slightly. Want me around you? Izuku shook his head. You all have done enough for me. Even if you don't mind, I have to do things myself. I have to still do things I am afraid of. Din Izuku, you're starting to be even more mature than me. Kathleen joked before walking off. She had always kept an eye on Izuku at these galas. Inko and Toshi had done the same, constantly wanting to see if he was still doing well. Izuku stood up, taking a big sip of the water before walking forward. He walked slowly, circling the outside but trying to get closer and closer as time passed. But as the door opened, Izuku's eye snapped toward it. He could only blink before his quirk activated ++ danger ++. Izuku had no idea why his quirk said this. Only then did he notice. The man held a gun. His finger was firmly on the trigger, and he aimed it at the group. This is what 𝗎𝗲𝗵𝗃 gets, he screamed angrily, his voice filled with hatred and rage. This was purely revenge for something. His quirk again activated. Line of sight detected, Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku blinked as his body moved on its own. He was not the only one that moved. Toshinori, Kathleen, Inko, and Enji all moved first. Each one rushed toward the gunman. But he pulled the trigger. The bullet flew through the air. And it was directed at Momo. Momo's mother Fumika Yaoyorozu yelled as she saw her daughter drop. Only not because of a bullet, Izuku pushed her out of the way, jumping against her, saving her from the gun, but taking the bullet himself. Izuku! Inko yelled, seeing Izuku fall over. The gunman was stopped instantly before he was able to pull the trigger twice. Toshinori was on him. He grabbed the gun. His hand is still around it. Toshinori just squeezed, completely crushing the hand and pistol into scraps. Kathleen was on him as well, her knee buried deep in his guts. Instantly defeated, they ran right back to Izuku. Inko was on his first. Did both? Are you two fine? She asked, looking over both. I am. Izuku said, only to look at his arm. The bullet had hit him straight in the arm. The metal arm had stopped working, only being able to move back and forth, the fingers no longer working. Inko released a breath she didn't know she had. Her heart had dropped, believing Izuku had just been shot. I apologize, Miss Yaoyorozu. It was rude of me to push you. You saved my life, Momo said as her father and mother hugged her tightly as they triple-checked her. And no, I pushed you. Inko just hugged Izuku. The gunman's action would have dire consequences. The gala had closed down quickly after the fact, the police taking a statement of the heroes. Back at home, Izuku sat on the couch, Inko next to him, holding his hand. Something she had not let go of the entire time. Izuku, what you did do today? It was reckless, I understand, sir. I won't do it again. No, Toshi caught himself, placing his hand on his lap. What you did today was heroic. You saved a life. What you did was so extremely brave. I don't know, sir. I didn't move, my body just acted. Yes, heroic. Without the selfish thought of getting something, or saving yourself, you stepped in to save someone. The essence of heroism. Toshinori could not be more proud. From a young age, Toshinori had wanted nothing more than to be a hero. He wanted to save people, he wanted people to be happy, to be protected. For a symbol to step up, to take the front line. That was what he became with the help of those around him. Toshinori stepped up and became the hero he wished for. Kathleen had seen a young All Might, one that saved her from death. That day, she had decided she wanted that. She wanted to be able to help others like she was helped. To save those who could not save themselves. She was living that dream, her drive to be a hero like All Might. Inko always helped people. When she was younger, she liked helping those older with their day-to-day, helping to cook, and cleaning the snow out of the street. Whatever Inko could do to help. But the more she helped, the more she understood she could do more. This drive to help others is what drove her to be a hero. It drives her to become a hero. Izuku, do you want to be a hero? It was a simple question for most. All children dreamt of being a hero. How could they not? They saw people like All Might, those who stood against the biggest and evilest of evils, the worst villains that humanity could muster. They stood against them. They fought back those who hurt the masses. They were the unbeatable heroes. And kids wanted to be like that. They wanted the superpowers that could rip out trees, that could crush concrete like powder. Izuku himself had that dream. How could he not? He grew up in an orphanage. Those around him hated him. Izuku never understood why. He was a baby, why were they mean to him, but they could not be mean to him if he was a hero. Nobody would be mean to a hero. Yet family after family kicked him out. Not being what they wanted from Izuku. We can't help it, we are having our own child, I don't want to raise someone else's then. The man said as he brought Izuku back. He had only been there a week. Yeah, fine, we take the brat again. Just remember the fee. The owner said with a smirk as he was given an envelope. Why would we want that one? White hair looks gross. One woman said as she looked at Izuku. He is a good listener, brat, get over here. The caretaker snapped his fingers. The 2-year-old Izuku just walked up. Sit. Izuku plopped down. Stand. Izuku blinked. I said stand, damn it. With a snap of his fingers, Izuku nodded as he stood up. Sorry, sir, I am sorry. Here I thought I got a good one, but oh no, a thing uselessy. You are your shitty quirk's only reason for living is to make my life easier, am I thing understood? Izuku could only nod, he was adopted just at 3 and 9 months. Then as his quirk came in, the doctor explained he was just slightly better than your normal child. And the hate began. Izuku was treated as less than an animal. For a year Izuku had his bed. But that quickly got removed, sir needed money for booze. Lying on the small mat that acted as his bed, Izuku could only softly cry. His dream of being a hero was forgotten. His dream of saving others just turned into his hope of surviving. But now, with the love and support of those around him, the safe with chains around it was thrown into the deep crevice that was the despair he had lived in. It started to resurface. The safe had started cracking open. With each sweet gesture, the chains strained more and more with each act of love. And with that one question. The question all parents often just simply ask their children before bed. A question that got kids to listen. That broke the chain. It blew the safe open. And that childhood dream was back. Yes, Izuku said. Inko smiled as she softly squeezed his warm hand. The large smile of Toshinori in front of him. The proud nod from Kathleen behind him. Let's make that dream a reality then, shall we? Izuku sniffled as he nodded. I heard something happened. Are you okay, little Momo? A large figure said. He seemed to be at least an 18-year-old man, but in reality, he was the same age as Momo. Just being 13 years old. Only 2 years younger than Izuku. Yet he already stood at 6 foot fit enough to look like an athlete. I am, thank you, Sigurd. I am fine. Next to him, the girl stood. She looked just like Momo. She wore a peeling red dress, one the same color as her crimson red hair. Are you sure, Momo? I heard you were fired at. I am fine, 𝗬𝗎𝗓. I was saved. You remember the boy I talked about? You mean that son of all might? Momo nodded. Indeed, 𝗬𝗪𝗏, he pushed me out of the way. He got shot himself. Wait, is he all right? 𝗬𝗪𝗏 said with a worried tone. His body tensed up. No, I should not. That's his story to tell, not mine. But he is fine, he is not hurt. Oh good, I would like to thank the man who saved my cute little sister. 𝗬𝗪𝗏 said, grabbing Momo by her hips and throwing her up like a child, catching her and throwing her again. I am not a little baby, let go this instant. Momo whined like a small child, much to the amusement of 𝗬𝗎𝗓 and Momo's mother. Just as Momo had met Izuku at a hero gala, Momo had also met 𝗬𝗎𝗓 and 𝗬𝗪𝗏 at a gala. 𝗬𝗪𝗏's father was the #1 hero in Iceland. But he often traveled around Europe, helping other countries. That was where 𝗬𝗎𝗓 was met. 𝗬𝗎𝗓 herself was born in Japan, just like her mother, yet her father was German. A very successful and rich businessman. One that was said to be a devil during a deal. It was there that 𝗬𝗎𝗓 and 𝗬𝗪𝗏 had fallen in love. Both 𝗬𝗪𝗏 and 𝗬𝗎𝗓 traveled around together. Mostly Japan, as 𝗬𝗎𝗓 was obsessed. Addicted to the highest order of anything Japanese. This was where they met Momo, and became the best of friends. I do hope I get to meet him once, he truly sounds like a brave warrior. 𝗬𝗪𝗏 said. He is. And because of him, I know I understand what it means to be a hero. And I'm going for it. Haha, that is wonderful, 𝗬𝗪𝗏 said happily. Just like his father and his father before him. 𝗬𝗪𝗏 wanted to be a hero. And because of 𝗬𝗎𝗓 her love for Japan. He was aiming for the UA Academy, so you will be joining my 𝗬𝗪𝗏. Not like that, 𝗬𝗎𝗓, Momo said with a smile. 𝗬𝗎𝗓 could get strangely jealous from time to time. I would be happy to have a friend at UA. 𝗬𝗪𝗏 placed his hand on Momo's head. Momo quickly pushed 𝗬𝗪𝗏 away. The last time you patted me, I almost got a concussion. 𝗬𝗪𝗏 only laughed. Father, I also want to be a hero. The daughter of 𝗳𝗍 Todoroki said. He looked back. What? Why are you interrupting Shoto's training? He had not listened. I also wish to become a hero. Talk with your mother, I do not care about what a failure does. Just don't think of stunting Shoto's growth. 𝗳𝗍 spoke. Fuyumi could only nod before excusing herself. Fuyumi had a tear escape her eyes as she walked out of the main house. Shoto Todoroki, her younger twin brother, was born 20 minutes later than her. Both were born with a perfect quirk, yet Shoto was seen as perfection, while Fuyumi was a failure. 𝗳𝗍 Todoroki was the #2 ranked hero in Japan. His powerful flame quirk and his muscled body made any villain that stood in his way fodder, yet, no matter how many villains 𝗳𝗍 burned, no matter how many useless civilians he had saved, he was never able to obtain the #1 spot. His goal was repeatedly slammed shut by the hero that was All Might. He needed to surpass him, burn his legacy within the world as the greatest hero that was ever born, yet still, All Might never allowed 𝗳𝗍 to surpass him. When Endeavor pulled off the power of the sun, All Might would block the sun out with a greater shadow. Each time his destiny was stolen. That was exactly why 𝗳𝗍 had gotten children. He hated them. The crying and constant need for attention were a waste of space, but for his legacy, they would be great. 𝗳𝗍 found his only flaw, his human body. It could only take so much heat, so he searched for the perfect mix. A way to breed the perfect child. Which was 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗃. 𝗳𝗍 contacted her father and mother, offering them more money than they had ever seen. 𝗬𝗏 agreed, helping her parents out of the horrible crime area and into a place that was safer and better for them. She agreed to the marriage, which was the worst thing she could have ever done. For the best chance of 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗃. They had done so in a lab. 𝗳𝗍 never so much as looked at 𝗬𝗏. But quickly 𝗬𝗏 got 𝗵𝗃 with their first child. Toya Todoroki, 𝗳𝗍 could not have been happier. He had been born with a stronger quirk than even himself, yet his body was still weak, it still got burned. In his eyes, Toya had been a complete failure. They tried again. Which brought a complete failure once more. Natsuo Todoroki, born with a quirk that alters his temperature. Completely useless, nothing that would allow the Todoroki name to burn its legacy within the world. But once again, they had a new child, or well, two. 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗲 and 𝗬𝗪. Twins. 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗲 was born with an ice quirk. 𝗬𝗪 was born with a fire quirk, yet both also had flame and ice abilities. 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗲 could use ice just like her mother. Countless waves of ice, slightly stronger than even 𝗬𝗲 herself, but she could heat her body up. The part that made her weak, the fact her body could only handle so much ice before it would shut down, was removed. 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗲 could constantly heat herself up, which allowed her to push her ice further, to get colder, to get stronger, as long as it was trained. This was strong, yet a failure. The Todoroki flame had to live on, which was why 𝗬𝗪 was trained to perfection. He had the Todoroki flame. Flames just like his father, just like 𝗵𝗃. Even hotter flames than 𝗵𝗃 himself, and where his body would burn up, would scar under the intense heat. 𝗬𝗪 had no such thing. 𝗬𝗪 could cool his body down. The perfect quirk, for his perfect creation. 𝗵𝗃 had counted on the worst-case scenario, where 𝗬𝗪 would have ice and fire, but this was perfect. Mother, I want to train to be a hero. A real one, like that boy, 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗲 told 𝗬𝗧. They sat in the guest house. 𝗬𝗧 and the failures were deemed to live in the guest house. Away from 𝗬𝗪, no way to corrupt his perfect being. Where 𝗬𝗪 was fed by chefs, given the perfect food that would perfectly work his body. 𝗬𝗧 cooked meals for the other children. Where 𝗬𝗪 had personal teachers, teaching him everything useful for a hero of his stature to understand was given by him in the perfect form with a pace that 𝗬𝗪 could decide. As for Toya, Natsuo and 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗲 would have to deal with public schools. Where 𝗬𝗪 was trained to be a perfect soldier, where 𝗬𝗪 understood how his quirk worked by the training of 𝗵𝗃. Toya, Natsuo, and 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗲 had to figure it out themselves. 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗲 was not the only Todoroki failure who wanted to be a hero. 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗲 and 𝗬𝗪 were Natsuo was exactly 4 years older at 17, and Toya was 4 years older than that, being and in his final year at his hero school. However, he went by his mother's name. Okay, sweetie, let's get you to help people, 𝗬𝗧 said, placing her hands softly on 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗲's face, her thumbs softly stroking 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗲's cheeks. Before pressing a soft kiss on her forehead, you will be a great hero. 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗲 just nodded. Welcome again to the 7 o'clock news. I am your host, Big News Morgan. A large bird-quirked man said, standing at a desk. The main story of today happened only a week ago. During a hero gala, a man by the name of 𝗵𝗃𝗲 entered the gala with a weapon. Before heroes were able to act, the son of All Might stepped in and saved the only heir of the Yaoyorozu fortune. He tapped some papers on the desk before clearing his throat. Thankfully, nobody was hurt because of this. We, however, are happy to know that the son of All Might seems to be stepping in the footsteps of his father, and we are looking forward to seeing a second pillar stand up. Big News Morgan said, nodding. The story was hot, everyone loved hearing about it. And the actions caused a new generation of kids to have their dreams strengthened. Now that you decide you want to be a hero, we are going to make sure you can not only protect others, but also protect yourself, Toshinori said. They were standing in the living room. Toshinori had placed some mats down and shoved the furniture out of the way. Okay, Izuku stood in some sweatpants and a t-shirt. All heroes know how to fight, while some might not be the best at it, it's an important skill for them all to have. And seeing we don't understand the full capabilities of your quirk just yet. Sorry, not your fault, but seeing we don't understand them just yet, we will focus on your hand-to-hand skill. Toshinori said. He had a bag behind him, one filled with training equipment. You see, most heroes fight with their quirks. Look at Inko. With her telekinesis-like powers. She often traps small parts of an enemy to stop them, before letting others or herself finish them off. Okay, Izuku nodded, taking mental notes. But myself, my quirk, amplifies my own strength and skills to such an extreme that everything I do becomes destructive. Most don't have that luxury. You remember Gran Torino and Sir Night-Eye, right? Yes, I remember both. Izuku could never forget them, with how kind they had been to him already. They would always be remembered by him. Well, both use skill in fighting to help them, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 quirk does nothing to boost his strength or to boost his durability. He however has trained endlessly in fighting styles. Grand Torino. Tashinori shivered as he spoke his old mentor's name, an action ingrained in his body from the years of torture. The training he had to endure. His quirk, Jet, makes it so he is able to push out air from the bottom of his feet. This makes it exceptionally fast. Faster than most cars could even go. He trained himself to still be able to fight with his hands, and his kicks to not hurt himself. You can hurt yourself while hurting others. Izuku said, confused. He never knew that. All the people that hurt him never looked like they got hurt themselves. Indeed. Punch my hand, for example. Toshi moved his open palm in front of himself, easily towering over Izuku's hand. But with his normal hand, he swung. Nothing happened. You see here. Toshi grabbed Izuku's wrist softly. You see how there is a small bend here? Toshi showed it. Izuku's fist was slightly bent inward. This, with a hard enough punch, can cause you to sprain or break your wrist. Oh, I had no idea. Also, some parts of the human body are just really hard, such as the head. Toshi softly tapped Izuku on the forehead. That part of the body is rather thick. And the thinner bones in the hand, like the knuckles, can't handle that. Izuku just looked at Tashinori in wonder. He never knew. While there are countless fighting styles we could go over, we will start it as simple as can be. We are starting with boxing. Izuku nodded. If Tashinori felt this was best for him, Izuku would happily do it. We will dive deeper into different forms such as kickboxing and Muay Thai. What is different with them? Izuku wondered. Boxing focuses on striking, blocking, and dodging. All form of attack is aimed at the upper part of the body. With kickboxing, you are only allowed to kick. Izuku asked something that made the three watching chuckle. You would assume so, but no. It's like boxing, only kicking and knee strikes are allowed to be added. So while you still have to worry about dodging and blocking, you also have to worry about your opponent's legs, so it's harder. Izuku asked again. Yes and no. With the factor of having to pay more attention to everything. The move pool is larger, which means the counters you can pull off are also greater. With boxing, both of you remain in a small section. The two are similar, yet very different. But Muay Thai, you are the weapon. Every part of your body can be used as a weapon. Wow. Izuku was amazed. You can hit people with your head, your hands, your elbows, knees, feet, and heels. Whatever you really can. And that is what we are going to work up to. Izuku nodded. That was understandable. Most of your sparring will be done with me, but Kathleen and Inko will also from time to time step in. That way you can see what you are supposed to do and learn from that. Yes, sir. Izuku said happily. His hand was handed by his side. While there was still a small hole in his arm from the bullet. It would not be for long. Tashinori had instantly reached out to David to explain what had happened. David only laughed as he found out Izuku was fine. While they may not share DNA, Izuku was just as reckless as his father was. But he would make an arm worthy of a hero. Okay, raise your arms. Izuku brought his arms straight up. Not like that. Raise your guard. Bring your arms up like this. Tashinori brought his arms up. Both arms bent as his fists were in front of his face. Bringing up a simple boxing guard. Keep this up, this way you can always protect yourself. From punches. Izuku nodded. He had no idea how they were supposed to save him from the punches, but he listened anyway. Now, put your main leg forward. Izuku, who had lived most of his life with his right arm not functional, placed his left leg forward. Okay, this will be one of the two training we will do. Pad work. Tashinori turned around. Grabbing some pads from the bag. 2 large pads were placed on his hands. This way, you don't hurt yourself, and you don't hurt me. Toshi joked. Okay, with your right arm, punch forward, and with your left arm, protect your head. Izuku listened as he punched. He kept his other hand over his head. Keep your wrist straight. While this arm might be metal, with correct form, you will do even more damage. Yes, sir. I will try better. Izuku said as they repeated the same action. Izuku made sure to keep his wrist straight. It already looked a lot more like a punch. Well done, my boy, now just keep this one here. Now after you punch with your right, Bring it back to your face, raising your guard again. Izuku nodded, as he once again hit the right. Once again with good form. He brought his arm back, putting his guard back up. You are getting good, Kathleen said from the couch. Both she and Inko were spectating. Both were skilled enough to teach it themselves, yet the real fighter, the real pro was Toshinori. He was the #1 hero all might. Okay, now you got a hang of that, we are gonna add this in. After you bring your right back, attack with your left, keep the right in your face. Izuku nodded his head. But here was when problems started. Izuku's right went low, leaving his face open. And his wrist was not straight. Izuku, wrist straight, and protect your face. I know you got this, take a deep breath, and let's try again. Toshinori stayed calm, softly explaining to Izuku where his problem was, and reminding him of how it was done. You wanted to be a hero, right sis? Well, this is the start, Toya spoke as he stood waiting. The shorts and t-shirt swung softly in the wind, as an out-of-breath and sweaty Fuyumi stumbled toward him. Fuyumi huffed for air. No, Toya. Still trying to catch her breath. Just give me a moment. Toya just smirked. You think bad guys are gonna give you a moment? You think they are gonna just hold off on raping, killing, torturing old people because you need to catch your breath? Why be so dark? Fuyumi said in between deep breaths. Got that from my teacher, a real fun character. But enough of that. You ready? We still have like 30 more minutes to run before we can head back. Fine. Fuyumi whined. Starting to jog once more, following Toya. It was the main thing the Todoroki family struggled with. Each one was born with a quirk that would be able to skyrocket them into stardom. Each one is powerful enough to take down dozens of villains. Powerful enough to make it into whatever hero school they wanted, but they had to work on their stamina. How long their quirk could stay active. Toya's quirk, cremation. Toya could push out an extreme heat, able to reach blue flames, one that could turn anything into ash. Yet all flames need 3 things: heat, fuel, and oxygen. His quirk provided the heat. The fuel was the fat cells stored within his body, giving him a forever fit look. And the oxygen, well, that was the air he had in his body. Toya had to improve his body and his VO2 max. The more air he could hold, the better he could use his flames. The better he was at breathing, the better his flames could become. Which meant running for 45 minutes. While for most a challenge. For Toya, nothing but a warm-up to his warm-up. Fuyumi's quirk turned her body fluid into ice, meaning she had to constantly stay hydrated, something a lot of quirk users had to do. Thankfully, the existence was not one to yet. It still took stamina to produce the ice. Something she had been lacking, but with her big brother Toya and her mother. It was something she was improving on. Her father Enji barely acknowledged her efforts. Never giving her a compliment, only hardening Shoto's training in response. Yet Shoto did not care. His life overall had not been the worst. He wished he could play with his siblings. Something he still did, only when his father was at work. Each day for Shoto was the same. In the morning he had the same meal. A bland bowl of gruel that had the exact amount of vitamins, proteins, and calories he needed. Then it was the gym. Working to improve his stamina by spending nearly an hour on the treadmill. Then it was time for school. His tutor taught him everything Enji believed necessary for a hero of his rank to be known. All of this was done while Shoto sat on a home bike, still improving his stamina after school. Shoto was placed in a waterbed, where he had to sit in silence with bands and the like around him, which was for his recovery. Then, he was allowed an hour of educational television. Mostly hero fights. He watched these with his lunch, a bunch of fatty meats. This was to add protein, as well as necessary fats for his quirk. After lunch, Shoto was forced to train his quirk with his father. The training was blasting fire and then being attacked by his father. Cruel, abusive training, yet, nothing could be proved as Enji knew what he was doing and how he was doing it. And lastly, dinner with reading before he had to sleep. Getting the perfect rest time in. It was turning Shoto into the perfect soldier to kill All Might's legacy and burn the Todoroki name in the first place. It did not matter that Toshinori now had a son. Too little too late, his Shoto would surpass everyone. Come on little Momo, you asked me to help, This is the warrior way, Sigurd yelled as he sat on Momo's back. The poor girl was forced to drag herself and Sigurd over a finish line. Momo stood at 5 feet 5 inches, 165 centimeters tall, yet Sigurd, 6 feet 6 inches, stood at 198 centimeters. A full 33 centimeters taller, and he just sat on her. This is torture, not training. As my father told me, the only thing that divides the two is your mentality. Now pick yourself up, we shall run for hours, Sigurd yelled. He believed in being the best you could be. He trained hard, working out daily to improve his health and his chances. His goal, like many others, was to make it into UA, the school All Might went to. The school was known to push out the most impressive heroes Japan had seen, producing all of the top 3 heroes in the last 10 years. With All Might, Endeavor, and Best Jeanist. Why did I ask him? Momo wondered herself as she cleaned herself from the dirt, her clothing covered in earth and grass. While she was training at her home, she felt as if she was in a war zone. The constant loud yelling that Sigurd said was words of encouragement. The crawling through the dirt and grass, she felt as if she was at war and not at home. She wondered how this happened. The day had started off wonderfully. Rias had confirmed for a tea day. Momo had already prepared both Rias and Sigurd's favorite tea. While Momo invited Rias, the fact was simple: wherever Rias went, her future husband Sigurd went. Both were welcomed as family, as they practically were. The conversation quickly went in a heroic direction. Sigurd had already decided he would enter UA. He would of course try the exam, but in his mind, it had already happened and he succeeded, like a warrior would. This got Momo to ask for Sigurd's training program as she needed one herself. Rias opened her smart mouth. Why do you not let Sigurd train you? Would you not like to train your little sister, my dear fiancé? Rice asked, which already sealed Momo's fate. With a speed none would expect from the 6 feet 6 inches tall 13-year-old. He was instantly next to Momo, his massive hands wrapped around her waist, lifting her up in the air. Oh, by Odin's beard, this shall be joyous. I shall make you a warrior to the likes of All Might 𝗵𝗃. Sigurd laughed, rushing outside with Momo as Rias sat back and enjoyed the training. You are evil, you know that, right? Momo's mother spoke as she stood next to Rias. Me, I always considered myself a little devil. Rias and Momo's mother laughed happily as they looked at Momo now being chased by Sigurd with a stick, poking Momo in her back but to force her to run faster. Dad, you think I can give this to Izuku? Melissa asked. David looked over and smiled sweetly. Since Melissa could talk and dream, her dream had always been to be All Might's support maker. It did not matter, he needed no items. She was going to make things that could even help the legendary hero All Might. Inko then came into the picture and she was also going to make stuff for her, and then Kathleen. But now, she had made a small card. Melissa Shield, hero support item creator, and personal support help to Izuku Yagi. No longer All Might. Melissa shook her head. Uncle Toshi has you. By the time Izuku is gonna be a hero, I want to help him fully. I want to create stuff that will blow you out of the water. Yeah, give it to him. It's about to be July anyway. David said, wiping a single tear away from his eyes. Just as Melissa gave a large toothy grin. Thank Dad. Izuku. Inko softly spoke as she opened the door. She looked into the dark room, her voice barely making a sound even in the early morning. She noticed Izuku was still deep asleep, exactly what she wanted. Closing the door with silence, she shuffled toward the kitchen. It was 5 in the morning. To give my baby the best birthday food ever, Inko said proudly as she rolled her sleeves up. This was Izuku's first ever real birthday. Izuku had already turned older with them. This in reality was his second birthday that Izuku was with them, but the first one Izuku was still scared of everyone. So they minimized it. They just spent it together, making it seem like a normal day, one that he got some gifts, but today they could give him a celebration he had missed for so long, one he deserved. She remembered the stories he told. Good morning, sir, Izuku said cheerfully, turning 5. Believing his family got him something. What the F? Why the hell are you so cheery? It's my birthday, sir. So what? What, you thought you deserved something? The man smacked the 5-year-old Izuku. "Only good quirks get birthdays. Now shut up and get back in your room. I don't want to see or hear you today, get it, brat." It angered 𝗵𝗃 to remember them. It angered her more that for now they still had no idea who that 𝗬𝗲 was, but everyone in time. She took a breath, calming herself as she washed her hands. Before she grabbed some flour, milk, and yeast. 𝗵𝗃 was planning to make some warm, fresh, self-made bread for breakfast. As she left the yeast to do its job, 𝗵𝗃 went into other foods. She went into the fridge, grabbing the submerged chicken 𝗬𝗲𝗏 she had cut into small blocks. Perfect nugget-sized chicken 𝗬𝗲𝗏, marinated in her own special mix. She also already had the breading mix fixed, using small old chunks of breath, blending them into almost a rough flour mix, and lastly baking that until it was crunchy. It would be dropped in a flour seasoning mix, then covered in egg, and lastly placed in the breadcrumbs, before being placed into the air fryer at 180 degrees Celsius for 8 minutes before flipping them 180 degrees and cooking them for another 8. 𝗵𝗃 had a lot more food planned, yet she noticed Toshinori had also woken up. "Hey sweetie," Toshi said, stepping into the area. "Hey, did you double-check all the gifts?" Toshi nodded. "Jup, all are named and wrapped." Toshi smiled. He could not be more grateful for everyone. Each one had their own gifts for Izuku. 2 weeks ago with Nezu. "Oh, of course, I shall get something for him, do not worry." Nezu smiled as he hung up, tapping his chin slightly in thought. "Oh, let's see how fun this could be." Nezu tapped on his desk as he turned the speaker next to his door on. "Please enter." A group of troublemakers walked in. "Hello," Nezu said toward the students in front of him. 2 from the final year, Shota Aizawa, also going under Eraserhead, 20 years old, a rather sleepy man. He was dressed in school uniform with his long back hair a mess and over his face. Next to him, Hisashi Yamada, 28 years old, a radio DJ turned into a hero trainee, going under his radio name, Present Mike, also dressed in his school uniform, his blonde hair raised at the back, almost like a mohawk like a thing. Then the group of first years. Namuri Kiyama, 18 years old, dressed in a uniform that seemed to be a size too small as it hugged her, something she did on purpose. As this was her first year, she had still been trying to perfect what she wanted to do, but she was already in talks with Nezu to possibly become a teacher. Then Kana Tsutsumi, also 18 years old, her purple and pink hair tied in a ponytail, standing in her PE outfit, covered in dirt and leaves. Looking slightly ashamed for being caught in such a moment. Rumi Usajiyama, 18 years, with her tan skin and white hair, Rumi was often called a beauty, but not to her face, as her aggressive persona often meant she took offense and then started a fight. Her rabbit ears and small fluffy tail also often got her in fights, which was why she stood in her PE outfit, also covered in dirt. And lastly Ryukyu Tatsuma, also 18 years old, standing in her uniform shaking her head as she herself was covered in dirt and leaves, her blonde hair slightly messy as she tried to maintain a dignified look. 4th fight this month, why? Nezu asked as they had gotten into shuffles more often than most, something Nezu did not mind. Being the principal of one of the worst schools was far better than his time at UA. "Well sir, it went like this, yo. Rabbit got into it with a gun, Dragon tried stopping it, which got pervert and loud into it Oswell. Oh dear, well I also noticed you started to fight Aizawa, do not try escaping that." Nezu said with a laugh. "Well anyways, instead of giving you a punishment that will cause you to fight again, I will ask you one question, before you get to run around NP 20 times for the fight." The group ummed and groaned. "It could be 40 if you don't want to answer." Each one instantly silenced themselves. "That is what I thought. Now what would you all gift a young adult, one that has had a bad childhood and is still worried around new people?" Nezu already knew what he would gift. He would simply make a real book about heroics, one perfectly tailored for Izuku, but he was still wondering what they would do. Some high-spec headset, one perfect to chill with music, or just block out the haters, you know what I mean. Hisashi said, nodding his head. "I don't know, a chair to sit on." Aizawa added, skiing at gifting gifts. Normally he just gave an envelope with some cash. MMA set, to kill those beaches that made him feel that. Rumi quickly said, punching her palm. For someone like that, relaxation toys are just perfect to relax a little at home. She gave a small giggle as the others still thought. Well, with everything, maybe something like a screen for a computer, it's how I normally relax. I would suggest a book on how to deal with trauma, or some notes to journal, as it has been stated to help. Nezu just nodded. Thank you all, now chop chop, start running. He said with a chuckle as the students just nodded before they started running. That could work with Kathleen's gift. With 𝗵𝗃, don't worry about it, you blonde buffoon. I am not some senile old man that needs help with everything. I will get the kid something nice. 𝗵𝗃 said on the phone. Oh, Toshi, one more thing. As Toshi said okay, 𝗵𝗃 hung up, laughing to himself as he kept watching his TV show. He already had some gifts ready. He had ordered a bunch of random snacks that would arrive at that time, and he found it the perfect time to give Izuku some books he could use, most of them handyman books. Something that cracked him up. With Recovery Girl, oh dearie, thank you for telling me. What are you getting him, Kathy? On the line, oh, I was thinking of buying him this 𝗧𝗵𝗲 motorcycle, but 𝗵𝗃 would 100% kill me if I did. Not just her, dearie, you are a fool for trying that. Recovery Girl said only for Kathleen to let out a full belly laugh. Don't worry, I will just get him a bike and a gaming console. Oh, how fun, I will get him some fun games. Could you send me some new ones once he could like, yes sure Gran, I will happily. But gotta go, break is up. Kathleen said as she had to get back to her hero program. Recovery Girl just nodded as she placed the phone down on her table. Going back to her needles as she had been knitting a sweater. I do hope he will like wearing these horrible things. Recovery Girl said, knowing how scratchy they could be. Sir Knight? Do not worry, Toshi, I have already noted the date in my calendar. I shall be sure to give him something he will enjoy. It shall be both humorous and appropriate for a boy his age. Sir Knight I said from his office. It took Sir a full 3 days of constant thinking to decide. As he stepped into the bookstore he had decided. It was slightly hard. Izuku had not yet found that many hobbies, but one he and Sir both shared were quirks. Which was the first gift. Sir had bought a book with 1,000 of the most unique quirks used by heroes. Something that Izuku should find interesting, yet he also had a book of comedic jokes, as a hero had to not just save people, but they had to make people smile. With 𝗵𝗃, hello, I am sorry for stopping by, I would just like to inform you. 𝗵𝗃 said speaking toward Momo. It's not necessary to do anything. But it will be Izuku's birthday on July 15th, and if you want to stop by, that would be very appreciated. Momo nodded, well we would love to, sadly, I have a prior thing in America, so I can't sadly. Don't worry it's fun. Oh if I could, I would happily gift him a present. That would be very kind of you miss. 𝗵𝗃 said before leaving. She had left her address. If they could stop buying, that would be more than okay. Momo had instantly started thinking of what could be a good present for Izuku. While she lacked what he went through, she did believe she understood him a fair bit. But because of who she was, she also often went overboard. Which was why she had asked Sigurd and Rias for a gift idea. She had placed some very delicious teas she had within the box. As well as some mangas she had. She had talked with Izuku about them before and he had shown interest in them, so she believed it to be the perfect gift. Sending him one of her favorites, the full set. She smiled as she was able to send it to Izuku with a note and something special back to current time. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday Izuku, happy birthday to you. Izuku rubbed his eyes open, confused why he heard them sing as he stepped out of his room. What? Happy birthday, you're a year older. Izuku blinked, unsure what they meant, but then his morning brain had disappeared. Oh yeah, this really isn't needed. Kathleen wrapped her arm around his head, giving him a hard kiss on his cheek. Mwah. Of course, it's needed silly, it's your birthday. Kathleen said with a smile as Izuku awkwardly looked down at the floor. 𝗵𝗃 and Toshi also walked up and wished him a happy day. Well let's eat. 𝗵𝗃 placed Izuku on the table. Before the plates started to appear. She was more than aware of Izuku's insane appetite. Something she was very happy about. He deserved stuffing his face. A large place was placed in front, self-made fluffy waffles and French toast made from the self-made bread 𝗵𝗃 had just made. Perfect scrambled eggs, extremely crispy bacon, some apple slices, and yogurt, anything Izuku could want, and they had it in spare. Thank you, Mum. The room fell silent, and Izuku's eyes went wide. I am sorry, I didn't mean it, I swear I am sorry. Inko's eyes started to fill with tears. Toshi placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder, softly squeezing him. Izuku, you can call us if you want. None of us will ever hurt you or yell at you for calling us Mom or Dad. Inko could only nod as she tried her best not to cause everyone to drown in the kitchen. Oh really, you all won't be mad that I embarrass you. Never, I would more than happily stand on the roof and yell with all my might that you are my son. I would be honored to be called your father, but it is up to you whatever you want. Oh okay, then can I call you Dad? Izuku said, not maintaining eye contact. It felt too awkward for him. I would really like that, son. Toshi said with a smile, a tear running down his cheek of happiness. Only for Inko to sprint toward the garden, planning to water the plants. As she cried tears of joy for being called Mom. It took 30 minutes for Inko to stop crying her tears of joy. She hugged Izuku for another 20 minutes before he was let go. They went over to the couch, where they silently watched some shows. Just enjoying the show and each other's company. Well, I will make more snacks, the rest should start showing up soon. Inko said looking at the time. Oh, more people, yeah, the entire family is coming. Izuku just smiled at the idea of them being his family. I like that. He said softly as Kathleen just rubbed his head. It took only a couple minutes for the doorbell to ring for the first time. I will get it, Kathleen said, walking toward the door. I do hope I am not too late. Nope, right on time, Ratman. Kathleen told Nezu, who walked in with a large bag. Hello Izuku, happy birthday. Nezu said, offering the bag. I do hope you like my gifts. If you do, they were all my ideas. If not, my students are to blame. Nezu joked, causing Kathleen to laugh loudly. Oh wow, I really appreciate the gift, sir. Izuku gave a small bow in thanks, and Nezu just waved him off. I hope they help you plenty. Izuku nodded as he opened the book. You made that yourself, I don't recognize it. Toshinori said from his seat. Nezu just nodded as he grabbed one of the small cubes of cheese. Indeed. I believe the future hero here could have better use of a book that allows him to properly understand the important rules and actions heroes must take. Nezu said with a smile. Toshi had taken the chair box, putting it together for Izuku. Only minutes later the door rang again. I got it this time, Nezu said, having gone toward the toilet. Oh hello, Chio. Boss. Recovery girl said as she walked in. Now where is that birthday boy? She said only for Gran Torino, who had sneaked in and now stood behind Toshinori to speak, right on the couch. Toshinori let out a scream, one that someone of his size and rank should have never let out. One that caused almost everyone to explode into laughter. Here you go, kiddo. Gran Torino said, placing the wrapped gifts on the table. I do hope I got something you like, Recovery girl said. Oh wow, thank you both. Izuku said, seeing the gifts. Really, Torino? Recovery girl said, planning to swing her cane at the laughing old man. What? Sure, it's funny seeing he is missing a hand, but come on. The kid is gonna use it. Oh ha, I didn't get it before. Kathleen said, overlooking it at first. Izuku still was not aware of the joke, but he knew Gran Torino never meant any harm. I really appreciate the gifts, Grandpa, Grandma. What? How you, kid, now you gonna make me feel bad for my gift, Gran Torino said, being hit right in the feels. Thank you for that, sweetie. Recovery girl said both are more than happy being called family by Izuku. Oh, our gifts, Kathleen smacked herself. Izuku had not really looked at the headset or video games. Mostly because he had nothing to use with them. Here. They were two pretty large boxes. Izuku opened the first one, seeing it was a bike. I thought you might like to get out from time to time, and a bike is a great way to do just that. Thank you very much. As he opened the other gift, he was shocked. That must have been very expensive. I can't. Izuku said, only for Kathleen to give him a soft shove. Nonsense. Hell, this way you can play with me, so you're doing me a favor, Kathleen said, finding a way for Izuku to not feel as bad about playing on it. I was smart and paid attention, Toshinori said, placing his gifts down. He had bought them together with Inko. But they were still clearly divided. Toshi's wrapping was slightly sloppy and it was easier to guess what it was. Yet 𝗃𝗀𝗁's wrapping was perfect, and it was a bunch. Izuku got multiple video games to relax, ranging from sandbox games that allowed Izuku to do what Izuku wanted, mission-oriented games, FPS games, everything under the sun. Also a bunch of sport-related things, a baseball bat and catching mitt, a basketball, rugby ball, football, and a tennis racket set. Some workout things so Izuku could maintain exercise in his room suited for his own body and growth. 𝗃𝗀𝗁 also made sure he had a bunch of extra clothing, shirts, socks, briefs, hats, gloves, anything. She got him some accessories, most importantly a watch, one she was honest about saying it had a tracking chip in just in case he would ever lose his arm. "We don't ever want to lose you." Izuku almost started crying when he heard 𝗃𝗀𝗁 say that. He wrapped his arms around her. "Thank you," he said softly as 𝗃𝗀𝗁 started tearing up once more, now wrapping her arms around him, giving him a massive hug. One that felt like a cloud hugged him. "I apologize for being late, there was traffic," Sir Night-Eye said as he stepped in. "It's fine, sir. Here you go, I do hope they pique your interest as they did mine." "Thank you, uncle, I will use them lots," Izuku said, with Sir Night-Eye's mostly stoic face shortly breaking into a smile at the new title given. One he would cherish for as long as he could. As everyone was snacking on the treats 𝗃𝗀𝗁 had prepared, David and Melissa finally made it. Oh wow, there was a villain attack on the highway, made it impossible to get through. "Oh, they need help," Toshi said, already ready to move. "Oh god no," the villain got hit by a car and passed out. His quirk just kind of lubed the entire road up, and it was a mess to clean up. "That's why we were late," Kathleen laughed her butt off as she envisioned it. "Here is Izuku, your gift, hope you like it," David said, placing the box on the table. He unlocked it and opened it up. The bone is a reinforced titanium rod, with the outside being a mix of multiple metals. They are almost done like a fish scale, with multiple small chunks on each other, then to overall hide that, a small layer of carbon fiber plates, to make it look more sleek. "Oh wow, thank you so much. Yeah, now you can be a better hero." Izuku just bowed before his eyes went wide as Melissa tackled her father out of the way. The large man nearly tumbled through the wall. "Here mine, open mine, but first read the card." "The card," Melissa said overly excited. Izuku just nodded as he grabbed the card. Melissa's shield, hero support, personal hero support creator of Izuku Yagi. "Wait. Yeah, from now on, will make Izuku every single gadget he will ever need to surpass every single other hero," Melissa said proudly as she placed her foot down on the table and stabbed her chest with her thumb, before giving a triumphant laugh. Izuku could just look, shocked someone would be willing to do that. "So no longer my future gadget maker?" Kathleen asked. "No, I will make Izuku the greatest hero. Papa already helps you, and I'm gonna be better than Papa. So I'm gonna team up with Izuku and win everything." Melissa said something that got everyone to smile happily and proudly at the two young kids. "Well then there is one more gift, right?" Izuku looked confused, only for 𝗃𝗀𝗁 to tap a large box. That is a gift. Izuku had not expected a box that large to be a gift. "It is from Momo." Here she even wrote a note. "Happy birthday, Izuku Yagi. I wish you an extremely happy and good birthday. I feel disappointed that I could not be there to celebrate with you in person, but we had to go to America for business. But I digress. I do hope you have a wonderful day. I hope my gift finds you well. Best wishes, the 𝗖𝗎𝗄𝗎 family. Sincerely, Momo 𝗖𝗎𝗄𝗎." "Oh wow, that is really kind of her," 𝗃𝗀𝗁 said as Izuku looked at the large gift. Kathleen decided to step in. "Come on, let's see what she got you." They both opened the box. "Oh wow, that is me Lan Xiang Dan Kan, an oolong tea, a very delicious one," Nezu noted, recognizing the tea. He also noticed multiple others which he commented on. "I had no idea the young 𝗖𝗎𝗄𝗎 was such a tea aficionado," Nezu said, taking a sip of his own tea. "Oh cool, some manga." Melissa looked. "Oh, that one, Horimiya. It's a really good romance manga." "Oh, I see," Izuku said with a smile. He enjoyed the fact Momo shared some of her enjoyments with him. "Oh, what is this?" 𝗃𝗀𝗁 asked, seeing a box in the box. As she gave it to Izuku, everyone took a look. As Izuku opened it, he blinked. In the box were one pair of shoes. It had a white base. The tip of the shoes was red, with black strings. "Hope you like them," was written on the inside of the box. "I know that brand," Kathleen said, recognizing them as a brand many heroes use to make their shoes. "Yes, now that you mention it, I got them as well," Toshi said, as most of his day-to-day shoes were made by them. His hero boots were made by David, but they were extremely good. "I should thank her when I see her next," Izuku said with a smile as he looked at everything he was given. "This is the best birthday I ever had." Izuku was awakened by his alarm, turning it off quickly. Izuku sat up, rubbing the sleep out of his eye. As he looked around his dark room, he quickly got out of bed, leaning down to get his lower right leg from the floor, putting it on. He then moved his hand toward his nightstand, removing the charging plug from his forearm before placing his arm back in the socket. Squeezing his hand a couple of times as he got control of his arm, Izuku stepped out of bed, doing a large stretch, the bones in his back cracking as he did so. He sat down on the floor, grabbing the book under the nightstand. He started reading. Izuku always started his morning like this. As soon as he woke up, he got out of bed and often went to the floor to then read 5 chapters of a book. Right now he was halfway done with a story written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. About Sherlock Holmes. No music, no light. Just calmly woke up as he read the chapters. By the time he had finished reading, he had heard Inko and Toshinori wake up, the soft shuffling beside his door, which got him to start his first workout. Placing the book back, Izuku stood back up, his arm first stretched out in front of himself. He crouched down, trying to keep his back straight as he went down, before going back up, doing these squats a total of 20 times, which then meant going into his push-ups. He did sets of he did those 5 times, doing a total of 50 push-ups. He always did them, it was part of his daily quest. As Izuku got fitter, as he felt himself grow stronger, his quest grew with him. Before it was 5 squats, 5 push-ups, 5 sit-ups, a 1-mile run, and a 30-second plank, but now they had turned into 100 squats, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, a 10-mile run, and a 2-minute plank. It still gave the same amount of points. A whole 10 EXP, 5 SP, which were system points, and 250 gold. Izuku over the 2 years had gotten a bunch of EXP, a bunch of SP and gold, yet apart from the EXP, Izuku had no idea where to use those points. But he also had all his skill points saved, having a total of 16 saved up, being level 8. The 10 EXP had not been that much, as Izuku completed the final parts of his workout. He stood up. Looking at the clock, it would soon be 7, which got Izuku to walk toward the shower. Thankfully both his leg and arm were waterproof, cleaning the sweat of him. Getting dressed in his clothing, he finally joined everyone. "Good morning," Izuku said, stepping out of his room. "Hey kiddo. Pancakes are just about ready," Toshinori said as he sat reading the newspaper. Kathleen and Inko stood cooking. Izuku merely nodded. "Nezu also called. He will pick you up around 9. "Okay. I will be sure to pack before then," Izuku responded. He was looking forward to this. Izuku had been improving his overall skill in fighting, already having a good grasp of boxing. More than enough to move over, and he had. Izuku had already actively started learning both kickboxing and a small bit of Muay Thai. But Toshi, Inko, and Kathleen knew Izuku would have it hard. Most heroes that did not have a super ability often did, unless you had extreme power like All Might or a supernatural ability like Kathleen or Inko, it was harder to be a hero. And because they wanted Izuku to be as safe as could be, they wanted Izuku to grow his skill in multiple martial arts and different fighting styles. Even such things as weapons were in the talks. With Izuku's inventory system, it was rather easy to always have them on you. The weapons he was going to dive in so far were Kali sticks, bow staff, chains, and the hook swords only blunt. But Nezu had offered to show Izuku a lesson that heroes would go through. Inko placed the large plate of pancakes down in front of Izuku, kissing him on the forehead. "Here you go, baby," Inko told him. "Thank you, Mom." Inko lit the room up with a smile. It would never get old for her, no matter how much Izuku said it, no matter how much she heard it, she would never get tired of it. Izuku ate his fill before then going for his walk, making it back home with 30 minutes to spare, which was enough time to prepare some workout clothes. Sometime later, welcome to my school, NP University. Nezu said as he parked his cart. Really? Expected something better, huh? Nezu laughed. The fancy suit. Expensive tea often gave a very rich vibe. Yet his school seemed like a dumb. Did Dad really go here? Oh Toshi, no he did not. When your father was a student at my school, I was the principal at UA. Yet over the years, I stayed my course. I tried producing the best heroes that took saving of importance, yet those under me quickly voted me out. I was fired and UA started on the course they are now. Which is Sir. Nezu started walking, his shoes tapping on the floor as his hands intertwined behind his back. UA, or whatever anyone calls them, ultra assholes, are purely focused on power. From time to time a quirk that does not look flashy or works in a fight makes it through, however, those are rare and mostly done for donations. They are fully focused on making heroes that are as strong as possible. Most of their lessons contain fighting and battling each other, or other students. Only focusing on the small part that makes a hero like Toshi. Nezu said, his voice lit with passion. So I made my school, I started back up. Yet my methods were disliked and it resulted in my school being seen as the worst. The worst for heroes to go to. But my goal is to make heroes that want to be safe, heroes that can fight, but would rather find a solution in peace first. I see. Oh see me jap the light away, let's go, the yard should be in use about now. Nezu said looking at his pocket watch. Izuku merely nodded as he followed along. It did not take long before they arrived at the yard as Nezu called it. Izuku understood why. It looked like a junkyard. There were multiple tires stacked on top of each other, used as sandbags. Wooden dummies that looked to be on their last leg. Multiple rusty and weird gym equipment laid about. It might not look as perfect as most gyms do, but here it's not about how it looks, but how it works. Izuku nodded as he looked around, already noticing someone he had seen before. The long white hair, the two large bunny ears at the top of her head. The small fluffy tail sticking just barely out of her shorts. She was the girl Izuku had seen with Kathleen hitting squats. I know that woman, she was at my gym once. Oh, that is Rumi Usajiyama. Her hero name is 𝗵𝘃𝗧. Her quirk rabbit is rather underwhelming. It makes her legs stronger. A slight bit of better hearing. Yet thanks to countless hours of hard work, days of working tirelessly to perfect her quirk. She is one of the strongest hero students I have had, ignoring the obvious. Nezu told Izuku, who nodded. Miss Usajiyama, could you please show me a roundhouse kick? Izuku looked closely, he saw her nod. She quickly brought her arms up to her face. With her lead foot, she stepped forward, keeping her body straight to maintain balance. She maintained a relaxed and light stance, it was clear to Izuku. As she went for the kick, for the force she wanted, Rumi rotated her hips, as well pivoting on the ball of her feet, allowing more speed. Her right hand went up, protecting the face. She swung her left hand down to balance the rotation. She kicked with the top of her foot and ankle, generating enough force to knock the stack of tires and the log in the middle over. Wow, Izuku said, amazed at the skill and power she could generate. As Rumi brought her foot back, she basically stood in the same stance she did before she kicked, allowing her to do it again if she needed to. Indeed, young Izuku, wow indeed. I will tell you now, she will make an impact on hero society when she can. Miss, please show me a front kick, offensively. Nezu said. Rumi just nodded as she first had to lift the tires up. Offensively. What does mean here, sir? Izuku was unsure why he said that. Were all kicks not offensively? Well, with a front kick, depending on the leg, it depends on what it is for. When you front kick with your lead leg, you cannot gain as much force behind it, so it is mostly used to stop someone. To block the advance. Yet with the rear leg, you can generate a lot more force. Thus, it's often used to kick people back, to create distance. Izuku took mental notes of everything Nezu said. These were lessons he would need. As Rumi got the stack up, Izuku paid close attention. Rumi brought her rear leg up, bringing it up to her chest. As she pushed her leg forward, pushing with the heel of her leg, the part that could generate the most force at the cost of some mobility. She swung her arm back as she pushed her rear leg forward, slamming into the tires, and almost knocking it over. The small lean back, speed and force were appealing. She went right back to her original stance. She is extremely skilled, is she not? Nezu said with Izuku just nodding. Do not fret, young Izuku, you will also one day be that skilled. I have seen the effort and dedication you put in. Nezu believed it. In Nezu's eyes, with enough dedication and effort, everything would become possible. Izuku had put effort and dedication into getting better, into getting stronger. Everyone was able to see it. Inko, Toshi, Kathleen, Sir Night Eye, David, Melissa, Gran Torino, and Recovery Girl, they were all able to see it. They were all aware and sure that Izuku would become a great hero. He was slowly improving in all aspects of life. After Izuku had learned more from the students, Nezu brought Izuku back home. He got some news. Yeah, I should head back to the Kathleen said with Toshi, and Inko nodded. But why? Izuku asked softly. He did not want to see Kathleen leave. It's for my hero license. I can't just stay in one country. Once I get my license I could, not in my training years. Izuku nodded. Could we come? Izuku asked. What? Are you sure? It might be dangerous, Izuku. Don't you think it's scary? A new country, new people. Inko asked. If Izuku wanted to, she was fine with it. They had already lived in the USA for a couple of years. But she was worried what that would do to Izuku. Would it be worse for him? I would want to experience the world once. First, my world was a house. I lived there every second, every minute of every hour. But then I was kicked out and my world expanded ever so slightly. But then I met you all. My world became larger. From a small town, it became everything. I want to see more. Great, then let's move toward America. We can get back to Japan in a couple of years, for your time at 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀. Izuku nodded. Oh, you just couldn't go without me. You're gonna make me blush. Do you have everything? Inko asked Izuku, who nodded. He had lived with nothing. But now, he had multiple bags of clothing. Are you sure? We should not take everything. Toshinori shook his head to Izuku. This is our house. I have asked Chio and Nezu to just keep an eye on it. But this will always be a place we can go back to. Izuku nodded. Well, let's load up. Kathleen, let's go. Toshinori called out for Kathleen, who walked out with a handful of bags. Yeah, I am here. Just needed to close my last bag. She placed her bags with the group. Toshi stacked 4 together, before placing 2 on top, carrying 6 himself with ease. Kathleen carried 2 herself. Izuku simply grabbed the final 4 and popped them in his inventory system. That is way too handy. Kathleen quickly placed the bags back, same for Toshi as Izuku placed all the bags in his inventory. Oh, my strong baby. Inko cooed happily as she pinched Izuku's cheeks. He just smiled, happy to be helpful. Shotgun. Kathleen yelled as she ran toward the car. She sometimes is really weird. Toshinori said before rushing to the car himself. He is one to talk, right, Izuku? Izuku merely chuckled as he walked toward the car with Inko. The car ride was stressful for Izuku. On one side, Izuku was glad to leave Japan. It had been a place that had some negative feelings. But he was also terrified. He was leaving a place that stood equal to happiness. A place that was his safe heaven. He would go toward a whole new place. But with those around him, it made him feel safer. As he took his first steps toward the plan, he was shocked. From what Izuku understood of plans was the factor they had countless seats smushed together, but Inko explained they were in first class. The only real place Toshinori fit. Being 7 feet 2 inches and having nearly half a ton of pure muscles, made it slightly harder to fit in place. But first place he thankfully fit. A small room of sorts for each of them. Enough leg room to lay back. A personal screen with the possibilities of shows to watch. As well as a choice of food. But the thing Izuku liked more than it all was the view. From the small circular window by his side. He looked out. Large puffs of white clouds. They were above them. The open sky as blue as could be. The large blue ocean down below and the smaller chunks of earth. The country that had seemed so large, that had seemed endless to him before, now looked so small. There was so much more to the world than Izuku first believed. It was wonderful. Izuku read a book he had for most of the trip, making the 9 hours go past like it were 9 minutes. They had landed. And Izuku noticed a difference right away. It was messy and loud. In the lawless area where Izuku first lived, the ground was filthy. The streets had trash on them. It was loud and atrocious. And it seemed America was similar. The constant cars blaring. The cussing of a group of guys fighting over something trivial. Inko assumed she had to calm Izuku. The shock would be too much, but he looked calm. "Are you okay, Izuku?" she had asked with worry clear in her voice. "I am, Mom. Thank you for worrying," Izuku assured her. "Well, I got us a car," Toshinori said, driving up in a large jeep. "Really, Toshi? Oh, you love it more than me," Toshi said with Inko just blushing as she waved him off. Inko, however, was a big fan of the large cars. The large car made Inko smile. The fact she was just small in a massive truck of a car was extremely enjoyable for her. Each got in the car, Inko kicking Kathleen out of the passenger seat, and Toshinori quickly drove them to the location of their home. "Welcome home," Toshinori said as they stopped in front of a small mansion. "Wow," Izuku said, amazed. "Well then, I checked around. There is a gym around 30 minutes from here, as well as a rather nice hiking or jogging spot." It had been for Izuku. He had been going to the gym nearly daily. While he had some rest days, he enjoyed the gym. He felt better each time he had gone. Each day he felt slightly stronger, slightly faster. It made him glad. "Okay. Nice, well, I am gonna shower. Those long plane rides always make me feel dusty," Inko said as she looked at Izuku. He merely nodded as he opened his inventory, pulling out each bag. "Oh, what is wrong? I am seeing a shopping basket with an exclamation mark. Oh, that might be a shop." Izuku nodded as he clicked on it. "So what can you buy? Gold, food?" Kathleen wondered. "I see 4 things." "Oh, please share." Passive buff universal translator for 50 system points. "That is rather handy, being able to understand talk and listening in every language," Izuku nodded. Clicking to buy it, he got 5 SP every single day. This meant for the 2 or so years he had been doing it, he had around 4,000 of the points. Spending 50 was not bad. Being level 9 now, with 18 stat points, 200,000 gold and 3,950 system points. Izuku was more than set. Now what are the other things? I see minor healing potion, but it's red. Oh, why? Inko wondered if Izuku had the ability to buy and use healing potions that would make him extremely powerful. "My level, I believe. I need to be level 10, Izuku said as he kept looking. "The other one is also a potion for stamina, same as the health," Izuku nodded. He could not buy it yet, so what is the final one? "Recourses," Izuku said. It was a tab toward a different page. "I can just buy different materials here for gold. Some I know are oak wood, maple wood, iron bars, and steel, but they're also weirder names. Truthium bar, Tyra steel, shadowium crystal, hashirama wood, and wood from the treasure tree atom." "I have never heard of any of that," Kathleen said. "They sounded really dumb and named by some crackhead or something." "Well, maybe one day it would be interesting to see with Melissa or David. It could be a special quirk thing." This began a new challenge for Izuku. His quirk slowly evolved. As he trained his body, Izuku's stats altered by themselves. Health, 100% ability points, 75 strength, 14 dexterity, 11 constitution, 25 intelligence, 20 wisdom, 9 charisma, 6 each of his stats had gone up. He felt stronger than he did at first, but now the fact he had a functional arm, even if it wasn't really his. He could do a lot more. His dexterity, which he figured out was how well he could move, his good hand-eye coordination, and how agile he was. And the growth was felt. He felt better he normal. His constitution meant how good his body could take things, which had already been great. Eating moldy food and living on the street for half your life just trained that. His intelligence had grown slightly with how smart he already was, but now also the ability to learn whatever he wanted at his own pace improved it. His wisdom was basically just common sense, how well he could read a room and people. And when it was not around dangerous, Izuku could not really tell what emotions were what. And lastly, his charisma was extremely low and Izuku understood. He was still trying not to make people mildly uncomfortable, not yet capable of small talk. But with each moment, Izuku grew. Izuku got better at everything. Over the years Izuku trained harder and harder. He grew more and more. Right hook, left jab, duck under uppercut. 𝗵𝗃 called out as they stood in the middle of a ring. Izuku had his gloves up. He pivoted on the ball of his feet. First leaning right, ducking down slightly as he pulled his elbow back. Before, with an aggressive twist of both the hip and the shoulder, the arm flung quickly. His large glove slapped the glove of 𝗵𝗃. Right away Izuku pulled his right arm back as he stabbed his left forward, hitting the glove again. 𝗵𝗃 swung her right arm wide, acting like a punchback. Izuku crouched, bringing both his arms to his left hip, before stepping to the left, getting out of 𝗵𝗃's attack zone, before stepping up, his arm flying upward, right on the glove, before he quickly stepped back. Great combo Izuku, remember to stay light on your feet. Leg kick, elbow strike, and flying knee. 𝗵𝗃 called out again. Pivoting on his right foot, Izuku swung his leg, aiming for the middle of 𝗵𝗃's thigh. It's a great spot to weaken her foundation. 𝗵𝗃 simply raised her leg, bringing her shin forward, blocking the kick. Izuku quickly stepped in to drive his elbow forward, something 𝗵𝗃 guarded. Before stepping back slightly, 𝗵𝗃 quickly brought her gloves down to her gut, in time for Izuku to jump forward, stabbing his knee forward. Perfect Izuku, you're a little monster, you know that. 𝗵𝗃 said with a proud smile. Izuku had been 17 now. They had been away from Japan for 2 years. And he had not really changed. Izuku was the same old nice guy. But he had stopped being as scared of people. Izuku was still extremely weary of new people. He could not make friends easily. And he had no drive to yet. But he was working on it. He was getting better. Mom, what are we eating today? Izuku asked as he walked into the home. Oh, Toshi is bringing home some barbecue. He got you some beef ribs. The honey-glazed ones you like. Awesome. I am just gonna head to my room. I am feeling a little off. Okay baby, if you need anything just yell. Izuku nodded as he went to bed. He had no intention to sleep, just relax as he lay on the bed, but then he got a pop-up of his quirk. Whatification possible, cost 1,000 system points. What the? Izuku said, confused as he sat up. There was no explanation as to what it was. But Izuku remembered an old meme 𝗵𝗃 told him about, a Chad, a super dude. Tall, muscular, handsome. Izuku just shrugged as he clicked OK. The 1,000 points being removed from his 7,950 points, now going down to 6,950. And he quickly passed out. He was out for he had no idea how long, but he woke up to Inko calling him for dinner. His eyes were still groggy, blurry as his mind was still fuzzy. But as his foot touched the ground, he noticed his metal leg did not. There was a clear height difference. Standing on his one real leg, he simply hopped to the door. As he moved his real arm, he hit the door. Guess I was closer than I assumed, Izuku told himself. But as he stepped out in the hallway, he saw 𝗵𝗃. Who the F are you? She screamed something that confused Izuku. He tilted his head in confusion. Both Toshinori and Inko quickly ran up and they had the same yell. It's me, Izuku. Izuku, that is you, what happened? Inko yelled in shock. Instead of the 4'9" tall Izuku who wore slightly baggy clothing, stood a 6'8" tall Izuku, with clothing that hugged him far too tightly, and a small arm and leg as they had not grown. I fell asleep after I bought something, chatification or something. Ha, you do kinda turned into a Chad. 𝗵𝗃 exploded in laughter. Guess we need to contact Melissa and get you some clothing. Toshinori said. Can we eat first? I am starving. Ha, just like your old man, always hungry. 𝗵𝗃 joked as he stepped next to Izuku, giving him some support so that he would not have to hop everywhere. You are looking cute, trying to make me your girl or something, 𝗵𝗃 joked as Izuku looked confused. I can't make you a girl, you are already one. Be safe, Oni princess. A man spoke as he pushed the girl toward the plane. Quickly turning around, he ran away. His head down low, hiding his tears. The young girl had tears on her face. Thank you for everything, she yelled out before wiping her tears off. The top of her hair pure white and the ends of her hair fade into aqua green and then a blue color, 2 large horns on each side of her head. Both have orange at the bottom before turning dark red, She wore red 𝗧𝗵𝗲 with sandals. A small purple and white 𝗬𝗧𝗂𝗍𝗍 behind her back. A white garment with a diamond-shaped design with an indigo wisp-patterned bottom half, almost slightly too large for her. A small carry-on 𝗵𝗃𝗁, in her hand a passport. Be a warrior, like Odin, the girl said as she slapped her face, walking into the airport. Going on her planned flight to Japan. To the homeland her the person she aspired to be, the myth of Kazuki Odin. Name: Kazuki Yamato, the girl now known as Yamato said in front of TSA. Okay, best of luck. The board worker said as Yamato made her way to the plane. She was fleeing from her father. Her father was an American villain. One that had survived fights against the likes of All Might and later freed himself from jail. The king of the beast. The dragon Kaido. Yamato needed to get away from him. Hide in a different country to complete her dream, to fulfill her dream of being a hero like Kazuki Odin. The samurai of the olden age. A man who saved his town by slaying the evil dragon. That would be her dream. In Japan, Yamato survived. The hidden bank account she was given had millions stolen from Kaido. The drunk dragon would never look for it, yet Yamato had to keep hidden. No matter how much she wanted to join the great school of UA. To follow the footstep of All Might, a man that was closest to the power that Odin seemed to have wielded, both capable of slaying the dragon. But entering UA would make your name known across the world. And that was something Yamato could not afford, not yet. Her entire life she kept a low profile. Even if she had the money to live in the high-class area for her entire life. She chose the far larger middle area. A small home that she could live in. And she trained. The story of Odin was nearly forgotten by everyone, but Yamato knew it by heart. And she styles her entire life after it. The Kazuki Odin way. To live without regret. To protect those weaker than you. To be what you wanted to be. And Yamato did. She lived without regret. She stood in front of the mirror. At 16 years old she already stood at 8 foot taller than All Might. Something that shocked most when they found out she was only 16. Her quirk did not only alter her height. It also made Yamato far stronger. At 16 years old, 8 feet 7 inches tall. She was already much stronger than most adult men. It was why she was training with a weapon. The great Odin used 2 swords. 2 katana were masterfully created, each blade able to slice anything. Yet a hero could not go around cutting apart villains. So Yamato used 2 clubs, both the size of normal baseball bats, 2 kanabos that Yamato used to fight. Yet she had her fighting style. But now she was at a wall in her life. She wanted to be a hero, but she had no idea which school would take her. Each school did a rather intensive and deep search into the background. All to make sure none of their students would be a villain. Yamato's background was fake. If she was found out, her father might find her again. She slammed her hand on her table. The oak plank cracked under her power. Damn it, how can I become a hero like Odin? She believed her journey had already died before it even started. Her dreams were shattered in front of her hands. That was until she searched bad hero schools. She could still be a great hero at a bad school. She just needed to be let in. We at NP do not care where our students come from. Children of villains, big mistakes when they were but small children. We here just want to create the best heroes we can, heroes that encapsulate the spirit of All Might, heroes that would make the #1 proud. That is our goal. Apply now. The written quote on the top of the page. It's better than nothing. Seems I still have to study to enter, Yamato said with a small frown. A young Yuta sat down at the pond. A smile on her face. At 5 years Yuta was still waiting on her quirk. Most of her friends had left her. And most of the teachers started to ignore her. Being quirkless was equal to no longer being seen as human. But Yuta could not care about her friends no longer talking to her, or the teachers not asking her questions. Yuta still had her papa. She sat on the pond, right across from her house, a safe neighborhood. As she did the thing she loved more than anything else. Yuta sang even at 5 her voice was appealing, an ability that was truly within her BLD. Her voice sounded like a violin being played as a soft summer breeze carried the smell of the ocean and joy over. Unbeknownst to everyone Yuta's quirk activated for the first time. As Yuta sang, The small ducks that could hear her sing started to swim in response to the music, dancing along. The small family playing at the swing set nearby without noticing were swept away by the music. None of them dislike it. The music waved away any stress. It allowed them to live in the moment. The parents created a memory with their children. One they would never forget and always cherish, yet a single hero ruined the fun. The elder man, his beard long and gray reaching the floor, stepped up, wearing a knight helmet with the front cut away. His ears were covered. The reason he knew it was a quirk because of his quirk. Yet most heroes could not care in the slightest. It was done without harm or knowledge. This hero saw it as the best thing that could happen. He was part of a hero group. A team that worked together and shared a ground, yet to be part of the group. You had to arrest and stop several crimes and he was behind. But stopping a quirk without permission was a crime. Quirk used against animals, quirk used against civilians times, and quirk used against an active pro-hero. These were all crimes the older man could slam against the small 5-year-old child, and something that the hero happily did. Yuta cried as her father tried to reason with the hero. What? Treating a hero is a crime that will earn you a month in jail, boy. Want that? The hero threatened Yuta and screamed for that not to happen, screaming for her father not to be taken away. So he had to bite his tongue and hope they would not stick, but that was too much for him to dream. Which caused a problem. Yuta now had no hope of entering a hero school. Each stood heavily against criminals, and Yuta was exactly that in their eyes. Crimes against heroes were looked down upon extremely. Hello, Miss Feigerland, Nezu said as he walked toward the young adult. At 17, Yuta had turned into a appealing young woman. The white dress hugged her tightly as it hid behind the large vest she wore with it, her salmon leggings covering her legs. Nezu, principal of now I remember, principal of UA, current principal at NP. I heard you had some trouble entering a hero school with a record of sorts. Yuta could only nod as her white and red hair moved in the wind. The two loops nodded along, almost like they had their own will. Well, while my school does not have the greatest reputation yet, I am more than willing to accept the students that the other schools look down on, be it that they fit my criteria of a good student. Really, sir? Yuta asked with wonder, believing her dreams to come true. What in your eyes makes a good hero? Nezu wondered. It was a question that often gave him an insight into the true behaviors of people. Some might try and lie, but once you lie, Nezu could already see the truth. What makes a good hero? Yuta asked with Nezu nodding. A good hero is a person that wants to help. They want to make sure everyone is safe and happy. They will fight when needed, but would rather help everyone. Nezu smiled at Yuta's words, clearly ones she believed, and exactly the type of people we want. I would be more than happy to accept you into NP when the time is right, of course. Nezu turned around to walk away. Do not forget to focus on your studies. While 65% is passing, I do believe you could do better, Nezu said, leaving Yuta in shock. How did he know my grades? Yuta wondered as she just had her first experience with the all-knowing rat god of NP. The next matchup is between Sakura Haruno and Jin Dor. Quirks are allowed. The match is finished when the opponent is knocked out or knocked down for 10 seconds. Touch gloves and fight. Sakura stood in the ring. She stood at 5 foot. Her light pink hair was cut short as she wore a headgear and gloves. This was her first time entering a quirk fight competition. Her quirk was simple chakra, allowing her an increase in strength and more. If she trained it. Don't get mad when I whoop your butt, might fix that big butt forehead you have. Jin said cockily. Sakura frowned, her short temper showing as her inner monologue turned dark. Break him in half, punch him so hard his head pops off. Inner Sakura yelled as both got ready. The bell rang and Jin started aggressively, rushing for with a low guard as he started throwing punches. He put no force behind them. His hips did not with the blows. He did not generate any force. He just threw his arms at Sakura. And because of his quirk-heavy hand, they were hurting. Each blow felt like someone just slammed 10 kilograms right against her body. Not only did each blow hurt, but Jin was cocky with it. They tried having a girl fight me. Are they insane? I am the great heavy hand Jin. I will surpass even Iron Mike himself. Jin talked trash. But then Sakura went for her moment. She sidestepped the last swing, taking a single step in at the same time. Her fist went low as she tried to hit as hard as she could, right into a new ability of her quirk. Unluckily, Sakura's quirk evolved. From just making her body stronger, to drastically increasing her strength. The blow that was supposed to slightly sting turned into one that broke 7 ribs, dislocated his hip, and injured his organs. Instantly Jin fell, throwing up blood as he passed out. Sakura screamed in shock. She never wanted to hurt someone that badly. That was the last day Sakura had fought. She went from a young woman with the possibility to enter UA to someone who was terrified of confrontation, not because she was scared to get hurt, but because she was terrified of hurting others. Sir, I would to apply for NP with an internship with Recovery Girl. Oh, how surprising, never had anyone interested in being a healing hero. Especially not the pink punch Haruno, Nezu said, more than aware of who she was. I don't fight anymore, sir. Interesting. Well, no matter, you are more than welcome to enter NP and intern with Recovery Girl. I can make it happen, Nezu assured her. Sakura nodded happily as she walked back home. Her short hair had now grown into long hair, reaching down to her hips. She wore a sleeveless red 𝗬𝗵𝗄 dress that reached up to her upper tight, with white trimmings and a white circular design on the back. Tied around her waist with a black obi, wearing black shorts underneath the dress, black fingerless gloves, and a tight pouch that had her keys and wallet in. While Sakura had no longer been fighting people, Sakura had remained active in training. We see a young girl sitting around a bunch of stuffed animals. Dozens sprawled around the room in a messy bunch as each was dressed in a unique outfit. In the middle of them stood a 13-year-old girl. Her pink hair was tied into 2 long pigtails, tied with a black flower hair tie. She wore big red boots with multiple straps to secure them, white and black alternating leggings that covered all of her legs, and a small red skirt with a golden belt with a heart belt buckle. A CRP top that reached her belly button with multiple black hearts on them, a slap red cape with a wool edge, tied around her neck with a pink ribbon, holding her large umbrella. Her large eyes with black pupils often scared people away. Even more when they figure out she played with creepy dolls and her quirk. 𝗵𝗃 never really fit in. Everyone found her scary as she liked creepy things. Spiders, ghosts, zombies, they were never scary to her. Ghosts were her quirk. But everyone was terrified. Yet she had a small group of friends. Or well, she did. As they were walking, 𝗵𝗃 accidentally used her quirk. A single hollow shot out of her hand. 𝗵𝗃's quirk was called hollow. She was able to make ghosts out of her hands that would make anyone depressed or feel hollow inside. One of her friends got hit by the quirk. Without saying, he nearly jumped from a bridge they were on. They had nearly killed themselves. And the 10-year-old 𝗵𝗃 was seen as a villain. She no longer came outside. She no longer was accepted into birthday parties or school events. She was alone. It was then that 𝗵𝗃 grew more attached to her stuffed animals. One is a large bear with similar eyes to herself. 𝗬𝗵𝗄, please sit up during tea time. 𝗵𝗃 spoke toward the large bear with a blue hat. She smiled as she floated to the side of her room, opening the large wooden box and delving in. She threw out heaps of clothing, shirts, dresses, hats, and shoes. All too small for her but the perfect sizes for her stuffed friends. Here it is. Persona cheered as she found the matching jacket. Now you look all nice and fancy for the tea party, 𝗬𝗵𝗄. 𝗵𝗃 said as she sat in the middle outside of her room. Her father stood. Under his arm the newspaper, while sipping on his cup of coffee. I hope you find some real friends soon, little Nashi, he spoke softly before turning around. Her dream was a weird one. Not unheard of, as Best Jeanist was one of the best examples of this. 𝗵𝗃's dream was to be a fashion designer for heroes while being a hero herself. That way nobody could be scared of her, and they would all want her clothing. He smiled as he sat down in his slightly tight, skull-themed briefs. 𝗵𝗃 had made them for him 2 years ago, and every single day he wore them at home. It did not matter, he was a renowned swordsman, one who taught others for years. Feared by many, yet here he sat, wearing briefs that covered his feet as he could barely move. Yet he would never get rid of them. I think perhaps having her join Nezu could be something. He always had a collection of weird ones. Perona could make some real friends there. Perono's father thought as he took a new sip of his cup. Really, sir? Of course, young lady, your quirks seem an interesting one. And we are more than willing to allow our students to explore multiple routes, fashion designer or race car driver. We want to create a happy hero society, not a forced one. Nezu said in his conversation with Perona. Then I will happily join. Can I still bring 𝗵𝗲 with me, sir? Of course. I see no problem with that. Nezu said with a smile as he offered his hand to Perona. A thing that had not happened in ages. Everyone was always terrified they would get depressed when they saw her, let alone touch her. 𝗳𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗧𝗍. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 spoke as she went through some of the new karate moves that her father had taught her. Stomping her left leg forth with a slight bent in the knees, she punched her fist forward. Stepping forth with her right leg, following up with the right punch as well. She ended it with a simple left forward kick, bringing her knee up to her chest before throwing her foot forward. While she was only 6 years old, she had considerable skill, almost as if martial arts was in her DNA. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 was on her own, enjoying her time perfecting her martial arts, only for that to be ruined as the popular girl walked up. Why are you doing that? Fighting is a boy thing. Are you a boy? Hana spoke. The 6-year-old child bullying 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Hana was seen as a popular girl because her mother and father were rich. She always had cool lunches, the newest toys and clothing, and her birthday parties were always fun. Haha, 𝗧𝗵𝗃, I am not a boy, I am a girl, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 yelled back, a frown on her face. Girls don't fight, that's what dirty boys do, meaning you're a dirty boy. Dirty boy 𝗧𝗵𝗃, Hana said smugly, walking up to 𝗧𝗵𝗃 and pushing her. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 frowned as she got mad, disliking Hana and her bullying behavior. As Hana's small finger poked 𝗧𝗵𝗃 again, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 acted. She placed her right foot right in the center of Hana's stance. Her right arm grabbed her sleeve at the elbow. Pulling Hana off balance, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 slid her left arm under the right arm, right at the armpit as she still pulled on the sleeve. Moving her left leg back as she dipped her hips back, bending her knees, before fully turning, throwing Hana over her shoulder and onto the ground. Instantly the fight was stopped. 𝗧𝗵𝗃's father and Hana's caretaker ran up, pulling the two girls toward them. The caretaker had seen everything but had started to apologize and see if the young girl had any injuries. While 𝗧𝗵𝗃's father scolded his daughter. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 never used martial arts to hurt others. But 𝗬𝗲𝗍, she was bullying me. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, no, we use martial arts in defense of others, not in retaliation. This is an art and not a way to show off. Apologize this instant. 𝗧𝗵𝗃's father was stern, making sure it was made right in the same instance. And while the caretaker and Hana seemed to accept the apology right away, he had a sense this was not over yet. He grabbed his daughter's hand. Sorry, Dad, I won't do it again, but she was bullying me. I am not a boy, I am a girl. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 said, frowning slightly before she laughed as her father pulled on her arm, in an instant throwing the small girl up in the air and placed her on his neck. I know, sweetie, but remember, pain is temporary, pride is forever, and there is no pride in fighting those people. It's better to walk away from them. But that was a nice shoulder throw. Let's get some ice cream, Jippy ice cream, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 cheered. She got 2 scoops of vanilla flavor and even some of her father's coffee-flavored ice cream. She devoured it completely and was half asleep when they finally made it home. Half asleep on the couch, her red hair in a messy ponytail half in her face as she dipped into dreamland. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 shot up. The doorbell had awoken her. Officers, what can I do for you? 𝗬𝗃, I am here to tell you something. The 2 officers were Ichigo and Akira, 2 of 𝗬𝗃's students. Both held immense respect for the man. Sure, come in. Hi, little 𝗧𝗃. Akira said, messing with the young girl's hair as they walked into the living room. We got the call from a friend higher up. Apparently, little 𝗧𝗃 now has a record. What? 𝗬𝗃 yelled out, shocked and angry. 𝗧𝗃 confused. Only for the 2 of them to nod. We double-checked. Someone named Hananami Banori filed a report of 𝗧𝗃 attacking her child. Oh damn it, that rich twat. What is a twat, papa? 𝗧𝗃 asked with Ichigo chuckling. Nothing, sweetie, just get ready for bed. 𝗧𝗃 walked off, Don't worry, because she is 6, it won't do anything. It should get removed by the time she is older. I doubt it sticks around for a week. Akira said, and while normally he was correct. Because the Banori family was rather rich and often gave a sizable donation to the police chief. The charges stuck around for far longer than anyone would hope. I am truly sorry, we just can't have anyone with a record enter our hero school, I hope you understand. One of the reporters spoke. Itsuka merely bit her lip. The young adult stood up as she walked out of the office. Her bright orange hair was tied in a ponytail slightly off to the side, her top being a slight mess. She was in clear shape as she continued her martial arts training. The 17-year-old woman was at her wit's end. Itsuka had been wanting to become a pro hero when she was. It seemed awesome to help people just like her father had taught her. But because of a twat that had moved away when she was, Itsuka had a record. And no hero school would take her. Each of them just did not want to be a school that had a recorded criminal on their list. Sorry, but your Itsuka kendo is correct. Itsuka looked to the left. She saw nothing. An invisible quirk user maybe, she believed before she heard him speak again. Down here, miss. Itsuka looked down and saw a well-dressed massive rat-like creature. How do you know me? Itsuka asked, confused and slightly worried. Oh, my apologies. You tried applying to the Quetzalbutsu University Hero course, correct? Nezu spoke as Itsuka nodded. They could not have you, as a record was not something they could handle, but I have a good friend there that told me. And I have no problem if the right person has a crime on their record. Who are you? My name is Nezu. I am the principal of NP University. I don't have any options if I want to be a hero, so sure, I would appreciate it. Then I more than welcome you to enter NP next year. Nezu said before cackling happily as he walked away. Izuku sat up in his bed. He looked at his alarm with a smile. It was only 6 in the morning, but the time did not bother him. Why he was smiling was because of the date. Melissa was going to show up and stay with them for a month. Izuku was looking forward to not only getting his leg and arm back but also to enjoying some time with Melissa. Then again, getting used to his big butt body was also troublesome. He kept accidentally knocking things over. Having your limbs grow twice as big as a rather massive change, he was 2 feet taller than before. Before, the entire world seemed so massive, everything was big, but now so much had changed. Inko stood at 5 feet 3 inches. There used to be 6 inches in difference. It was insane for Izuku to look up to. But now he stood 17 inches above her, 1 foot 5 inches taller. Before, there was fear in most things, walking in between cars as he couldn't see anything, but now, he towered over cars with no problem. Even Kathleen, who used to be so much bigger than him, was now shorter, much to her displeasure. Using his one arm, Izuku grabbed the book off his nightstand as he silently read. He still had hours times before anyone would be awake, and still 6 hours until Melissa would even show up. It had been years since he had been to Japan. He still maintained contact with Momo and Melissa. Both had not yet seen his transformation. All they knew was that he had changed, but to them, that simply meant he grew an inch or grew some facial hair, not almost turning into a whole new person. As Izuku sat and read his book, he gained a smile as he thought back over the years. All the training with Kathleen and Mom and Dad. The online study hours with Sir Nezu. The quirk talks with Uncle Night-Eye. He still remembered the time Gramparino, a nickname Kathleen gave Gran Torino, showed up. Just randomly, he rang the doorbell as they were in America. He nearly had a heart attack hearing Izuku's voice coming from the giant. And since then he keeps reminding everyone that Izuku looks exactly like him in his prime. A handsome, powerful, and amazing dude who could get all the girls. Come on, Toshi, just a spar. The kid will learn so much from it, Gran Torino said toward Toshinori, the #1 hero, All Might, the man that could change the weather with his fist. The man that could hold up society on his shoulders. The man many believed to be unbeatable. To be the only person who could stand on the top unchallenged. Now stood shaking in fear, hiding behind his small wife. He doesn't need to see that, Toshinori stuttered out as Izuku just sat there, looking at this bizarre outcome, that not even the craziest theorist would be able to come up with. Oh, don't be such a beach, just a short 2-minute spar, we'll keep it light, but the boy must learn how to fight bigger opponents. It's not like he is gonna get as big as your dumb butt. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗧 said as Izuku still sat at 4 feet 9 inches. Yeah, come on, old man. You would not ever remove the pleasure from your son, right? Are you really that kind of person? Kathleen said with a smirk as she sat in her hammock, sipping on a fancy fruity smoothie as she enjoyed the sun and the show. How about you, Izuku? Would you like to see it? Toshinori asked his son, hoping he would not be betrayed, hoping that he would protect him just like Toshinori would protect him. I would like to see it. I have never seen Grandpa spar. Toshinori could cry, tears nearly spilling out his eyes, but he was able to keep it contained. Fine, for my boy, I will spar for a minute. Nah, let's do 5, 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗧 added with Toshinori nearly fainting. You insane, Toshi screamed out. I was only joking, kiddo. I heard of Inko you have trouble lasting longer than a minute. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗧 joked with Toshi still out of breath. Kathleen, Inko, and Chio however died laughing. Izuku had some trouble understanding the joke. Kathleen however waved it off, saying he would never have the same performance issues. Izuku however was glued to this fight. Sensei, I will tell you, I won't go easy just because you are my teacher. Toshinori stood in a stance. His fists were pointed forward, a slight crouch. Izuku could clearly see this stance was purely based on an aggressive point of view. He understood it. Toshinori never needed defense. But 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗧 stood calm, his hands were by his side and his head was slightly tilted to the side, everything however was simply relaxed. This semi-retired hero, out of his prime old man, was preparing the fight the most DMNT and terrifying hero many villains ever had the displeasure of going against. And he looked like he stood in line for a movie ticket. The roles seemed to be reversed. And Izuku was glued to it. None moved as Kathleen gave the signal. Almost as if both were simply waiting who made the first move. Guess I have to. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗧 smirked. It looked at 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗧 fell forward. He simply leaned forward and kept leaning, however, inches before his face would hit the ground he used his quirk jet. The dirt he stood on exploded, earth and grass flew in the air as 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗧 pushed a bunch of air out of the holes in his feet. He blasted forward, and Izuku could barely keep up. However, Toshi could, bringing his shin and elbow toward each other. Toshinori blocked the blow, his massive form taking a slight kickback. However, as he blocked with his right side, his left arm moved forward, aiming to hand a quick hook. Izuku had to blink. Toshinori missed. He seemed to have hit an afterimage. Izuku's jaw hit the floor as both started to get in the fight. Or well, beat down. Toshinori could only block. Each second he attacked, 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗧 simply vanished from eyesight, before appearing with a new attack. Most were easily blocked until the final blow. Only 2 seconds left in the round, yet both seemed to not care. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗧 spun midair. Instead of landing with a knee or a fist, 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗧 kicked. This time, Toshinori blocked, but right as he did, 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗧 forced more air out. This kicked 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗧 back, landing safely in the top branches of the tree nearly 24 feet away and 12 feet high. All as Toshinori fell on his butt. His shirt blasted to shreds. Both were slightly out of breath, 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗧 more than Toshi, but he was also laughing loudly from his seat in the tree. So how did you like that, Izuku? Toshinori said, slightly winded as he removed the remaining scraps of shirt. That was amazing. Both of you were so fast, I almost missed it all. Oh well, let's go again, this time slower. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗧 laughed at Toshinori's reaction. Before Izuku could process how much time passed, his door was kicked up with the level of force a police squad team would use. Only to see a 170 centimeters blonde young lady with glasses storm into the room and tackle Izuku in bed with the force of an NFL linebacker. Izuku, I missed you. Melissa screamed as she tried to crush Izuku in a hug, only to blink as the hug fell off. It felt like she was hugging two Izuku sitting next to each other. For the first time, Melissa took a step back and looked at who she hugged. Who are you? Melissa screamed as she nearly jumped backward in bed. In fear, she just rushed into some random guy's room and hugged him. It's me, Izuku. Melissa had to process what happened. She used to love holding over Izuku. She was taller than him. But now, Izuku looked so much bigger. What the hell happened to you? Look like a Chad. Kathleen said with a large smirk on her face. She had picked up Melissa and on purpose had not told her anything. Oh man. Making you a new arm is gonna cost way more resources, but wait. With how big you are, Melissa's eyes glowed brightly, her aqua blue eyes, burning with passion. I can fit so many new abilities in your arms, mwahaha. I could add everything I ever dreamed of. Melissa's brain ran 1,000,000,000 times faster than the speed of light as she started mentally planning everything out. She of course was told Izuku grew out of his arm. And she nodded as she made the next one, making sure she could adjust the height. However, she had assumed he might have grown a couple of inches max. Not 2 feet. Thankfully, I could adjust the leg slightly to make it so you can at least walk on 2 feet. Melissa said as Izuku stood on his own legs once more. It looked scuffed as Melissa had used a metal tube she found as extra material to keep it high. It hurt her as a 𝗵𝘃𝗲 crafter, but her pride as a friend was more important. I will make you a very basic one. One that has nothing inside of it, but the necessary wires and knickknacks to work. I will use that as a template to craft you the best one. Make sure it hero ready. Nezu has deemed his education sufficient for university, and he believes he can handle it. Izuku nodded. It was still a slight fear of him leaving his mother and father, but he remembered a talk he had when he turned 18. You are 18 years old now, Izuku. You are able to enter a university and become a hero in training if you want. Oh, do I have to decide now? See, can I wait a year or? Izuku said worried, his heart rate slightly increased as he feared leaving his family. You can wait as long as you want. University does not have to be attended when you are 18 exactly. You can wait until you feel you are ready, but the question is what school? Izuku was not sure what his father meant. Izuku, I have stood by you during your training, and it's a time I have been really enjoying. I know you enjoy and value my input on your training as well. Izuku nodded. He would not have been able to get as far if his father had not helped him. I would not mind helping you train through your years of university, however there is a problem. Oh. Izuku wondered what that problem would be. He didn't think there would be any. I do not have the opportunity to be an active help in many universities, nor would others. With your abilities alone, you could make it in mostly any school. With your personality, some would be a trouble. However, with your position as my son, any and all schools are open for you. Tashinori explained, however, if you want me to play an active role, to help train you more often than once in a blue moon, the only option is to enter Nezu's university. Izuku looked puzzled. Why would I not? Sir Nezu helped me a lot. I would happily go there. Even with this factor, people see it as the has-been school. Nezu's reputation has been rather smudged in his exit from UA. I don't care about what other people think. Not anymore. I respect Sir Nezu. I want to join his university. I want to join 𝗵𝘃𝗲. I am happy to hear that, my boy. Oh, I could do some alloying to strengthen the metals if that is the case, maybe reinforcing some parts. Oh, but he would also need hero gadgets, something like a grapple, in case he can't reach or a villain gets away. Then a restraining system, zip ties could work, but that is basic and he could use his quirk for that. Maybe a taser effect to help in fights. Oh, I could reinforce the knuckles with diamond-plated titanium. That would perhaps react like a brass knuckle effect. Oh, what if I add rocket repulsors in his arm, maybe a blaster even? Melissa had started rambling off idea after idea to herself. The possibilities seem endless. Thankfully, Inko was able to talk her out of most of it, as Izuku also needed to still be able to walk with the arm. And not have an arm the size of 2 Izukus filled with random abilities that turn it into a monstrous-looking part. Hello, Miss Uraraka. Nezu said. The neatly dressed animal sat on a nice chair with a wooden desk in front of him. In front of him, 2 chairs sat. In one, an older woman. Her shoulder-long brown hair with 2 long strands framing her face, a soft white blouse, with a light green-colored skirt that reached her ankles. She sat next to her daughter, Achiko Uraraka, 18 years old and interested in entering 𝗵𝘃𝗲. She was dressed in a plain back shirt with normal jeans. Her hair was very similar to her mother, with it reaching the top of her neck instead. Hello, Principal. The mother spoke, her voice soft and kind. Now I understand young Miss Uraraka is interested in becoming a hero. And you have kindly chosen 𝗵𝘃𝗲 as your school of choice. Both nodded. Could I ask why? My reputation is not yet really one of the better ones, nor do we have the same capabilities as some other schools. Both looked slightly awkward as this was brought up. I understand it's a sensitive topic, do not fret. It's not a necessity to talk about. Due to our lack of funds, we do not really have an entrance exam as grandiose as fighting robots. However, we have something in my eyes more effective. Already? Oh, okay. Achiko said, slightly surprised but willing to take on the challenge. You enter a small clearing. In that clearing, only 2 meters in front of you, a child lies crying loudly. 10 meters in front of that stands a villain that charges toward both of you. What is your course of action? Nezu asked. This was the entire test. Having asked this question countless times, it showed him what he could expect of students when they got trained. Well, I would run forward. As I get toward the child, I check if he is fine. You see his leg is broken? Well, I don't know if he has other wounds that I can't see. So moving him isn't smart. I would keep going toward the villain and keep him away from the child. Nezu smiled as he wrote something down. Thank you for your answer. I will be happy to see you at the start of the year. Nezu said as Achiko jumped up and down in her seat, excited that she was accepted. Her dream of being a hero would start now. Oh, I assumed it was a joke. I had not expected to see a Todoroki willing to enter my little old school. Nezu said, shocked as he saw Rei and Mayumi walk in. Hello, Principal Nezu, I hope you have been well. Oh, I have, miss, but if you don't mind me asking, why do you want your daughter to enter here? It's the only school. My husband has accepted. Oh, I see. Well, the grades in quirk are more than capable of entering a school like UA. However, one question remains. Mayumi nodded. Her hands grasped the bottom of her turtleneck. You enter a small clearing. In front of you a small child lies crying. 10 meters in front, a villain charges at the both of you. What is your course of action? Mayumi took a second to think. I would create a wall of ice around the child, then I move forward, increasing the density, wait for an attack to freeze the villain as I ensure the child's safety. Mayumi said with Nezu again softly writing down what she said. Very well then, I will look forward to seeing you at the start of the year. Miss Ishido, correct? The pink-skinned girl nodded. Sorry my parents couldn't show up, both had to work. No problem whatsoever, Nezu responded. Mina was a pink-skinned girl. Her hair was a messy fluffy puff of hair, 2 small yellow horns raised out from on top of her head, her eyes pure black with yellow pupils. She wore black leggings with a hip skirt, a funky CRP top with a leather jacket on top. Now Miss Ishido, I have seen your grades. While there is a clear improvement in the later grades, why is that? Mina awkwardly rubbed the back of her hair. I kinda didn't care. I had a dream of being a famous internet dancer. I skipped school and just did what I wanted, but I had a villain interaction. When that hero showed up and made us feel safe, I wanted to do that. It seemed so cool. I see, well then. A question. Nezu asked the same question he had asked many times before. Oh, easy. I would grab the kid and run. His safety should be the priority, and I ain't that good of a fighter, rather save one than make sure 2 are in trouble. Nezu wrote it down as he nodded. I will be happy to see you when the year starts. I made it. Mina jumped out of her chair, jumping up and down in excitement. Wait, sorry. She remembered where she was. No problem, young Mississippi. It's good that you have passion for it. Mr. Kaminari. Hello, sir. Denki Kaminari was a normal dude. His white shirt with a lightning bolt and black jeans. His yellow hair was in a slightly spiky form. A black lighting wave on the front. You are worried about your grades, Kaminari nodded. He was never really smart. He hated school, could barely sit still throughout the day, and listen to the boring long speeches they had done every day. Do not worry, many of our students do not have the greatest grades. While we of course want passing grades, some exceptions could be made. But before that, a question. Nezu smiled as he asked his question. Kaminari thought about it for a second. I guess I jumped the villain and zap him, might die, but at least the kid stays safe, you know. Nezu nodded. I see your point. Nezu nodded as he wrote it down. I hope to see you on the first day. Wait, I got in. Really, for real, Denki said. He had been to 7 other hero schools. This was his last stop, Stopping on an even number sounded nicer, and he was not a double number loser. Of course, young man, we can always send you to summer school if the grades are too bad. Denki nodded. The second he was out the door he celebrated. Glad to finally train to be a hero. Hello, sir. Kirishima walked in. The boy walked in with spiky red hair and a tank top showing off his normal-looking arms. A large bottle in his left arm with a bag on his shoulder, going toward the gym it seems. Yes, sir, I want to be the best hero, I want to be the strongest, so gotta work for it. That is a mentality I respect and is important to any competent hero. Nezu said with a small nod. I would however also like to see the work put into schoolwork. Could you tell me why your grades are so low? Kirishima lowered his head in shame. I don't learn the best. I do great, tell me to lift a truck and I will do my best, run 1,000 miles, and complete them as fast as I can, but I just can't really remember all the things. I see, do not worry, there are multiple like that. We at NP will make sure to find the perfect learning method so we still improve the quality of the hero. Totally okay, sir. I love that. Good, then one more question. Nezu asked the question, and instantly Kirishima said, I get in between and tough it out. Even if he could, let's say, bypass your quirk, Nezu stated a possibility that would be extremely rare. Of course, I need to be tougher than just my quirk. Nezu laughed as he welcomed Kirishima into NP. Good afternoon, sir. Walking into the office was a young man of very similar height to Nezu, standing at 108 centimeters tall, wearing a neat suit, looking as presentable as he could. His large purple ball acted as hair, the one thing that stood out. Well, hello, Minoru Mineta. Yes, sir, I am Mineta, sir. Normally I would not allow you into NP. Your grades are astounding, your quirk is very versatile in both movement and capture. But there are multiple. Nezu turned over page after page, and I do mean multiple reports of bad behavior regarding women. Mineta gave a soft and humiliated nod. Indeed, sir. I was a very hormonal teen, one who made plenty of mistakes, but I have changed. I became a changed person. I have been trying to mend my ways, yet the past shall never be forgotten. I see, well then to see if you are the correct fit for us. A question. Mineta nodded as he quickly made mental notes of the scenario. Well, seeing the child is crying, there is an injury of sorts, indeed, a broken shin. I see, is the bone in or out? Still, inside the skin, you do not see any Mineta nodded, seeing it as a simple break. I didn't see any other injuries at first glance. I would then throw my quirk toward the villain, try and to trap his feet. If that does not work, I will try and get closer to make sure his full attention is on me and not the child. Then lure him away from the child. I fail to see why the likes of you would want to enter this school, Nezu asked the woman in front of him. She wore a set of leather breathes and a leather jacket, a purple shirt that read, Deep Dope. Oh well, it's slightly weird. One of my friends, you invited her, we always promised to go to the same school. Oh really, who if I may ask? Perona, yes. A very fun young lady. Now then, seeing you are more than smart and capable enough. A question. Oh man, I am not really that much of a fighter, but I guess. I just try and get the kid and run. I can't really beat someone. Nezu nodded. What if the hero yells that he wants just you? I don't trust villains. He could want me to drop the kid and split so he can kill him. The best I can do is hope I have a support item that helps me. Or martial arts and stuff, Kyoka said with Nezu smiling and nodding. Interesting answer, but I do welcome you to NP. Miss Bakugo, what's up? The woman in front of Nezu right now was a young woman, with ashen hair. A pluff of spike. She wore a simple CRP top with a skull on it. Short shorts and had a bored look on her face. Why NP with your scores? I see you capable of possibly entering UA. Oh, my key stain of a brother is at you. I want to blast him to the Fing Moon. I am gonna be the #1 hero while at one of the worst schools, while that short PPF has the best stuff and will always be second to me. Mitsuki screamed. Izuku chuckled. You do have a sailor mouth, don't you? Mitsuki looked shy. Sorry sir, it's a norm for my family. I have tried my best to lessen it. Oh, have no fret, we have had our share of foul-mouthed individuals. Mitsuki nodded. Now then a question. Nezu asked the question. I blast that villain to D had tried hurting a kid, I blast his kneecaps and get in between him and the kid, hope our school is good enough for you. Nezu said with Mitsuki nodding her head, thank you for having me, sir. The next young woman walked in, her face stoic as she wore a simple gray dress. In her hands in front of her, she held a notebook with a pen. Her hair was a simple bob cut. Her black hair combed neatly. She walked up to the chair and sat down without a sound. Miss Yui Kodai? Nezu asked with the woman nodding. She opened up her notepad and placed a paper down, sliding it over toward the principal. Thank you. I often have to look up the grades. Nezu said, looking over the grades and words of the teachers Yui had over the years. It says you are a rather silent person, speak up when spoken to, but apart from that, not a sound. Is this a correct statement? Indeed, sir. Is there a reason for that? Yui shook her head. I see, while not a problem if you still are willing to communicate when needed. Yui nodded. She understood what it took to be a hero and was willing to enter an area she was not the most comfortable with for the sake of saving others. Before I make my decision, I would ask you one more question. Nezu said with Yui listening. I would use some of the stuff in my pocket and throw it at the villain, incapacitate him, and make sure the kid stays safe. Wonderful. And could you explain if you had nothing in your pockets, or your case right now, did not have any pockets? Small rocks on the floor, a handful of dirt, a stick. If there was absolutely nothing at my disposal, I could use parts of myself, a bugger, a nail. A piece of cloth. Very impressive. I hope to see you on your first day at NP. Thank you, sir, I will not disappoint. Have I woken you up too early? I hope 3 was early enough. Nezu said jokingly as Hitoshi Shinso yawned. It's not your fault, sir. My quirk is mentally draining. I have been trying to train with family. And it's tiring. I see. Hitoshi had purple hair that was a mess. It looked uncombed and covered almost his eyes. It reminded Nezu of a young Aizawa, even more so with his behaviorism. Well, I assume I am your only option? Nezu asked. Hitoshi nodded. School was not happy about napping in class. Mainly my math teacher. Nezu nodded. Most of the complaints came from that one teacher. But it left a large stain on Hitoshi's record. Well, with a useful quirk and a keen intellect such as yourself, any school would be glad. But first, Nezu asked the same question again. Hitoshi rubbed his eyes. I would talk toward the villain. Oh really? Yes, sir, most bad guys have one thing in common: ego. I would just insult him, force him to kneel, and wait out until backup shows up. Hitoshi said that Nezu was not really able to disprove him. Most villain interactions he had often surrounded the same area. He spoke with them, beating them in a battle of wits not strengths, only for a stronger fighter to show up and finish them. Then welcome NP University. Miss Pony. Oh yes, hello Minister President. Oh right, you are American, correct? Oh, you can speak English. Yes, I am well versed in multiple languages: English, Mandarin, German, Roman, Greek, Polish, and Spanish, and learning Dutch and Italian at the moment. Nezu said with a small smile as Pony happily nodded that she finally did not feel like an idiot. Pony had long blonde hair, 2 large horns on either side of her head, and she wore jeans and a yellow shirt with frills on the arms. Her legs were stranger as they had an animal-like mutation, having hooves instead of feet. Great, I am still learning Japanese, sir. It's the reason I am applying to a school like yours. It's the only one willing to accept someone like me, and you are the man who trained All Might. That was my dream, to learn under the man who trained him. Well then, to have your dream become a reality, I must ask you a question. Pony listened closely to the words Nezu said, scared they would swap to Japanese and she would lose half of it. Oh, that, I know that. I would send out my horn rockets and use 2 to get the kid away, and the rest to bully the bully. Nezu nodded as he welcomed Pony. Hello, sir. A young woman walked in. She wore a simple green dress with a modest shoulder covering, her hair long green strands of veins that were decorated around the rim of her hair with flowers. Boots and a purse she held, one adorned with a Christian cross. Good morning, 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗧𝗵𝗲. Nezu wondered as sometimes people entered different people's appointments. Yes, sir, I am 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗧𝗵𝗲. Nezu nodded. Well, miss. Could you explain the reason for all these red marks? It's strange. Nothing to note of your grades. When I was younger, I was an extremely troubled girl. Both my parents had died in a car crash. Lost, I did what I wanted. Then on my 10th birthday, I found the Lord. I found strength and guidance in the Lord Jesus Christ. Nezu nodded. In my years after, I believe I found the solution to all the world's problems. The answers to war, death, and crime. Due to this belief, I tried to enforce it to everyone. Each class I brought it up, and more often than not, I brought it up aggressively. Against the true spirit and message of Christ. I see, no problem then, Nezu said, understanding that people change over time and small mistakes some took in their youth, they would not have to pay up till adulthood. Now then, a single question to see. Where you stand? The question was asked. I would create a massive wall, a thorn wall to protect the innocence of that child, as I use vines for good. God in his almighty wisdom granted the people the powers of quirks. It's our holy duty to use them for good, and those that use them for evil shall have to be punished for their transgressions. Nezu nodded his head. While Nezu disagreed for the reason of quirks, he accepted her beliefs. Well then, I hope to see you day one of you. Nezu said with 𝗧𝗵𝗲 giving a small bow. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Hello, Miss Yanagi. Let's not take too long, it's 4 o'clock tea time and I would rather not waste too much of your time. Sorry for that. My last interview took a rather long time. Nezu said with Reiko nodding. She had pale skin and ghostly white hair. Her arms were at 90 degrees as her hands slacked at the bottom. She wore normal breathes and a white shirt. Of course, sir, I would like to enter NP. My grades are around high average, more than required to pass. My quirk is stated to be extremely versatile and useful. I hope you agree with its statement. Nezu was surprised by the direct approach, but he was happy with it. It was refreshing for him to think off. Well, miss, then why beat around the bush? A question. Nezu asked the question. Reiko closed her eyes as she mentally made some notes. I would use my quirk to remove the child from the area, then use whatever is in my area to fire at the villain at high speeds, hurting his joints, such as ankles, knees, and hips. Stop his momentum. Nezu nodded as he welcomed Reiko into NP. One that was very acceptable. Hello, Miss 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗍. Yo, sir. Is this like the entrance talk, or like the talk to talk about that entrance exam? Nezu smiled. This is the entrance exam. Oh, sorry, I should behave myself better. Setsuna, who was leaning back, sat up. She wore a Dino Park old gray shirt, a set of blue jeans in long brown boots, and a fancy cute belt. I apologize, sir, I can indeed behave myself according to heroism. I however also like to play. Oh, I fully understand. I am a firm believer in action and party. I myself am also a hoot at parties. No doubt, sir, I have no doubt. Nezu laughed proudly as he looked over her grades. It was strange. Her grades flickered. She had absolute failures, not even 10%. Yet then she also had just 100% on others. Never the same class. Could you explain your grades? Oh, most of the time I get nothing from studying. But sometimes my mom or dad offers me something in return. Nezu laughed as he understood. I see. So then one more question. Nezu asked the question. Oh, I just fastball throw my fist in his face, then use my toes to get that kiddo out of here, easy peasy. Nezu nodded. Oh, it seems there is one left. I wonder how much young Izuku has grown. While Nezu wanted Izuku at NP. Not only would that instantly put NP on the map when the son of All Might make it into his school, but the results that boy would present would outshine anything even All Might would be able to do. Nezu did wonder. He heard about the growth Izuku had. But putting the words to a picture would be interesting. Knock knock. Nezu welcomed the knocker inside. He had to blink twice just to make sure his eyes were not lying to him. A mountain of a man, one that reminded Nezu of a young All Might, only leaner. Izuku. Hello, sir. Oh my, you have changed. Let me bring Chiyo in, she would have a heart attack. Izuku just nodded. He wanted to stop by Grandma Chiyo anyway. The minute they wanted, Chiyo walked in. Not knocking. What the hell do you want now, you overgrown sewer rat? I was in the middle of my show. She said before she noticed the Goliath standing in the room. Then when she noticed the white hair. Izuku. Hello, Grandma. Oh my lord Izuku, you grew up to be such a big boy. Chiyo was in absolute shock. It hurt her neck to just look him in the eyes. Thank you. Now Izuku, I am more than willing to let you in, but the question. Kathleen and father have warned me. They have not said what it was, all that I had to be honest and I would pass. Nezu nodded. There are very few answers that are overtly bad. Now then. As the question was asked, Izuku thought about it. I would move left only around a foot or so. If the villain changes course I understand who he is after, if he keeps in course. I know he is after the child. Either way, I then face the villain. I subdue him as quickly as I can. Before helping the child with injuries. Nezu nodded. Great, then I welcome you to NP on the first day. Izuku stepped out of his bedroom. He stood fully dressed in a uniform. Oh, my baby boy looks all cute and grown up. Inko rushed forward to look at Izuku, her hands quickly grabbing the soft cheeks of his face, squeezing them slightly as she moved his left to right a little. Both Kathleen and Toshinori stood laughing. Are you ready for today, my boy? Izuku nodded his head. I am slightly nervous meeting and being in a class with so many people, but I will do my best. Toshinori nodded. You will do fine. Each of them should be kind and respectful people. Nezu would make sure of that. Now want your old man to drive you to school. No thank you, Dad, I will take the subway. I rather not be bombarded with cameras again. It was a slight problem for Izuku in America. The fact All Might had arrived once more was grandiose news. All the major hero-focused news stations ran multiple stories, multiple talk shows and podcasts instantly tried to get All Might on their shows to talk about the rumors of him having a son. And while some tried to be civil about it, others simply could not care. They wished for the story of a lifetime, the biggest payday they would have, the story of their child. Thankful for Izuku, all the pictures they got of him were before his transformation. Well, let's go, hunk, I can hang around you for a bit at least, have to pick something up before my shift. Izuku nodded at Kathleen. Do you have everything? Izuku had already triple-checked, but seeing his mom asked, he did so again. Not that it was hard. He opened his inventory. With the first window, Izuku saw his school supplies. The multiple books he would need for subjects. Math, Japanese, English, science, medical and heroics. With them of course multiple notebooks, nearly a set of 5 for each subject. Then a large bag of pens. In case they broke. Rulers and calculators. As he swapped toward the next page. The second page had heroism items. Such as bandages in case others got injured. For the sake of BLD loss, Izuku had some saline bags as well. Multiple splints. Also some battery packs for his arm and leg. A backup phone. And some utilities to arrest others. Bandages, duct tape, rope, and cuffs. On the third page, it was more weird items that Inko wished Izuku had. First, it was multiple meals. Seeing everything he placed in there was sort of in stasis, Izuku could store multiple foods that would remain warm and good for a prolonged period of time. As well as multiple jackets, extra shirts, underwear, breathes, and shoes. In case he's torn or something. These were also to be given to civilians who needed them. His final page was for NP. Seeing they had a dorm room he would have to move in. Which meant Izuku had stuff to make it his own posters, his quirk notes. Pictures of his family, some electronics. Bed sheets, just enough to make that resemble a banana. He wore simple leather rocker breathes and a jacket with a cool trendy shirt below it. Doing the finger guns as he walked off stage. Next up was a woman with purple hair. It reached far down well toward her behind. Her outfit was large leather boots that clicked on the wooden floor. She walked with a large saw in her hips. Her overall outfit made her look naked, as the skin-tight bodysuit had a salon pink color making her look NDE. My name is 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗄, but I am also known as 𝗵𝗃𝗲. Please meet all you cuties. She bit her lips slightly as she looked everyone down. Some forgot how to swallow as they came face to face with what some hero papers called the hottest female hero in all of Japan. I will be the one teaching you all art history and its importance within heroics and their costumes. Don't be afraid to come to say hi, I only bite when it's in. As she walked off, one more woman walked up. This one seemed overall normal. Her hair was a mix of pink and purple. I am Lady Nagant. I will be teaching you ranged combat, both how to accomplish it and how to deal with it. Pleased to meet you all. This was all she said before she walked off. Her purple dress with her arms free, the small utility belt with pouches attached to it. The next woman stood out the most. She had large fluffy white ears that twitched ever so slightly. A small fluffy white tail at her lower back. Her tan skin was visible as she wore a leotard, a soft fluffy collar around her neck, purple highlights on her suit, and pure purple leggings showing off her strong legs. With 2 white gloves, without any belt for extra items, her long white hair flowing down her back even reaching her knees. My name is 𝗵𝘃𝗧. I will be your Fing close combat teacher. She stared them all down, her pure red pupils burning holes through them as she somehow gave this aura off. And at a complete 180 degrees. The next woman that came out was calm. She wore a dark red 𝗬𝗵𝗃 with pale green shoulder highlights, a bright yellow rim, with a yellow highlight around the neck, and at the bottom of the 𝗬𝗵𝗃 what looked like a yellow dragon claw mark. She had a headgear that blocked almost half her face with metal dragon claws and black dragon wings around a headband. Good morning, I am Ryuko Tatsuma, and I will be teaching you all math. You can also call me by my hero name if you like, as I am Ryukyu. As she walked out, there was one more class that was left and everyone could see it on their roster. As for your practical part of the hero training, Nezu said before dead silence dropped as they heard his laugh. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃. Their eyes went wide, completely shocked as they had never even dreamed of this happening. They all believed that joining this school simply meant you would never ever meet high-ranked heroes. Out of nowhere, the group of 53 first years was nearly blasted away by a powerful gust of wind, but they saw him, standing proud with his chest poking forward. His strong hands resting on his hips as he looked at them with his signature smile. Hello, young hero students, his voice bellowed forward with power and strength. Each felt his aura and it was mind-boggling to believe this being was human. As you all know, I am the hero All Might. Everyone knew. Heroes, civilians, villains, every single person knew about him. I will be teaching you heroics, but just like I can't be the greatest hero to every single person, I cannot teach you all on my own. So for the sake of you all, I have contacted some to help me. Like that, 2 more people stood near him. Both Izuku instantly knew, and he stood there with his jaw on the floor. On his left, almost just as tall, Kathleen stood in her hero gear. She wore golden boots. Into a blue leggings, showing her powerful leg muscles. Into a golden corset of sorts, it showed off her large bosom that had red and white stripes coming up, a high collar that had stars around the outside, with bronze guards that had 3 red sections with golden hand guards. A simple red eye mask with her hair combed down neatly. I am Stars and Stripe, nice to meet you all. On his right, a woman most hardcore All Might's fans also knew, his wife 𝗵𝗃𝗃. She wore a light green bodysuit, with large white gloves and white boots. A black trip on the side, going all the way from the arm to the leg, with a white belt around her hips. Her hair tied in a ponytail as she framed her face with 2 strands. And I am 𝗵𝗃𝗃, a pleasure. We shall take the shared burden of training you all. Training you as best we can. Seeing that the school had been introduced to all the teachers, Aizawa stood in front of the hero course. All of you, come with me toward your classroom. He spoke calmly before starting to walk, not waiting to see if they followed, yet all 20 students jumped up and followed behind, continuing the small talk they started making during the introduction. As Aizawa walked, he started already seeing some of the personas of the students shine through, something that he was glad with. While Aizawa himself did not look flashy or out there, he still was himself even as a hero, which to him was one of the most important parts of being a hero. He had seen countless heroes, both during his short time as a hero and his time as a student. These heroes were someone completely different. Some tried following in the footsteps of All Might, being loud and proud while normally they were well reserved and soft-spoken, or some tried being Endeavor, being a powerful force that took no prisoners and scared villains into 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗏 while normally being joyful and joking. It always caused a tear in both lives and the downfall of their careers. This was why Aizawa liked the fact he could see each of them not buckling with their personality. The spiky red-haired boy screaming about being a man. The the gothic girl walking around with a large teddy bear. Each remained themselves even when most would try and put their best foot forward. Here we are, I do not care where you sit, only that you sit and shut up when I speak, am I understood? Izuku asked as he took a seat at his desk. The class quickly nodded as they started walking in. Each horizontal row had 4 seats, with 5 total rows. Most of the class was having trouble finding their seats. Izuku, however, did not. Instantly he started walking toward the back, taking the corner seat with his left side facing the window and the right side toward the class. Nice pick, a voice spoke as they sat next to Izuku. He could see they were a fair bit taller. The name is Yamato, nice to meet ya. Hi, I'm Izuku. Izuku spoke with a plain face. While he was still scared of new people, seeing Izuku was now more than capable of protecting himself, he was a lot less scared. Izuku looked at the class chart, seeing the pictures of his class and their name. He had been given it a week ago but had found no use in looking at the page before now. In the first row you had Achiko Uraraka behind her Ejiro Kirishima taking a seat, Kyoka Jiro behind him, and Mina Ashido taking the seat behind Kirishima and in front of Izuku. On the second row, you had Yuta Figerland sitting up front, right next to Achiko. Behind Yuta, Yui Kodai took place, giving a small greeting to those next to her. Perona Mihawk sat behind her, instantly talking to Kyoka as both seemed to be old friends. Behind Perona and in front of Yamato you had Ibara Shiosaki. On row 3 in front, you had Fuyumi Todoroki. Izuku recognized that name from Room His Own while remaining light enough that he could flee without much trouble. Not that he wanted to, but it gave him comfort. With Kathleen, it took no time to make it to the subway. They joked around the whole road, saying it would be faster with a piggyback ride and Kathleen just flying there. Halfway there Kathleen got out. See you some other time, hunk? Izuku nodded as he waved. He did not understand why Kathleen called him hunk, but he didn't mind. For the rest of the trip, Izuku sat in silence. Kami inspecting multiple people who walked on and off. His stop came and he walked off. In the corner of his eyes, he did notice one girl with a similar outfit, but she looked older, her long periwinkle light blue hair. The skip in her step. She looked like his age, and he was capable of being a third and final year at NP. Izuku quickly lost the girl as she skipped ahead, assumed to join in with some friends as they made it to school. Far earlier than required. Izuku simply went because he wanted to be on time. He'd rather wait there first than be the last one there and have all those eyes on him. He made it toward the NP gate. He noticed some heroes standing further away. Most likely scouting to see if any students came early. But they were called off. Izuku sat on the floor, pulling out a small wooden chair that he would use in his room. Unbeknownst to Izuku, the person who called the heroes was Nezu. Hello everyone, thank you all for coming a little earlier than normal. No worries, big boss. What is this about? I was working on my bars outside for the introduction. About that. This is a rather important factor in my eyes. Nezu placed a piece of paper on the table. Each of the teacher's eyes quickly saw. A man. The same person spoke. Indeed, Hisashi. This young man is Izuku Yagi. The son of All Might. Oh my, he is quite a looker, well done mighty. One of the young women said. Her purple hair swung back. Please hold off on that behavior. I will not go into detail, as that is not my story to tell and I would rather die than break that boy's trust. This took everyone by surprise. He would appreciate those words, Nezu. Nezu smiled at Toshinori's words. He has been through a lot of hardships in his life, and while in recent times he has been doing much better, I would like to ask you all to involve him to a minimum. What? Why? I understand he might grow up rough, but how does that exempt him from participation within the class? A voice under the table spoke as a man lay in his sleeping bag. Because I said so, Izuku. I will now allow anyone to cause harm to the boy by asking him what the square root of 625 is. If he slacks, sure, speak up. If he raises his arm, you can, but for his sake try not to publicly call him out. Not yet, at least. Indeed, if I catch wind of that, I will be waking up the next day with violence. Recovery girl spoke. No worries, this rapping beast shall not pass the mic. Thank you, Mike. Once he is more warmed up toward the likes of you all, I shall try and see if we are allowed some of his stories. I have one I have gotten permission to share. Toshinori spoke. The group looked at him with waiting eyes, seeing what story the number one hero had to say about his son. As some know, Izuku is not our biological son. We found him at age 14 nearly dead. What the F is this? A teen spoke as he looked inside the dumpster. It had fallen over and it seemed weird. That was when he saw Izuku, covered in dirt and filth. His white hair looked black and gray. OSHT, it's a fing ugly but kid. No fing way. Hey little FG, what you doing in there? What, I sleep here sir. OW, he even sounds nasty. Let's give the F-er a wash. One of them said with the others already laughing. They threw open the flaps, and they clapped on the back, hurting Izuku's ears. Two of them raised their arms. Their palms open. Here you go sissy, a nice wash. A burst of water rushed out of their palms, rushing in the dumpster, slamming Izuku hard against the bottom of the dirt. Once they stopped, Izuku spat out water, coughing as he nearly drowned, having never been trained in swimming nor having the power to get out. Oh, he might get sick, we might have to dry him off. One other slammed the door closed, before pressing his palms on the dumpster. As they began to glow, slowly the container started to warm up. Ow, sir please it's hot, ow sir it's hurting me, ow sir people stop. Izuku screamed helplessly, slamming his tiny hand against the door, unable to open it more than an inch as it was being held close with a leg leaning against it. I am sorry for my statements before, I will follow orders. The sleeping man said, outside of his sleeping bag. This had put him off the mood for a nap. It had sickened him to his stomach, as it did to everyone, overly shocked at the cruelty of humanity. Remember, this is but one of what seemed an endless amount of cruelty. All Might explained with them all shocked, unable to comprehend what that poor boy had fully gone through. Nearly an hour went by and it was time for the introduction meeting. Izuku was inside first, taking a seat at the back and in a corner, looking at the stream of multiple students walking in. None he recognized, but as the teachers walked up on stage he did seem to remember some of them. Good morning everyone, welcome to the first day of 𝗵𝘃 Academy. I am your principal Nezu. Nezu stood on a small chair, a microphone in front of him. His three-piece suit looks absolutely flawless. All of you have already had a chance to meet me once before. But for the first time in the existence of 𝗵𝘃, we have two classes with full members, 20 students in both or hero course as well as general studies, and 13 students that joined the support course. 14 if you count or late arrive, but they should arrive sometime next week, never mind that. It's our job that for the upcoming next 3 years, we make the absolute best heroes we are capable of creating. This will involve some less than common strategies. However, anything that you believe is out of line or plain cruel, please inform me of such things. Now that I have spoken, it's time for some of our teachers to introduce themselves. First up walked the man Izuku had seen before. He was at UA the times he had been there. Hello, my name is Shota Aizawa. I am the hero Eraserhead. I will be teaching you the theoretical portion of heroics as well as being the homeroom for the hero course. Aizawa stood in mostly black clothing. His slightly baggy black cargo briefs, tied around with a black utility belt, and a black shirt with a white scarf wrapped widely around his neck, hiding a small yellow set of glasses. His hair was a complete mess and he looked like he showed how never slept but slept always at the same time. Next up was one he also recognized. Yo, how is the vibe? My handle is the one the only present Mike, both awesome hero and awesome radio host with a side gig of being the greatest DJ that ever studied at 𝗵𝘃. You could hear a feminine voice speak out from the back of the curtain. And the only one. This resulted in a rather big and shared laugh by many students and teachers. I just ignore the haters and get back to spitting facts. I will teach you all English and Japanese, as well as be the homeroom teacher for the general studies and support course. Present Mike stood smirking, his blonde hair aimed slightly back and up. Something that made him endeavor. How strange to have his daughter here of all places. He mentally thought before believing there to be a good reason for it and moving on. Behind Fuyumi you had Mitsuki Bakug, and following up behind her you had Itsuka Kendo, the orange hair girl apparently being very thoughtful as she even asked the woman behind her if her ponytail was in the way of the board. The woman behind her is Reiko Yanagi. And ending that row you had Minoru Mineta. the smallest out of the class. Then the final row, at first you had Sakura Haruno, filling the front row. Behind her, there was Pony Tsunatori. Behind that, you had Denki Kaminari, who for some reason was nibbling on a phone charger that was connected and charging his phone. Behind him, already sleeping in his arms, Hitoshi Shinso. A boy Aizawa could call son with how similar they already seemed. And for the final student in the class, Setsuna Tokichi. Now I will go by each one. I want you to say your name, quirk, and just a hobby or something. So, Shota Aizawa, my quirk is erasure. I can temporarily stop the quirk of some quirks. My hobby is sleeping. Understand? Aizawa said with the class nodding their head. Now then, we will move from row to row, but like a snake, so we start at Uraraka, go down to Haruno and then up to Miss Tsunatori. Aizawa explained with class nodding their heads. Good start. Achiko went first. Hi, my name is Achiko Uraraka. My quirk is called zero gravity. With these pads on my fingers. She showed her hands, showing the small pink pads on the top of her fingers. They stop the gravity of everything, making them sort of float, and when I press my fingers together the effect stops. As for a hobby, I like space. Achiko said, slightly embarrassed as she rubbed her auburn hair. Cool, well I am 𝗬𝗓𝗍𝗓, please call me Yuta. My quirk is called voice control. I can control those that hear me sing, but it's not yet strong so people can fight against it, and I can only control around 3 people, but if I have control, I bring them over to a mind space. My hobby is singing. Yuta said with a small laugh as the red and white loops fluttered. Hello everyone. Fuyumi gave a small bow in respect. My name is Fuyumi Himura, my quirk is called ice. I can make and slightly control ice from my body. My body also naturally can warm myself up, giving me a longer time to use ice. My hobby is cooking and watching soap operas, Fuyumi said with a kind and respectful smile. I'm Sakura Haruno. My quirk is called chakra. I have an internal energy that I can use. I can use this for healing purposes as well as fighting, but I don't like to fight. My hobby is learning about medical stuff and volleyball. Sakura said with a big smile as she flicked her pink hair. With that the first row was done and Pony was next. I am Pony, nice to meet ya. Pony said with a big smile. Remaining a kind person. My quirk is called horn rockets. These horns in my head can pop off pretty easily when I want. I can then also control them with my mind. As for what my hobbies are, I love guns. I used to live in America, which got my love for weapons started. Pony said with a big laugh as she got some weird looks. I'm Mitsuki Bakugo. My quirk is finger blast. I can shoot explosions from my fingers like a gun. I can finger blast Oswell. The pink-skinned girl called Mina said with a laugh as Mitsuka groaned, a joke she had heard too often. As for my hobby, I am a pretty decent clothing designer. This got Perona's interest up. Yui Kodai, my quirk rule allows me to alter the size of an object. As for hobbies, I like books. Yui said quickly, showing she was a woman of few words. It's my turn. I am Ejiro Kirishima. My manly quirk is called hardening and it makes me hard as a rock. I love everything manly like working out and stuff. Kirishima yelled out with an 11 out of 10 on the energy scale. Showing everyone what he was made of, but due to his wording, half the class was now also trying to hold back their laughing as Kirishima was confused. Then the girl behind Kirishima was up. The purple-haired girl smiled as she spoke, trying to hold her giggle back as Perona whispered something. My quirk is called earphone jack. It's these things. She pointed at her earlobes, showing 2 long jacks. I can use these to listen to vibrations in the group. Oh yeah, I Kyokajiro. As for my hobby, it is music. She said, shooting over to Perona. Hi, I am Perono Myhawk. My quirk is called hollow. I can make these cute little ghosts. She popped out 3 from the palm of her hand. They flew around the air. I can make them do all sorts of things, but when they touch someone, they become super depressed. This caught most of the class by surprise, but as she caused them to vanish, they let it go. As for hobbies, I love clothing and aim to be a clothing designer. She explained cheerfully. Well, I am Itsuka Kendo. My quirk big fist allows me to grow my hands in size. The bigger they get, the stronger I get. My hobbies include fixing motorcycles and martial arts. Hope we get along. Itsuka said with a smile as the next one went. Yo, my name is 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗲, I am single and ready to mingle. Mr. 𝗵𝗁𝗲, this is school, not Tinder. Aizawa said from his chair with 𝗵𝗁𝗲 shrugging. Well, my quirk is electricity, my body generates power constantly that I can shoot out and stuff. Though I get like mad dumb if I do it too much, no clue why, but for hobbies, your boy is like a goat gamer. 𝗵𝗁𝗲 said as he passed it to Hitoshi. Hitoshi Shinso, mind control, sleep. That was all he said before he laid his head down. I am Reiko Yanagi, my quirk is called Poltergeist, I can control objects with telekinetic powers. Around the weight of a person is my limit. I enjoy horror stories in my spare time, both in movie and book form. Good morning and may God bless you all. My name is Ibara Shiosaki, and my quirk is called Vine. It allows me to use my hair as an instrument for good and justice. My hobbies include volunteering at shelters as well as reading the Bible. Ibara said with a small bow in respect. Mina Ishido. My quirk is acid, not the drag, sadly, she joked. I create an acid slime from my body that like can sting or melt. It also makes me pink for some reason. For hobbies, anything but school, like dancing is my total favorite thing to do. I'm Izuku Yagi. My quirk is the system, it acts like a game system. My hobbies are learning about quirks and spending time with my family. Izuku said not to spend more time letting people get to know him. He just wanted their focus to be on him, but sadly this added a level of uniqueness and mystery to Izuku which got the students more interested. Yamato Kazuki, good to meet ya, my quirk is called Grey Wolf, it should get abilities, or at least my doctor said, but for now I can turn into a wolf hybrid and just a wolf, Yamato explained before going on her quirk. I love baseball and old stories, she said with a smile. Would have guessed basketball. Setsuna said, seeing Yamato's height causing the girl to laugh. Well, I am Minor Mineta, my quirk is Sticky Ball. I can pop off my hair, and because of my sweat, I don't stick, I can just do that forever, while my head bleeds after a while and it starts hurting, but yeah. My hobbies are chess and girls. Mineta said honestly about his love for the fairer section. Well, best for last, right? I am Setsuna Toge. My quirk is called Lizard Tail because just like a lizard, I can split my body like its tail, I can control my body parts and fly around and stuff. Setsuna showed this off by popping her head off and floating it around. I love dinos, anything about them, I just can't get enough. She said, showing no shame for the fact she was a dino nerd. Good, now that you all know each other, I can explain the school rules, then I will show you the dorm room. Okay, now let's get started. Aizawa began explaining, and that is how I got one of the greatest hits ever recorded. Present Mike said with a thumbs up as the class looked half confused and half amazed. Fuyumi raised her hand. Sir, that is a great story, but how will your lessons go? She wondered. After Aizawa explained his teaching method and overall plan, the other teachers came in, apart from All Might, Star and Stripe, and Telegreen. Oh yeah, you're right, little listener. Well, ya boy, lessons will be fly as F. We gonna spend focus on the chapter every 2 weeks. But on the Friday of that last week, we will have a non-graded exam. This sometimes gets done in a fun game or a multiple-choice test. Present Mike explained that the main question is exams. Exams will be explained a month before we take them at least. And ya boy not a liar, anything I say will be tested. Now then, is that all you need to know? Fuyumi nodded as she wrote down what he explained. Cool, then I will just be dipping and the next superstar can show up. Peasant Mike said, turning the entire group excited. That was all apart from Izuku, who had a simple smile on his face. Something not lost on his neighbors. But they were too focused on the door. Only for the class except Izuku to scream in fear as both All Might and Star somehow jumped through the window. Inko stood at the door and used her quirk to open the windows quickly. We are here, with a fancy entrance. All Might laughed loudly as he struck a pose. 𝗬𝗵𝗲, it's like All Might, Mina cheered happily. Just like many students. This was a dream for so many of them. Meeting the greatest hero that the world had ever seen. A man who was truly unstoppable in a fight, together with one of the fastest rising heroes ever. The only known successor to All Might. How are you kiddos doing? Star said with a smile. We will be taking care of your heroing needs. Inko said as she took the seat. Izuku already knew that 𝗵𝗃𝗃 would be the kind teacher, showing them exactly how to properly do stuff, all while Kathleen and Toshinori would just flex on them. Yes, we shall show you all how it's done. I have faith that you all will far surpass me and my vision for the future. This small sentence gave the group of students more drive than anything else. Right now they had the will to surpass everyone. But that is for later. Right now we will explain the lessons. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 said as she pulled out a piece of paper. All the exams we will be given will be physical. They will fall under these possibilities: offense, defense, recon, rescue, and support. Does everyone understand what that means? 𝗵𝗃𝗃 asked, and to the credit of some students, they admitted it. Me ma'am, what does it mean to do each? Hachiko asked with 𝗵𝗃𝗃 smiling. Okay. For offense, it's heroes that mainly focus on the fight. These are the most powerful heroes that go for the villains. Think of people like Endeavor or your teacher Mirko. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 explained. Defensive heroes focus on protecting other heroes and the people. They focus on taking the pain so that nobody else has to. A very excited Kirishima jumped up and smiled as he spoke. Crimson Riot. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 nodded. Right you are. Crimson Riot is indeed a defense hero, but please remain seated. She asked sweetly with Kirishima nodding his head softly embarrassingly. Then recon heroes are heroes that scout ahead. They research villains and hideouts. They do a lot of the groundwork for other heroes to shine properly. These are heroes like Sir Night Eye and Aizawa. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 explained with a smile. Then you have rescue, which is heroes that focus on saving people. Their job is to get the civilians out of there. To make sure the offensive heroes can just fight at full power, the defensive heroes focus on helping the heroes that fight. This involves heroes like 13 and Best Jeanist. Lastly, we have support heroes. Heroes who work on helping other heroes. They either apply buffs to other heroes or they help in other methods. These heroes include myself and Star from time to time. Only when a more badass person shows up, like 𝗃𝗃𝗃. She smirked as everyone got confused, all apart from the heroes and Izuku. There was one person that Kathleen called 𝗃𝗃. But that concludes all the hero types. And when we take the test, they will revolve around one of those methods. Perhaps you have to beat up a villain or save a girl stuck in a landslide. The group nodded, happy to hear this. Now then, we will see you some other time. Be safe and be great, for now your journey as a hero has started. Bah. All Might laughed before he once again together with Star, just jumped out the window leaving 𝗵𝗃𝗃 to just walk out the door like a normal person. She walked with a wave as a minute later Aizawa walked in once again. Good, you are still here and I heard nothing bad from the teachers. Now then let's walk toward the dorm. Your items have been brought over and are in the common area for you to move yourself. Aizawa explained with haste as he signaled for them to follow him. The group did as much, rushing to not fall too far behind. As they left the school grounds, they had to simply follow a short path until they reached what looked like an apartment building. Sir. Setsuna was slightly confused with Aizawa sighing. I know, Nezu won the right to the ground in a pocket game and built it himself with some friends. How I don't know. They walked in the large door that seemed to open in a small room. There was an elevator and some chairs. This is the entrance. Right here you have a door that opens toward the useful area. A large shared kitchen for those that want to use it. A large storage area remains stocked with vegetables and meat. Sir, will tofu be supplied? Ibra asked. She was worried as she herself had been a vegetarian for quite a while and had no interest in eating meat now. Yes, tofu will be stocked for those that do not eat meat, as well as plenty of fish. Aizawa had no idea how Nezu ran 𝗵𝗃𝗃. Hell, he wasn't even sure of the real name. The main belief was that Nezu named it 𝗵𝗃𝗃 for Nezu's playground because this truly was just that. They were merely his playthings. Okay, thank you. On the other side, we have a shared common room. That is where a TV is placed, couches, and ability of gaming consoles. Your rooms are basically apartments. They have a shower, a living room, a kitchen, and of course a bedroom. Behave yourself. There are no rules against those things. Don't make us come up with them. Aizawa was simply too tired for that. They were adults, and if they wanted to sleep together, let them. Their only job was not to get 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 or cause problems for him. He was their teacher, not their dad. Now goodbye, see you tomorrow at 8. Izuku walked out, leaving the students with a large amount of boxes. Okay, let's sort them right. Most already knew how their boxes looked. Yet the only one that did not look was Izuku. Yo, don't you need to find your stuff, bro? Kirishima asked Izuku, having already offered his help to everyone before. Izuku shook his head. He looked to the side. Before moving his hand in the air, a box dropped out of thin air. What the F? Mina screamed, having just walked up and not expecting a box jump scare. I store them in my quirk, Izuku said calmly before placing the box back. I will take a room at the top, Izuku said with everyone giving a thumbs up. As Izuku left, the students started talking. He is kinda weird, right? Mina asked, not trying to be mean. I know what you mean, he ain't a talker, but I don't get any weird vibes from him or anything. Guys, it's our first day here, he is most likely just shy, I know I was, but Pair here helped me feel a bit better, he might have nobody like that, Kyoka said as she pulled out her box. True, he is a looker anyway, so all is good. Mina joked with Setsuna joining her in the laugh. Both find each other the perfect friend, choosing adjacent rooms to stick close. In the end, they all got their rooms. Most are stuck close to the bottom. Yet Izuku was on the outskirts. He sat at the top and the side. Yet by the time the class had chosen their room, Izuku had already filled his room. He had his posters up on the wall, pictures up, filled the shelf with his notes and books, changed his sheets, and had now started cleaning his room. Filling a bucket with warm water and a sponge, he went around and cleaned everything. Knock knock hunk, he looked at his balcony and Kathleen stood there. She had flown up and wanted in. I had no idea you were going to be a teacher. Kathleen smiled as she plopped down on the couch. Oh, we know, Nezu offered to hire all of us so we could keep an eye on you. I thought your reaction would be funny. She smirked, remembering his shocked face. Izuku just wrapped his arms around her. Thank you. Izuku loved hanging around them. Any time he could spend with them was time he would happily spend with them. Ah, don't get all soppy on me now, gonna make me cry, Kathleen said, wrapping her arms around Izuku as well. Izuku blinked as he felt a strange emotion again. One he didn't understand but had felt before, simply ignoring it as they stopped their hug. Come, let's play some city. I wanna whoop your butt before I have to dip for patrol, Kathleen said with Izuku nodding. Linking up the game system. They always went for the same weapons when they fought each other. Izuku went with the AK, liking the damage and speed, yet Kathleen went with a DMR with a 10x zoom. And like every match they had ever had before, Kathleen lost extremely easily. She absolutely sucked at games. She had no skill when she touched a controller. It seemed she swapped between 4000% sensitivity as well as 4%. Boom, easy, I've owned you, Kathleen yelled. Izuku looked at the scoreboard, 19-0-1 against 1-0. Kathleen had died 19 times. She had a single kill, which was when she jumped off the highest place and spun around as she fired her 11 rounds randomly in the air, and one of them landed on Izuku. This to her meant she was the greatest player out there. Her phone started buzzing. Oh sorry, the FaZe clan is calling me. Give me a moment. She joked, only for a knock to be heard. Yo buddy, we heard screaming and it sounded like a girl. You good? Denki yelled, having picked the room below Izuku. Yes, sorry, a friend dropped by, Izuku explained, with the group going slightly crazy. Their silent classmate somehow got a female friend in his room to scream. They heard screams of joy or fear. Oh, sorry big dog, I had no idea, you do? Denki said, assuming he just disturbed them mid-business and he rather not block anything. I have no clue what that is supposed to mean, but okay, Izuku said to himself as Kathleen walked in again. Well, a hunk, seems I don't have time to school you a second time. Gotta take the final shift for some hero whose wife went into LB, rock something. So catch you later. She walked to the balcony, giving a small smile as she winked and blew him a kiss, before flying out. Dang! Izuku rolled over in his bed, opening his eyes to look around his dark room. Just waking up, his brain had not yet started up. Quirk. Izuku wondered where the sound came from. Pressing on the small exclamation mark that had popped up. Instantly a window showed up. The first heroic milestone was reached. Entering the hero course. Reward 25,000 gold 2, 500 system points. 2500 EXP hero questline started. Social questline started. That's new, Izuku said, seeing he now had something that was questlines. Opening the quest tab, he saw 3 tabs: Daily, Hero, Social. Let's see. Izuku clicked on the Hero tab, wanting to see what would show up next. Oh, seems this one will be revealed in 2 weeks. Izuku remembered something was 2 weeks off, but it was still too late or early to think about that. Then he looked at the social. 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗧𝗵𝗃 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 𝗧𝗃 𝗧𝗵𝗃 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 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Seems I will have to befriend them. Izuku clicked on one of the names, and indeed the first quest was to get on friendly terms with them. Something he was willing to do. He would just need time to really get used to them before that. He clicked on his dailies again to make sure they stayed the same, but again they had changed. 0 out of 100 squats, 0/100 sit-ups, 0/100 push-ups, 0/10 miles run, 0/120 plank held, 0/5 friendly conversations held. Oh, seems like my quirk does not care about my wants, Izuku said, slightly annoyed his quirk was forcing him to reach these people. He just shook his head as he laid his head back down. He was simply going to get the rest of his sleep, and everything else could wait until tomorrow morning. He would also start putting his points into certain stats. While for training he would not need any extra help, now it was a need to save people. He could not afford to play around and not use everything he had to the best of his abilities. Doing any less would feel like an insult to his family. Izuku woke up at his normal time, 5 in the morning. Instantly he sat up, moved his metallic limbs to make sure they were still working, unplugging both before standing up. Walking toward his shower, Izuku emptied the tank and brushed his teeth. Moving back to his room, he opened the wooden closet they all had, grabbing some breathes and a long t-shirt. It was rather cold this early, but as he got dressed he started making his way down. He started the day off with his 10-mile jog, ignoring his surroundings as he ran at his own pace. 5 miles forward before turning around, reaching the dorms right around the 10-mile mark. As he started, keeping a pace where he would still be able to talk, he noticed that he wasn't the only one active this early morning. As he ran through the streets he noticed some heroes still patrolling. Slightly confused as to why heroes would need to patrol this close to a hero school, most villains should have a slight bit more brain cells to try such a thing. But then again, it's been a while since he had been in Japan. His run calmed his mind by the time he had reached the dorm. Yet it was still too early for anyone to be awake, at least that was what he believed. As he entered the dorm, he saw that 2 people were awake and getting ready for a run. Themselves, Shinso and Yanagi, 2 people he did have quests with. "Hey," Izuku said, unsure how to truly start a conversation. "Oh hey," Shinso said, leaving a slightly awkward silence. Izuku simply turned around and went back to his room. Never again. I need to find someone like Melissa or Yaoyorozu, those that can start the conversation. Perhaps that Todoroki girl would be a smart start, Izuku said, shaking his head. In the middle of his new living room, Izuku fell to the ground, catching him before he landed hard. This is where Izuku started completing his push-ups. Due to his still growing strength and body, Izuku easily completed all 100 push-ups. For as long as Izuku had been part of the family, both Inko and Toshinori had been taking extreme care to note all of Izuku's progress, both mental and physical, as best as they could. One thing that they noted was that Izuku did not seem to have limits. As Toshinori grew up and went to the gym, at the start his growth was quick. There was a lot of road to progress. But as he started going a lot more, his progress slowed down. He wouldn't have a new PR every week, and then he stopped hitting new weights as there was just no way. But Izuku did not seem to have that. Each time they tried to push the boundaries, Izuku's body just accepted it. Izuku assumed he did have a limit, but with his stats, he also allowed for a bunch of progress. But from his push-up position, he fell back on his forearms, laying closer to the floor as he started mentally counting. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Izuku counted the entire way up to 120 in order to complete that daily Oswell. Dropping on the floor slightly tired, but he needed to complete the rest. It's better to do what you need to do earlier so you do not have to worry about it later. So rolling over to now lay on his back. Izuku placed his legs at 45 degrees. His arms crossed over his chest as he started completing the sit-ups. Easily completed the 100 for his quest. And then lastly he needed to complete the squats. Standing up, Izuku dipped low, going as low as he could while maintaining a straight back, before pushing himself up from his legs. Doing this a total of 100 times before he completed all but one of his quests. But now he could clean himself up. Walking toward his kitchen, Izuku popped out some of the appliances he held in his inventory, mostly to save space. Placing down an air fryer as well as a rice cooker. Going into his inventory again. While food lasted long inside a fridge or freezer, they were good forever in his inventory, something he wished he had known when he was still out on the street. Grabbing a cup of rice, neatly placed it in a bag thanks to 𝗵𝗃𝗀. Fill it with the correct amount of water. Before placing a couple of sausages in the air fryer. He added some broccoli with the sausage before turning it on. This gave Izuku enough time to take a shower. Yet he set the air fryer on for 10 minutes, which he needed to do, but just as he stepped out of the shower, still wet with the water, he heard the beep. Walking butt naked out of his shower. Seeing he was living alone he could. Only to stand in the kitchen, seeing Kathleen had let herself in and was turning the air fryer on again for him. Izuku said, shocked. He had no idea how to react as he stood with his pee-pee out, covered in water. Then, Kathleen said, her cheeks turning red. While she had seen Izuku without a shirt and in his underwear. This was the first time she had seen him naked. She had been used to seeing the many scars that covered his body. In her mind it merely added to him, but now seeing him in all his glory, he was a hunk. I'm sorry, Kathleen said as she spun around. Izuku was slightly confused as to why she turned red. I will get dressed, Izuku said plainly as he walked back. Kathleen stood alone in the kitchen, trying to shake the embarrassment out of herself. As she looked back at the air fryer basket she saw the sausages. He's bigger, she said, shocking herself as she slammed the basket back and turned it again. Izuku, I'm gonna head out, I'm sorry for you know. Kathleen said hastily but with a hushed tone. Normally she could care less about people hearing her, hell all the more fun to be loud, especially now. Izuku having a girl leave his room this early would make him a god to the other boys. But now, this had turned into a stealth mission. Kathleen flew out of the room, dashing away as fast as she could, going anywhere to calm her mind. She was supposed to tease Izuku, as a joke, but for the first time for Kathleen, SHT had gotten real. Had she really without noticing caught feelings for Izuku? She slapped herself in the face. Come on girlie, you're not like Melissa or that Momo girl, you ain't falling that hard or easy right? She said in the mirror, only to squeal as she heard 𝗵𝗃𝗀 behind her. Falling for who? FFFF falling on, falling on the floor during roller skating. She uttered, trying her best to keep it hidden, but nothing could hide for long with 𝗵𝗃𝗀. Kathleen knew that. You're in love, 𝗵𝗃𝗀 said, already smelling that secret as easy as could be. www. No, love, I don't even know that. I dove, yeah, I dove like the bird. That is it. Kathleen stuttered something which 𝗵𝗃𝗀 loved. She of course knew who it was about. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 knew the second Kathleen had named Melissa. That girl was head over heels for Izuku ever since they had met up again after Izuku's transformation. Odin, we can't go this way, I can't get my heels wet, Melissa said as they stood in front of a small puddle. They had plans to meet up with Kathleen and 𝗵𝗃𝗀 for the movies, but Melissa wanted to be a brand new tool set. Ones that were needed for Izuku's leg, not really but any excuse Melissa could use to buy new tools she would use. Izuku offered to go along, make sure she was safe and she could carry everything. And now without thinking, Izuku placed his metal leg under her legs, his real arm was pressed softly against her back, and he lifted her up. Melissa's face turned bright red as she wrapped her arms around Izuku's neck. More out of surprise, but as she sat there, held within the strong arms of Izuku, looking into his soft yet powerful eyes. Melissa felt her stomach flutter. She felt her mind wander into an endless street of romance. And as they stood on the other side, Izuku waited for her to snap out of it. Melissa, the floor isn't wet anymore. Izuku said, snapping Melissa out of it. The red-faced girl jumped down before screaming something that had not been real words. Izuku knew due to his universal translator perk. Inko instantly knew back then and she knew now. But it was never fun to just spill the beans. No, she would have to sweat Kathleen just a little, for her own enjoyment. Come on, who is it? Is he 𝗧𝗵𝗲, maybe tall, handsome, powerful, or funny? Oh, it's not Izuku, is it? No, I don't think so. Inko said, not letting Kathleen talk, but still living each reaction she had. Oh, maybe Izuku knows. You two are close, almost like you two are dating. Kathleen had to lie. If she would ask Izuku, he would tell her what happened this morning and Inko would figure it out. He is from NP. A lie without a lie. But Inko understood what she wanted. And who was she to stop the fun now? Oh, it's a teacher. Inko said, and she could see the glint of hope behind her eyes. It's Aizawa, right? I could totally see you two together, and I will set up a date for you. Want happiness for you and I won't take a no for an answer. Inko said, leaving Kathleen shaken. She had no interest in dating Aizawa. He was a lazy dude that looked like a bum. Her type was as silent, yet more powerful, with white messy hair and 𝗬𝗏𝗏. She smacked herself in the face to get the thoughts of Izuku out of her mind. Well, yeah, thank you. Kathleen said, just having to go on that date and say it didn't work out. Well, I need to get ready for class. Inko said, walking toward the bathroom where Toshi stood listening. Hey sweetheart, not to be that person. I know Aizawa is gay. Toshi. I was there was he came out. Oh wait, what? Yeah. People like me, he likes me and he dislikes you. Inko said. Boo, but why offer to set up a date? Well, because I want to enjoy Kathleen's suffering. It's so obvious who she likes. It is. Wait, it is. Who does she like? I swear if you had not told me about I would have been sure. Your quirk would be dense. Inko said, ignoring Toshi's pleads for answers. Izuku sat down in the common room. Just sitting still, waiting for someone who seemed like they were capable of carrying on a conversation. Sadly, his prior talk with Hitoshi and Reiko had done nothing at all for his quest. Thankfully, Kathleen did give him a single talk out of the 5. Now he was just waiting. Fuyumi walked in. The woman quickly noticed Izuku and walked up. Hello. Hey. Izuku said. Can I ask you something? Izuku said after clearing his throat slightly. Fuyumi nodded. Why not use your father's last name? Izuku had wondered that ever since Fuyumi introduced herself. She didn't allow me to use it. Oh. I see. And for you, are you not worried that they treat you weirdly when they figure out your family? Izuku shook his head. They can think of me what they want. Not be sound mean, but why are we talking? In knowing you for a while, we have never had a conversation this long before. Izuku nodded. It's my quirk. More students walked in and some overheard the conversation. Your quirk? Oh yeah, game system. I wanted to ask, but you were gone before I could. Kyoka spoke as she walked up. Izuku nodded. My quirk has a multitude of possibilities. One thing is quests. No way, you get quests like video games. Izuku nodded toward Kirishima's words. I get daily quests. They force me to work out. Push-ups, squats, that sort of thing. But since today, I also need to have 5 conversations. The class just looked in awe and coolness. That was one of the most unique quirks they had ever heard of. Bro, what's next? Skills? No, I already have those. What? Izuku looked at his tab, showing he had 4 out of the 5 needed. Your quirk is so cool. I love games. If you ever need help, I got you. Why would you want to help me? Izuku said, shocked. While he had those that helped him. Kathleen, Inko, they all helped him. But Kirishima was one of the first ones his age that would just offer to help. Bro, we are students. Of course, I would help. Thank you then. Izuku said as Kirishima threw a thumbs up before walking toward the kitchen. More students walked into the common room. Most went toward the kitchen to make themselves breakfast. Yo, sorry to disturb your alone time with that lady last night, bro. That was totally not cool of me. Kaminari said as he walked up to Izuku. What do you mean? Yesterday, I knocked when you were chilling and causing that lady to be somewhat loud. Oh yes, it does not matter, we were done. How long did you go for? Think an hour or so. We went multiple times, she just isn't the fastest. To Izuku this was to explain that Kathleen was just slow in video games. She had very little control most of the time. But to Kaminari, this made him look like a Chad. The rest of the morning was silent. Izuku had just completed his daily quest. Each of the 5 conversations had finished up. And as time passed, class was going to start. Izuku was in his seat as quickly as could be. When his homeroom teacher walked in, Izuku got an extra pop-up. His social tab had grown. Now it had a student tab, a hero tab, as well as others. As Izuku clicked on the student tab, it showed all his classmates, but as he clicked on the other tab, it showed new ones. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 quest Papa Mike quest Kathleen quest Uncle David quest Melissa quest Uncle Nitai Grandpa Nezu Grandpa Reno Grandma Recovery. Izuku smiled as he saw them, but wondered about the hero tab, that however had to come later as Aizawa began talking. Good morning everyone. Seeing none of you have any schoolwork yet, today's homeroom will be an example of how it will go. So please all grab one of your textbooks. Aizawa started to explain the basis of what he wanted from homeroom. No matter what you want to do, the main goal is to finish your subjects. So, let's say Kazuki is working on math, yet those around are busy with history, yet Achiko is busy with history and those around her are busy with math, both can swap seats. Aizawa did not really care about the seating plan. They were adult people. If Sakura wanted to sit on the chair right in front of him today, but all the way to the end tomorrow, he couldn't care less. But he did believe that to improve lessons and learning, alternating seating plan to perfect that would be smarter. Good, now for math. You are required to show your work. Why I don't know, but just listen to your teachers. Aizawa found it dumb. In real life showing your work had no real use. If you showed your boss your Excel sheet, you didn't need to explain why each number was different. Aizawa walked them through a couple of extra tips. Mostly that working harder in class made off time really off time. Sir, I often have trouble with the dates on history. Could I then ask Miss Kiyama during class if she has a free PRD? Achiko asked while Aizawa nodded. I don't care, to be fair. If the teacher is free, and you want to, go ahead. Oh man, I can't wait for our first heroics lesson. Kirishima said, already pumping himself up for the dope lesson that was going to be taught to them. Good morning everyone. Inko sat on a chair in the middle of the road. They had not seen All Might nor Stars and Stripe yet. Ma'am, are we late? Inko shook her head as she noticed Izuku. Oh, the teasing she could do with Kathleen. Then, before Yuta could finish her question, they heard the boom. They saw it in the background. The wind forces nearly shook the buildings. They landed hard, shaking the ground as Kathleen followed Toshinori. Get over here, oldie, I am tagging you. They stopped as they noticed the students. Some students wanted to laugh, others still too amazed at the fact the number 1 hero stood near them. Sorry, we were, playing tag, Inko said smiling, but Toshi shook his head. He could not have that be heard by the students. We were perfecting our aerial and ground evasion training. Toshinori said with a smile, finding a way to make the tag sound better. Sure, honey, well, with your game of tag being over, the lesson can start. Toshinori tried arguing back, but the students just laughed as Inko stood up. Kathleen, sweetie, if you could. Jup. She grabbed the chair and moved it away. Now then, sweeties. The first and most important hero role that there is defensive heroes and offensive heroes. No matter what, a hero will always have to fight and protect. So that is what we will have happen now. Kathleen jumped back down with 2 dummies. Today's lesson will have you fight each other in teams of 2. Inko smiled. She floated one of the dummies with her quirk, floating it up toward herself before placing the seated dummy on the floor. This is Bob, or Bonnie, whichever you want. One team will take Bob and enter a building. Your job is to protect Bob from the villains that are planning to grab him. Then Team 2 will need to enter the building to save Bob from the villains that kidnapped him. Wait, I am lost, ma'am. Kaminari said, confused as he wasn't sure who played who. Both parties are both villains and heroes. Because heroes have to be safe and fight all the time. If you are in Team A will move with Bob into the building. Inside of that building, it would be your job to protect Bob. Stop them from being attacked by villains. Then Team B will come from outside. They are tasked with saving Bob, who has been captured by villains. Oh, so Team A is Team B's villain and Team B is Team A's villain. Indeed you are Miss Haruno, very well done. 𝗵𝗃 praised the girl who blushed at the compliment from such a high-ranked hero. Okay then, to make the teams it will be done randomly. Does anyone know why? 𝗵𝗃 looked at the class. Most were paying attention. Miss myheroacademia. Oh, because, sorry I wasn't paying attention. She dropped her head slightly. Paying attention is needed to perfect your journey of a hero. All Might said with a loud laugh. Why, yes, sir? Now does anyone know why? Miss 𝗵𝗃𝗧. Because it's random in real life. To save people, you cannot afford to wait for those you work well with. Indeed you are, that is correct. Now then. Teams. Kathleen grabbed a bag. Pick one note. She walked up toward the group. Her eyes are high in the clouds as Izuku walks up as one of the first students. He grabbed a card. Plenty followed. He saw the person with the same card. Seems we are together. Izuku said, showing he had the same card as Achiko Uraraka. Oh yeah, seems we are, hope we work well together. Achiko gave a big smile, her brown hair framing her face, showing her pink cheeks as she smiled. Izuku looked around, seeing more teams were made. Mina Ishido teamed up with Denki Kaminari. Kirishima worked together with Mineta. Jiro teamed with Itsuka Kendo. Yui Kodai worked with Ibara Shiosaki. Then Pony teamed with Setsuna. Reiko had gotten lucky to team with Hitoshi. Fuyumi teamed up with Mitsuki, something the ashen-haired girl seemed indifferent about. Yamato teamed up with Sakura, who seemed apologetic about being teamed up with. And lastly, you had Perona teaming up with Yuta. So everyone has their teams made. To figure out who you will be fighting, Star will choose. 𝗵𝗃 said, grabbing a clipboard. While the tests are being taken, the rest of you will not be standing around guessing, you will be watching from a different building. With us. We will be watching you, and after you are done we will talk about your fight. 𝗵𝗃 knew that not all of them would know how to fight, none of them had to. This was merely to give them a step in. So you guys, fight you. Kathleen showed Team Yui and Ibara against Team Pony and Setsuna. Then you and you. Team Mina and Denki had to fight Team Yamato and Sakura. Odin, we have to fight her. Denki said, shocked they had to fight the biggest person in class. Together with Izuku, she was the person they did not want to fight. Well, you go against you. This time it was Team Izuku and Achiko that were facing Team Perona and Yuta. Be best of luck. Perona tried sounding friendly, but to be fair she was nervous. She had never been the biggest fighter, and each time she had used her quirk on people, they never liked her after the fact. But Izuku seemed unbothered that he heard he would have to fight. Unlike any student, he did not react to it. He wasn't excited or worried. Something that caused Yuta and Perona to worry more. Then you against you. Star picked the last team she would have to choose, as there were only 4 teams left. Kirishima and Mineta would face Mitsuki and Fuyumi, with the last 2 teams then being Team Kyoka and Itsuka would face Reiko and Hitoshi. And with that, the final teams were made. Well then, Team Kodai, Ishido, Yagi, Kirishima, and Jiro, you all will be the attacking heroes. So Team Pony, Kazuki, myheroacademia, Bakugo, and Yanagi, you will make your way with Bob or Bonnie. Team Tokage, please go ahead first. Team Kodai, please wait outside, I will give the signal, the rest follow me. After you 4 are done, move outside as Star will wait for you. 𝗵𝗃 explained. The class nodded as they made their way inside, ready to watch their first test. We got this right, Setsuna said with a thumbs up. She had all faith in herself and the friend she was teamed up with. We do our good. Pony said, trying her best to speak Japanese. English is fine, I am a gamer. Oh, thank God, I am still learning. Pony said, grateful that the spiky teeth girl could speak English. No worries, let's just focus on this fight now. Let's board the door closed, they can't win if they can't get in. Pony nodded to Setsuna. That sounds correct. Both had 5 minutes that they planned to use fully. Each ran in room after room, grabbing whatever they could find. Barrels, crates, sheets. And they stuffed them in the first stairwell. The Bob rested on the second floor, with now no longer a path upward. After 5 minutes the girls felt proud. Now we still should prep for a fight, right? Pony said with Setsuna nodding. Just in case. Yui and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 were now allowed to move. I wish to resolve this without violence. The Lord has sent me on this path to ensure peace among his kind, not harm. Yui hummed a response. The fight would overall be equal. Each girl was not that much different than the rest. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had a little height on most of them, but other than that, none of them looked to be overly fit. Setsuna was in the best shape. While she was a gamer, she also enjoyed making sure she looked great, which resulted in a slight showing of abs. Yet none of them knew how to fight. Setsuna made friends more than she made enemies. And the only enemies she had never started a fight were just yelling matches. Pony spent most of her days in her room watching anime, and the message that they sent was that making peace was better than creating enemies. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was a pacifist. While she would fight for the safety of others, that was never her objective. She much rather detain people than fight them. Yui never started a conversation, let alone a fight. Yet each still had to fight this time. Yui walked behind 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Both believed she was the best up front. Her hair had most of the use in a combat situation. The two girls took their time clearing the first floor, making sure none would come from a sneak attack. They then stumbled across the stairs. Oh, seems we are stuck in our pursuit. Should we surrender? No, Yui said as she grabbed the zipper of her 𝗵𝗃 uniform, pulling the metal piece off and placing it down around the middle of the stairs. Step back, Yui said as she walked a couple of steps back before activating her quirk. The small zipper gave a slight glow of light pink before it expanded. Within an instant, the zipper that had rested on top of a rusty blue barrel pressed everything away. It forces a spot for itself, causing the very unstable pile to collapse and fall down. Well done, 𝗂𝗧, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said as she shot out her vines. The thick green vines with small bumps crawled forward over the ground, coiling themselves around the large chunks of rubble before dragging them out of the way. Yui simply walked up toward a couple of them, pressing her fingers against the rubble. And with the light pink light surrounding them, they shrunk to the size of a toy, allowing Yui to fill her pockets with a multitude of weapons. You ready? Yui nodded toward 𝗧𝗵𝗲's question. Both girls walked up the stairs, instantly coming face to face with their enemies. Please surrender peacefully, we can make sure we both stay unharmed, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said, clasping her hands together in prayer, praying she would listen. But Setsuna had no interest in surrendering in her first test. Sure, if she would fight the scary Yagi kid, or that big Kazuki lady, she might back off, but against 𝗂𝗧 and Shiosaki, now that is a winnable fight. Big fastball right. Setsuna had seen this move in a video game before. She had of course used it before on her teddy bears. She balled her right hand up tightly, leaning back, throwing her right shoulder back as she brought her left foot up, before bringing her right arm slightly up as she leaned forward, stomping down on her left foot, throwing all the weight in her hand as she twisted her hips. Her right foot went off the floor as she detached her wrist, using her quirk to push her hand forward at the same time. This causes her hand to fly through the air almost like a baseball fastball. The first soared through the sky at an incredible speed and aimed right at Yui. Only the girl reacted faster. Yui ducked down, but at the same time, to protect herself, she pulled out a small wooden crate, growing it to the size of a fridge, blocking the fist perfectly. Because of the speed of the blow and the hardness of the crate, two things broke. The crate broke in parts, but at the same time, Setsuna's hand also broke. This caused the green-haired girl to scream in pain as she grabbed at the location her hand should have been at. Surrender before more pain is given. Corny rocket. Pony yelled out as she moved her hands to the side of her head. Both her pointer fingers aimed up like horns. This caused her horns to pop off, giving Pony control of them. She flew them forward, aiming them at 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who closed her eyes. The vines that rested on her back instantly came into action by slithering in front of her, climbing on each other as they formed a thick bushy layer of protection that the horns of Pony poked in, before the horse girl could pull them back and retry the attack. The horns were completely swallowed up as the vines wrapped around them. No matter how much Pony tried, her two horns were stuck. Yui moved right away again, reaching down her pocket once more to grab a new weapon, this time a slab of concrete that had come up. She chucked it at Setsuna, who was still in pain. Yui said. Her tone is natural and calm. So much so that it caused Setsuna to forget they were fighting. She reached out and instantly the small slab turned into a wall. Thankfully it did not weigh much more than Setsuna herself, only pinning the girl's bottom side. This increased the weight, but Setsuna quickly started pushing the weight up with her detached upper body. Pony, I need help. Yui was getting closer and Pony needed to support her friend. Sending 2 more rockets the way of Yui was the best she was capable of doing at the moment. Each horn went as fast as they could, stump side first. Like a club they slammed into Yui, knocking the air out of the girl and bringing her down to a knee. But she was only a distraction. The vine wall that Pony believed 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was hiding behind. She now had a better look at it. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was gone. Oh no. Pony only got those words out before Inko's voice was heard. Both parties did well, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Shiosaki captured and secured the civilian. The mission was a success. Back at the watching area, the class stood by. They had seen both parties try their best. Now then, that was a good first fight, don't you all think? Now we wait for all 4 to come back and we can then talk about it. They did not have to wait long. Setsuna, however, went straight toward Recovery Girl. Her knuckles had been broken, but it gave them time to talk about what just happened. Now then, can anyone tell me what Team Kodai did correctly and what they did wrong? The hand of Fuyumi went up right away. Their teamwork was correct. Both parties went into their own abilities, and when it was time, they divided to secure the civilians. Inko nodded. Indeed. Miss Kodai did wonderfully in finding a way up and strengthening herself with weapons. However, what did they do wrong? Shiosaki tried to talk instead of fight. Inko shook her head. Sometimes it's good to talk. You can learn stuff that way. They lacked communications, right? Jiro said with Inko nodding. Shiosaki, you left without telling your partner anything. When it's a plan, it's a good one, but when you leave your partner all alone, that is dangerous. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 dipped her head in shame. How could she betray a friend like that? A grave sin in her eyes, as she would have to atone in some way. Now then. The same for the other team. They succeed at fighting. Kaminari said, not really knowing what they did wrong. Nope, fighting we will learn. Izuku spoke up. His mother looked right at him. 𝗬𝗪𝗓 threw an Hail Mary attack that no matter what would have harmed her, and both seemed to hope the blockade would win the fight as they stood around after the fact. Indeed, Inko said with a proud smile. While some attacks hurt no matter what happens, showing off your super attack right from the start could work if you know it will land. This was a very dangerous move. It instantly put them at a disadvantage. As for the blockade, while the idea was smart, always maintain a backup idea for your idea. Plan for it to wrong, hope for it to go right. Inko said as she sent down the next group, Mina Ishido and Denki Kaminari versus Yamato Kazuki and Sakura Haruno. We are fed, aren't we? Kaminari said, rubbing his head with Mina nodding. I can't fight at all. I don't want to kill any of them. Mina said, worried as she bit her lip in worry. Kaminari nodded. At best I can shock one of them, but that's a gamble. Kaminari said with some sweat on his forehead. On the side of the fight, Yamato and Sakura stood in the building waiting. You apologized before, why? Yamato asked Sakura, who swallowed loudly. I can't fight. I just can't. Sakura said. She felt a heavy amount of shame. She had nearly killed someone in a fight before. How could she ever try to fight someone else? That's fine. Just back me up and I will do the fighting. Yamato showed her arm, rolling up the PE outfit they were given, showing her bicep. I am strong, she said proudly. Sakura just nodded. Both would help each other. I will meet them up front, you back me up. Sakura nodded as she followed Yamato. Both waited at the game. The 5 minutes went by in mere moments as both forgot the time due to their nerves. Mina and Kaminari walked up instantly and were caught like a deer in headlights. They stood looking at Yamato. Hey, let's have a fun fight. Yamato said, balling her fist up and showing a slight bit of a fighting style. Ag. Kaminari knew one way to win. To shock Yamato and win the fight by just pure luck. Yamato looked a little shocked, but she didn't think much of it. He had an electricity quirk. Sakura called out. She remembered most of the people's quirks in their talks. Yamato's eyes went wide as she turned around. Fuck. Yamato screamed as she sprinted away. Her bigger body, the longer legs allowed Yamato to easily speed up past Sakura and run upward. Sakura quickly followed up behind Yamato. As Kaminari stopped screaming and he stopped running, his face lit up. Oh my god, I scared away Kazuki, oh god. Kaminari jumped up and down in pride. Mina herself joined in on the celebration. Both felt like they had already won the fight. Instantly both walked around with a shot of confidence. Come on Kazuki, why are you scared now? Kaminari called out as he continued to strut through the building. Both he and Mina made it up to the 3rd floor, where they saw Bob tied to a post. Easy, so scared they didn't even want to fight, Kaminari said proudly as he walked forward. Mina stood still trying to look around. But for both parties it was too late to react. From Kaminari's side. He turned seeing Yamato stand. Her right leg is forward with her left leg back for balance. Both her hands above her head as they clutched onto an empty barrel. Yamato leaned back, leaning the barrel behind her head before she strengthens her core muscles, moving her arms from behind her head to above them to in front of herself. She let the barrel go on its way, throwing the empty metal barrel through the sky. The unguarded, unprepared eclectic quirk user stood no chance. He could only scream as he felt the cold metal impact on his chest. The quick jerk of his chest made him backward, snapping his head and legs with them shortly after, before rolling on the floor slightly in pain. Ha, shock that. Yamato said proudly of her own plan. Mina now stood alone in her fight. As Yamato walked up the middle, with Denki knocked down, she believed it was a simple 1v2. Sakura also made her way over, only for Denki to reach out. The in-pain man grabbed Yamato's ankle and with his last bit of strength pushed all the power he had into the massive woman. This fried his brain as he lay there drooling while Yamato fell down on the floor foaming out the mouth defeated, leaving Mina the girl who couldn't fight against Sakura the girl who did not want to fight. Yet both would not stop. Sakura knew she would just use her skill to defend herself. She had more than enough training to do so for hours on end with any person to try it. And Mina decided she would just use her hands, 'cause how hard could it really be? Mina gave her war cry as she rushed forward. Her hands were above her head. Sakura simply stepped forward with her lead foot, bending her knees ever so slightly, raising both her arms in front of herself and taking a deep breath. Both her hands rested in the air as she held her gaze on Mina. When the pink-skinned girl got close, she brought her fists down almost like a hammer. As fast and as powerful as Mina could. However, this was child play for someone as skilled as Sakura. Without much effort, Sakura stepped back, making the hit miss before stepping back in and shoving Mina back. Mina, however, came right back, this time swinging her hand sideways. Sakura used her forearm to block the hit, sliding the hand down and grabbing Mina's wrist, stepping in as she turned, placing her back against Mina's front. Mina's armpit quickly found its place on Sakura's shoulder, and with a fast pull on the wrist, a dip of Sakura's hips, Mina was swept off her feet before she realized. Sakura performed a perfect shoulder toss, throwing Mina down on the floor. But instead of backing off, Sakura followed up by grabbing Mina's neck and wrist again, bending the arm on her back to force her to surrender. Obi, I give, Uncle Yi. Mina called out with Inko's voice being heard again. Due to the surrender of Miss Ishido and the state of Mr. Kaminari, the victors are Team Haruno. Now then, welcome back. Inko greeted them as both parties came back. Denki had regained most of his brain functions, and while Yamato still had a slight twitch, they could join in on the talk. Setsuna had also come back from the fight and noticed the end. Now then, like before, one thing the attacking team did right and wrong. This time dozens of hands went up. They were fing idiots to run in without a plan and were way too cocky for an interaction that did nothing. And something good. Inko said to Mitsuki, I don't know, their matchup seemed okay. While I would not have worded it so rashly. I do believe you are correct. While I understand some fights are just not winnable, running in screaming is never the plan to do. As for how confident you became after Kazuki retreated, that could get you killed. Always stay focused until the mission is complete. Kaminari nodded. But indeed, it was a very smart plan for the fights. Kazuki had the advantage of size and power, yet Kaminari had the trump card. Very well done. Now then, Team Kazuki, one thing they did well and one thing that they could have done better. The retreating was smart, right? Achiko half asked and half said with Inko nodding. Indeed, after figuring out their plan, it was smart to retreat and once again gain the upper hand in another scenario. I feel they should have attacked together. While making the fight 2-on-1 was smart, Ishido could have done something as Haruno hid. Inko nodded at Yuda's words. Very well said. Now then. The third fight is up, best of luck. This was by far the most anticipated fight to come. Izuku Yagi and Achiko Uraraka versus Perona Mihawk and Yuta Figerland. Inko, Toshi, and Kathleen were overly excited to see how Izuku would do. But not only that. Nezu had tuned in on the cameras and was looking forward to this. But while they made sense, most of the students also wanted to see. They knew the least about Izuku. They had talked once very briefly. And now he was going to show his quirk off. Both himself and Uraraka stood outside the building waiting. What is our plan? Do you know how to fight? Izuku said plainly toward Achiko, who shook her head. Izuku's eyes seemed to pierce her soul with an aura of power rushing off him. I will fight then, stay back and try and get the bob. Izuku said with Achiko not arguing. Izuku now just stood waiting. He remembered their quirks perfectly. Perona Mihawk's quirk was small ghost creation that affected emotions. Yuta can take control due to sound. Seemed easily dealt with for Izuku. Both Yuta and Perona were worried. I protect the bob if you go and fight. Perona nodded. My hollows will take them down. She said, slightly worried she would be hated at the end of the class. Nobody liked being depressed. But she had no choice but to go easy against Yagi. Shaking her head as the name sounded familiar. The signal was given and both parties could advance. Wait, what is Yagi doing? He is just standing still. Did he not hear the signal? Itsuka said confused. Fuyumi looked on waiting. She knew Izuku would surpass her beliefs of what this class would be doing. He had already saved someone from death in the galas they went to, but now she needed to see him in action. Izuku brought his hands to his side. Before closing his eyes and with a deep breath and an extreme level of speed, he slammed his own palms on his head. Right against his ears. This instantly ruptured the eardrums, deafening Izuku. Completely and shocking everyone. What the F? Mitsuki called out, confused as to why he would hurt himself. Achiko stepped back in shock as Izuku started walking forward, BLD slowly coming from his ears, yet he did not seem bothered in the slightest. Perona jumped out quickly in the first corner, trying to not only scare Izuku but to gain the upper hand. She fired off 2 of her ghosts and they hit perfectly. She knew now Izuku would drop to his hands and knees and say something about feeling less than dirt or that he was not worthy of breathing air. But that did not happen. Instead, Izuku reached out and grabbed Perona by the neck. This scared the petite goth girl into screaming, she called out. And while most again would show mercy, Izuku had never been shown mercy in a fight and he was not about to be the first to do so. With a quick strike with his right arm, the metal made a small ding sound as his fist connected with the chin. Perona instantly got knocked out. The fear and pain were more than enough to hit the snooze button. Izuku dropped her on the floor. Leaning her against the wall, she slammed again when he grabbed her neck. This left Izuku to just defeat Yuta. Yet the class was shaken. He just punched her the F out. Mitsuki said, shocked. She expected Izuku to win. He looked like a Fing Chad. She would be ashamed if he lost. But to just see a 6 feet 6 inches tall guy just KO a 5 feet 3 inches girl like that was a shock. Achiko quickly went to check up on Perona, but she overall had no injuries. Even the blow to the chin did not seem that bad. It was not hard to locate Yuta as his quirk did most of the work. Izuku had not expected this to work. Yet as he ruptured his eardrums, Izuku's quirk showed subtitles. So he had seen Perona's footsteps and now was simply following the arrows that showed a text. Does Yagi have wall hacks? Setsuna said, seeing Izuku was walking right for Yuta. I guess his game system allows for cheats. Kyoka said, confused. Inko could only smile at the idea. But they kept watching. What seemed to be a masterclass in the efficiency of heroics. Yuta remained singing, going louder, nearly screaming at the top of her lungs as she saw Izuku walk through the door. She expected him to stop. Most of them did. A dramatic pause of sorts, yet without pause or rest Izuku walked for Yuta, whose singing turned to screaming for him to back off. She then made the mistake. She swung her fist. Izuku stepped forward but toward the side, taking Yuta's left side. His fist pulled back as he threw it. His metal hand gave a light ding as Yuta fell. Yuta fell forward. The way it went, she would land on her face and possibly gain an injury. Yet Izuku caught her by the collar, lowering her on the floor softly before stepping over her knocked-out body and grabbing Bob. Due to the result of their fights, both Mihawk and Figerland have lost continuously. Team Yagi won. Could you please move then towards Star? Inko asked. Izuku rolled Yuta over on her back, grabbing her leg and arm and throwing her up on his shoulders, using a fireman carry to bring her outside. Both Ochako and Perona waited for them. The ghost girl was still knocked out as Izuku handed Yuta over. Kathleen quickly rushed away, having to bring them toward Recovery Girl to make sure both were fine. All while Izuku made his way over with Ochako back to the viewing room. No holding back for girls, it seemed. Kaminari said, winking at Yamato, acting as he held back Oswell. Izuku just looked at him confused. They were villains in this situation, that would kill people. Instantly removing the joking comment he tried to make and turning it serious. Inko coughed to alert the class toward her. Now then, could someone tell me something they did correctly and something they could have done better? He-Fing destroyed them. I don't know how much better it could have gone. Mitsuki said in awe. She had experienced her brother in action before. His ruthlessness was super useful in a fight, and it often got him to win fights against people 4 or 5 years older. But that was pure skill. Something her brother would be destroyed against. Something she needed to learn if she ever wanted to beat her brother. Why, Sakura said, not seeing any fault. Even during the 2 blows Izuku threw, they were absolutely perfect. He had a slight guard up in case he got hit. He moved out of the way of any blowback. I know, miss. Kirishima raised his hand. During his fight with Mihawk, he took a blow that was dangerous. Indeed, Kirishima. Indeed. When you are not aware of the capabilities of a quirk, blocking when you could dodge is rather dangerous. Apart from that, a perfect showing. As for the girls that are not here now, the plan made sense, just did not work, Izuku said. Anyone else would have been defeated. They would be a dangerous team together, but Izuku saw a way past them and took advantage of it. Indeed. Both did wonderfully. Now then, the next fight. Remember, trying your best is more than enough, Inko assured them after seeing Izuku perform perfection. She would not want the other students to try the same and hurt themselves or recklessly hurt their classmates. Both groups nodded as they made their way down Ejiro Kirishima and Minoru Mineta versus Mitsuki Bakugo and Fuyumi Himura. Kirishima and Mineta talked about a multitude of different plans. Bro, I can just get hard as stone, run in, and keep them pinned as you get the bob, bro. Oh, wouldn't you like that? Hugging those appealing, curvy, Mineta slapped himself, those powerful women. He corrected himself. While I rather take that honor upon myself, I don't believe we have the required capabilities to subdue both of them. Mineta explained with Kirishima raising an eyebrow. What you mean, bro? I'm like way tough. Did you not pay attention toward the first day? Kirishima just shook his head. I was way too excited, bro. I just remember you got your hair as a quirk. Oh, of course, you never needed brains, the women just got hypnotized by those muscles. I am pretty buff. Kirishima said, bobbing his head with a smile, not catching the insult. Himura, the one with red spots on the white hair. She has an ice quirk. Unless you melt ice, we are at a disadvantage. The ashen-haired Mitsuki can create explosions from her hands. Think finger pistols times 10. But bro, they never said that. Mineta nodded. We must plan for the worst option. Did you assume Yagi was capable of what we say from his first interaction? Kirishima's mouth went wide as he now understood. You like super smart, bro, nice. All while Kirishima and Mineta made their plans. Mitsuki and Fuyumi stood waiting. Your quirk, how strong is it? I would be able to secure this entire room if you are thinking what I am. Exactly, I face them, blast them right up the butt, and you make sure Bonnie stays on Team Queen. Mitsuki said. A small puff of smoke appeared on her fingers. Fuyumi nodded her hair. The room they stood in was large enough. As Mitsuki walked outside of the room, Fuyumi kneeled on the floor. As she steadied her breath and calmed her mind, she forced out ice from her hands. First, the ground started to freeze. The ice crawled across the entire room, creeping up the walls. And within a minute the walls were now coated in a thick layer of ice, enough as to where no student could enter easily. So all she now had to do was sit back and wait. All the while Mitsuki brought the fight toward them. With the timer down, Mitsuki stood right at the door. She had no interest in waiting around for them to stumble their way in. And Kirishima came in running, also no interest in walking around. Stand down, villain, the heroes are here to save Bob. Bonnie ain't going nowhere, you some, try me. Mitsuki pulled her hands out. Both her pointer fingers aimed at Kirishima. From the outside, this was a children's battle. Yet in reality, it was going to get loud and messy. Kirishima hardened himself fully, his soft flesh quickly transforming into a rocky material. Instead of the smooth skin he had, it transformed into sharp edges and hard corners. He turned rough. But Mitsuki took this as the signal. Instantly, she forced her quirk out from the top of her fingers. Quickly after each other, explosion after explosion got fired off. The blast fired a small charge forward, and the second it made contact with Kirishima, a second explosion took place. Boom boom boom. Explosion after an explosion shook the ground, yet Kirishima pushed himself forward. I won't be defeated easily. Kirishima screamed loudly as he kept walking. He isn't alone, 𝗬𝗲. Mineta screamed from the side. He chucked out 2 of his purple ball. Mineta assumed he had the best shot to jump from her side. Yet Mitsuki had trained her butt off, while went toward one of the worst and most unknown schools she could find. Her skill and power alone would allow her a seat at far more impressive schools. She went toward 𝗵𝗃 out of spite for her brother. He believed himself so much better, so it would simply be all the better when she blasted his butt down the ladder. She rolled back, readjusting one of her hands at Mineta, and she blasted him right in the chest. Perfectly center. Mineta got blasted back, rolling slightly as he tried getting some air back in his lungs. Yet Mitsuki now let up on the explosions of Kirishima. He made ground with 2 hands of explosions. Now with only a single Kirishima, he could make a lot more ground. Manly punch. Kirishima swung his left arm through the air, with enough force to take Mitsuki's head off. That was if it connected. Mitsuki dropped low. 5-finger shotgun. Mitsuki used one of the moves she had come up with when she was 6. Instead of using a single finger to create a blast that would reach further. This gave Mitsuki a very strong range ability. It did not give her the greatest amount of power. That is where her brother dominated. He lacked range, but due to the fact his explosions were created in the palms of his hands, he just created way more force. This was the reason that Mitsuki created the 5-finger shotgun. She created the long-range and short-range blasts on each finger at the same time. She pressed her hand right on Kirishima's chest. He had a single second of the blowback Kirishima felt rocked him back out of the building. Kirishima rolled over the floor. That was awesome. He screamed as he got back up. His chest turned a red color. But he stood up again. I won't back down, bring it. Kirishima charged forward again. Mitsuki just smiled as she stood her ground. She had in her own excitement forgotten to keep an eye on Mineta, who sneaked forward, stumbling his way as he still felt the pain from the explosion he took. They are way too strong for me and my ball of stickiness, Mineta muttered as he climbed the stairs. Kirishima started wildly swinging his fist, left, right, up, down. Each way he could move them they went, all in the hopes of landing a miracle shot on the smaller but more agile Mitsuki. Most of the explosions had been coming from one of Mitsuki's hands. The 5-finger shotgun caused a rather painful feeling in the fingers that Mitsuki couldn't really pull off too often. She had hoped that the blow was enough to take him out. Yet the more explosions Mitsuki fired, the more powered up Kirishima seemed to get, the less they started to affect him. This was only because Mitsuki began to lose steam. Her explosions simply did not get the same amount of boom toward them. And this gave 𝗓𝗓𝗵𝗲 the opening as he slammed his hand right down on his shoulder. The blow was enough to stop Mitsuki from moving it while kicking her off balance, which caused the second punch to follow up and the third. And quickly enough Mitsuki fell bruised and battered, stunned as 𝗓𝗓𝗵𝗲 pulled back his fist again. "I need you, Kiri!" 𝗵𝗃𝗲 yelled as he jumped in between. He threw down multiple of his hairballs right on Mitsuki, getting her stuck on the floor. "What is it, bro?" 𝗓𝗓𝗵𝗲 looked at 𝗵𝗃𝗲, who had one of his legs frozen. Himura froze the doll stuck. "I can't break through. The only one who can is you." 𝗓𝗓𝗵𝗲's face lit up like a child's face on Christmas morning. With increased vigor and joy, 𝗓𝗓𝗵𝗲 charged up the stairs. "Oh no, oh no!" he yelled at the top of his lungs as he got closer and closer to the ice wall that blocked the doorway. 𝗓𝗓𝗵𝗲 had run at his top speed right in the wall. And he bounced back. He cracked the ice, but Fuyumi had created a nearly foot-thick layer of ice, something 𝗓𝗓𝗵𝗲 was never getting through. The hardened user popped back up. "You ruined my Kool-Aid moment," he yelled as he started punching the wall. His rock-hard hands crashed against the icy wall repeatedly, and blow after blow merely chipped small shards off. "I am sorry, dearies, the time limit is over, which means Team Himura has won the battle. Do you need help freeing yourself, Himura?" Inko asked with the girl nodding. "Have no fear, for I am here to help." Toshinori crashed through the wall, filling 𝗓𝗓𝗵𝗲 with jealousy of both power and Kool-Aid Man moment as Toshinori broke concrete and ice like it was nothing. "I believe it's best we located toward a new building, honey." "On really? And here I thought the open wall concept was for design," Inko said with sarcasm, rushing out, causing the class to giggle as the normally imposing and untouchable All Might looked embarrassed. "Well, just bring the kiddies back so we can continue with the final test," Inko told Toshi, who did exactly what she asked, bringing all four back. Where she asked the same question as before. "Now who has an answer?" Izuku raised her hand. Team 𝗓𝗓𝗵𝗲 had a plan. 𝗓𝗓𝗵𝗲 acted as a tank thanks to his quirk, and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 acted as backup. But they did not work together at all. 𝗓𝗓𝗵𝗲 just fought alone. Inko nodded. Yes, while due to Himura's actions, it was a lost cause no matter what, you would have perhaps gotten done with Mitsuki slightly faster if you had worked together. Now for Team Himura, what did they do well and what could they have done better? The closing of the bob was smart. I just think it would have been smarter for Himura to freeze while she stood outside the room, then it was 2 against 2 while you had a massive advantage. Well, I would prefer a raised arm, that is indeed correct. Now then, our final test. The final four shared a look. Kyoka Jiro and Itsuka Kendo would team together to face the couple Hitoshi Shinso and Reiko Yanagi. "Best of luck," Itsuka said with a kind smile as Hitoshi and Reiko walked into the building. Kyoka Jiro and Itsuka Kendo versus Hitoshi Shinso and Reiko Yanagi. "You're gonna have to most likely carry the fighting part, I can act as support," Kyoka said. Looking at the two girls, there was a clear difference in size. "No worries, I got some martial arts training, so I should be capable. And yes to teamwork, we won't give them any chance to say something could have gotten better," Itsuka said with a big smile. "Their plan was simple. I just locate the two of them, we rush them, you beat them up and we save Bob," Kyoka said with Itsuka assuring that was indeed the best course of action. "I hope they won't be too annoying to deal with," Hitoshi said, rubbing his eyes as he yawned. "You need a better sleep schedule," Yanagi said as Shinso smiled. "I need sleep for a sleep schedule," Hitoshi said as he sat his butt down right next to Bob. Before then laying his head down on Bob, he started using him like a pillow. Yanagi merely shook her head as she stood waiting for Kyoka and Itsuka. Both were standing on the 3rd floor. They felt it would give them less time to fight if the others took more time to search. This was a moot point as the second the timer was up, Kyoka stabbed her jack in the wall. "I am feeling a slow but constant heart rate up on the 3rd or 2nd floor, a normal on the 3rd floor. I think at least I am still learning this skill," Kyoka said with a smile as Itsuka looked amazed. "That is so cool, you can just hear the heart rate. Really dope." Kyoka blushed a slight bit at the compliments. Both nodded as Kyoka stood behind Itsuka as they walked. While they were sure that Kyoka had not messed up, both still remained aware of their surrounding areas. "Surrender," Itsuka said, unsure if Hitoshi was sleeping. He just laid down with his eyes closed. 5 more minutes, Hitoshi said as he propped Bob's leg under his head. Sorry about him, but we will not surrender. Yanagi used her quirk. The small rocks and rubble that had laid on the floor started gaining a lime green shine before they started to float. Oh, Kyoka said before 𝗧𝗵𝗲 acted. She grew her hands. Both her hands started to explode in size, going from her normally small size to the size of her torso. Her left hand went on the floor as she placed her right hand above it, creating a shield that blocked any incoming damage and protected themselves from the barrage of rubble. Half of the rubble was shot into the other walls and pillars. This in turn created even more rubble for Reiko to use. This seemed to have gone on for minutes, at least for 𝗧𝗵𝗲. She was unable to gain any ground. Kyoka now knew she had to do something for 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to be able to act. She got ready to jump out, rush Yanagi, and hope to help 𝗧𝗵𝗲 gain the win. You think you can win, really? Due to Hitoshi's proud tone, his rude comment seems to sting both girls painfully. Both felt forced to speak up. Of course we can. Their pride was their downfall. Instantly the rubble stopped, floating in the air before dropping to the ground. Sit down and surrender, Hitoshi said before a large yawn took the place of words. Like children listening to a parent, both 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Kyoka sat down with their hands up. I surrender, both spoke with Inko being shocked. Oh well, it seems this fight is already over. The winning team is Team Shinso. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Kyoka were released right then and both were confused. Sorry about that. Had to win, Hitoshi said with both still confused. That was so weird. It was like watching a first-person movie. I could see everything, I was just not in control. Yeah, cool quirk, Kyoka said, not caring about what just happened, just in awe of a quirk like that being in the same class as her. She had felt a slight bit outmatched against most of the students already. This just opened her eyes even more. Well then, can you tell me what Team Kendo could have done better, and what did they do well? We had a plan for our team, but we just stood around waiting for them to win. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 spoke as she looked down in shame. While she was more than aware that she could have won in a straight-up fight, she had gotten worried for Kyoka. She did not want the girl to end up hurt, causing her to be unsure to move. Yes indeed. Remember, both of you are capable of protecting yourself. Inko had seen the problem before. Early in their relationship, Toshinori had the same problem. He was powerful enough to rip out buildings and throw them across the country. Yet each fight they got on, he stood and waited for them to attack him. Inko had to show she was just as good a hero as everyone else before Toshi started allowing her to do her own thing. Now then, what about Team Shinso? This got most to talk bad about Hitoshi. He was just sleeping, he should have been more proactive and fought. This was the main idea that everyone had, but Inko shook her head. Sadly, you all are wrong. You all knew Shinso's quirk, right? The class nodded. He told them day one, of course they remembered a quirk like his. That is the point, you all knew his quirk, meaning if you did not respond he would be useless. If he was actively fighting you would be worried, but now that he slept on the floor, he was causing them to lower their guard around him, making it more likely to answer questions. The group now understood and nodded. Inko clapped her hands. Now then, that was today's lesson. You all did wonderfully, even if you don't believe you did as best you did. Today's lesson was just to show up all that is capable. You all were great and I am proud of every one of you. I will see you all next time. Have a good day. Also, any questions you still have, our office is always open. Theirs are open because they can't sit still, mine is open because I am willing to talk and listen, Inko said as the class chuckled. Enjoying the more humane light, Inko placed All Might under. The hero seemed more like a person than a god. Alright, listen, you group of sniffling beach babies. I am your combat teacher. You will call me Mirko or boss. I don't want to hear a miss or ma'am. If I do, not only will I whoop your motherfucking but all over this goddamn school, I will place your broken but I in detention for insubordination. Am I understood? Mirko spoke loudly as she marched in front of the students. Each stood up straight with their hands behind their back, almost like a military line. Yes, Mirko/boss, they spoke. Rumi snapped her head at the person closest, which were Pony and Izuku. I can't hear you, speak up louder. Pony flinched while Izuku blinked calmly. Yes, boss/𝗵𝘃𝗀. The class this time yelled as loud as they could. 𝗵𝘃𝗲, split up in duos. Pick who you want and whoop each other's, but I need to see how much each of you 𝗧𝗪𝗂𝗧. Izuku stood still, having expected none of them to be willing to try and spar with him. Yuta and Perona had kept a slight distance from Izuku, neither hated him. Perona had been confused as to how her quirk had not worked. And Yuta felt humiliated by how easily someone could play around with her quirk. Yo bro, you willing to spar with me? Me? Izuku said confused to Kirishima. Yeah bro, you are like hella tough. You just like knocked out people with a single blow. I wanna get tougher, manlier. Like you. So who better to learn from than the guy himself? I won't go soft. Izuku said as a final warning of sorts. Kirishima simply smiled. Hell yeah, beat me, but go as hard as you can. Kirishima hardened his skin. Izuku just nodded as he dropped down slightly, bringing his fist up to protect his face. Izuku quickly started throwing punches. His left was his main jab, throwing it often to mostly keep Kirishima at a distance. Throwing his fist forward, adding a spin with the elbow in. Doing this quickly was Izuku's jab. Even though Kirishima's hard skin, the blows were felt. Nice form, 𝗵𝘃𝗀 said looking at the spar of Izuku and Kirishima. For a kid that went through Fing Hell, he came out a warrior so far. She even noticed that Izuku with his jab was leading Kirishima into a position better for himself, which was shown. As Izuku got Kirishima slightly off-balanced with his jab, he stepped in, dipping down low and to the left side. Kirishima had no time to react as Izuku spun on the ball of his feet. Twisting his hips, he slammed his metal arm into Kirishima's gut. The hardened boy. The skin was harder than the rock that he trained by hitting himself with metal, and the rock felt like it was broken. The air and breakfast were forced out of Kirishima as Izuku slammed his gut with the metal fist. Kirishima dropped to his knees coughing as Izuku stood up again. Bro, that was awesome, let's go again. Kirishima picked himself up. At the start of the school year. Oh, I wonder how much different Izuku looks. Momo spoke to herself with a small smile as she walked through the halls of Ua. The small silver watch showed it was only 7:30, nearly an hour too early for her first class. But that was exactly what Momo wanted. She had a book with her that she would use to pass the time. She however wanted to see Izuku soon. She had missed him. Oh, hello, I expected to be the first one, Momo said as she stood in the doorway of her class. Inside the class, there was a boy on his knees with a ruler and a notepad. My apologies, miss. I was making sure the tables were square against the walls. For a school such as UA, the classes must be perfect. The boy got up. He had no dust or dirt on his breathes, which Momo expected from a school such as UA. She noticed his large calves, seeing something poke out the back of them. His dark blue hair combed neatly to the side. His classes were cleaned. A well-maintained face. While he was taller than Momo, he did not seem much taller than 6 feet. Hello, my name is Tenya Ida. Oh, hello Ida, I am Momo Yaoyorozu. A pleasure to meet you. Sorry if I am mistaken or if you see this as rude, but are you perhaps related to the people from Yaoyorozu Corps? Momo nodded. Indeed. That my father's company. Ah well, it's a joy to be in the class with a family that supports active heroes as much as they do. Ida said before he excused himself, continuing to fix the tables and chairs. Momo sat down with a smile as she opened her book. Time passed slowly as she seemed to wait on Izuku, yet slowly more people entered her class. The boy that she had met in the same gala as Izuku also walked in. A plain and emotionless face as he seemed to ignore Ida's words of welcome. Little Momo, to be in the same class, it must be Odin's wish ba, Sigurd announced loudly as he walked into the class, quickly taking a seat near her. You still waiting for your, Sigurd, please your tone. And if you say what I think you will say, I will strangle you. Momo glared at the much larger, much stronger friend who could only hold back his laughter as he nodded. No matter how scary Momo tried to act. At best she looked like an upset kitty. Momo looked at the door again as it opened, having 2 people enter. One with spiky ashen hair that had his tie looser than allowed and earphones in as he walked in, and one that had the bottom half of a snake body as his golden hair was combed nearly. showing he had a snake mutation quirk. Others walked in slowly, such as a boy with the head of a raven. A boy with gray hair talking about how manly Yue already looked. A small girl munched on a mushroom. A group of what looked like quadruplets, one had red hair, one had green, one had red, and the only girl in the group had pink hair. A boy with white eyes and long black hair combed down. Yet no Izuku's, much to Momo's annoyance. But she had no time to pout as the teacher walked in. It was a man she had not ever seen. Yet he wore a very appealing suit. "Hello, I will be your teacher. My name is Mr. Ball. I will be making sure your academics do not fall behind, but before that, I will name everyone. Say here when I call your name. Not yet, not jup. I want to hear here, am I understood well?" He did not give them time to respond to his question. Tenya Ida, here. Momo Yayorozu, here. Katsuki Bakugo, here. Shoto Todoroki, here. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 𝗃𝗁𝗄, here. Shurhai Kurwaro, here. Kaneko Komori, here. Tetsu, here. Nito Minoma, here. Jiroda Shishida, here. Hiryu Rin, here. Sigurd Njordsen, here. Michael Van Mark. Harass, Niji Hyuga, here. Chiji Vinsmoke, here. Niji Vinsmoke, here. Yanji Vinsmoke, here. Reiju Vinsmoke, here. Tengen Yuzui, here. Good, all of you can listen and we have every student present. Now then, this is your class schedule. Food will be supplied to give you all a balanced and correct diet. Now stand up, we will have our first quirk test. The teacher spoke as he started walking out of the room, forcing the student to hurry up and follow behind him. He clearly did not care for those that fell behind. One thing we value here at UA is perfection. We expect you all to become perfect heroes, heroes that surpass the likes of all might and endeavor. So we will not cater to your every need. We will not cuddle you in times of pain. Figure it out on your own or leave, as you don't belong here if you fail. Now we will do a group of 5 tests. These tests will be to see where your physical strength lies and where we must bring it before our first big event. The teacher spoke as he pulled out a large binder. "Njordsen, you're up at the ball throw." "Yes, sir, I shall toss it to the gods themselves." Sigurd spoke proudly. The lessons were hard as none of them were given a moment to breathe. But that was a mere glimpse of how UA treated their students. After school was done, Momo walked up to her teacher. Sir, oh, what is it, Yayorozu?" he asked, slightly annoyed she came to talk with him. "I believe one of my friends is in UA. Could you check if he perhaps is in a different class? Due to budget things, there is only a single hero class this year." The teacher said right away. This strikes Momo as weird. She was more than aware of the large donation her father had made to UA. The large donation he often made, yet they had budget problems. The very nice suit also said something else. They most likely couldn't make the cut. Not everyone had abilities to lessen the requirements. The teacher said the final part quietly before waving Momo away. Annoyed by the questions, Momo walked out of UA, going toward the school-stated dorm room. She went right to her phone. "Hey, I thought you made it into UA." Izuku answered back shortly after. "I never applied to UA. I made it into a hero school." "Why? Oh, no reason." Momo threw her phone onto her bed. Pressing her face down into the pillow, she screamed her frustrations away. Saddened that she could not enjoy the hero journey in the same class as her crew. As her crucial friend, yes, exactly that. Izuku is just a crucial friend she would not want to be without, and that causes butterflies to appear in her stomach any time he crosses her mind. "You losers did better than I thought. Ashido, good work on the footwork, but it's a fight, not a fing dance. Stop with the tapping and work on landing a goddamn punch." "Yes, boss," Mina said softly as Rumi stared her down. "Yes, boss," she repeated again, now with volume. "Bakugo, nice work overall. You're going to more deal with Nagant, but you're a solid fighter already." "Thank you, boss," Mitsuki said with a smile, proud of the praise. "Now Yagi, you're fing skilled, nice work." "Same for you, Kiri, you take a goddamn beating and still stand." Kirishima stood bloodied. 2 napkins were stuffed in his nose to stop the bleeding, but a bunch of bruises had already started to form. "Well, each of you head to recovery. I want a full clear for each of you. And I won't take an O for AF answer." Rumi roared, kicking all their buttes toward the older hero. All with injuries sit down. Recovery walked up and gave each of them a kiss. But then she saw him. Izuku, sweetie. Hey grandma. Izuku said with a smile as Chiyo walked up and hugged her grandson. Wait, you know each other? Izuku just nodded. Ds:min, hope you don't get the same treatment when you're older. ภิamido said, shocked at the fact Izuku was so much taller than his grandma. Instead, Recovery just slammed her cane on her shin. ภิamido, who had sparred with 𝗧𝗵𝗲, grabbed her shin. Obi, how did you do that? That really hurt. ภิamido had taken some hard punches, but the tap of an old lady's walking stick hurt more than all of them combined. Watch your tone, young lady. I am still as appealing as I was back when I was your age. It was a joke. I am sorry, ภิamido screamed, not wanting to be hit again. Izuku could just smile at his grandmother's rage at being called short. Good morning, students. Lady Nagant stood in the gym with a different woman next to her. This woman wore a gray sleeveless combat suit. A mask covered the lower half of her face with a green hooded cape covering her head and back. A single arrow poked through the hood. She wore bulky cream-colored boots. On her back at the moment, hidden by the cape, was the same cream color, yet on a quiver that held a large bundle of arrows. Her right glove had a burgundy glove with her left hand just had her index finger covered. Good morning, ma'am. Who is your guest? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 gave a soft smile as the student stood there. Please, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 stepped aside. Sorry for not meeting you all sooner. My name is myheroacademia, the hero Barrows. I am the middle combat teacher here at NP. I, however, got the flu and have been sick up until yesterday. It's the reason I am still wearing a mask. She spoke. Oh, a pleasure to meet you. The class shared the words of Sakura, who greeted her first. Seeing both styles arranged, you might be confused as to why there are two of us. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said, with most sharing that believed. My combat style of mine is very different compared to Barrows. I have to opportunity to move slowly. To take my time with everything, because the villains won't be able to reach me before I put them down. Barrows does not have that freedom. Barrows spoke. Indeed. I need to constantly be on the move, to either follow the villain or to keep my distance. Miss, what is your quirk? Oh, sorry. Barrows stuck her hand out. She made a fist of her hand before sticking out her thumb and pinky, almost looking like a phone to some. Yet her pinky and thumb turned a light bluish glow before it grew in size and formed a long bow. With the string seemed to be made from bluish energy. My quirk is called longbow. It transforms my left hand, thumb and pinky into a bow, from which I can shoot almost anything with absolute control. Oh wow, that is so cool, Kirishima cheered excitedly. Thinking bows were awesome. Now which of you students has any ranged ability? This got Mineta, Ibara, Pony, Setsuna, Reiko, and Mitsuki to raise their hands. Seems like you will be training with us. What will we be doing then? Itsuko wondered. You will be training against us, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said with a calming tone, even if the message sounded terrifying. What? Seeing none of you has any use for learning to fight at range, your training will be to stop the fight at range and turn it into a close combat situation. Oh, we will be learning that. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 nodded. While this school does not have the greatest in equipment, nor does it have the best facilities, it does have a principal that is willing to do whatever it takes to create the best heroes. This put the students at ease. To hear that from one of the teachers was great. Now then, let's start off easy. To close the distance, you make to run the distance. Any non-long-range fighters? Please run rounds around the outside of the gym. 5 should be enough. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 ordered the students. While some took their time to whine. I can throw my acid, that's range right. Mina tried, as others like Izuku went outside right away. Something as easy as jogging was nothing for Izuku. Now then, I expect none of you to be able to use your quirks yet. That is fine, we will learn it all together. Miss Tsunatori, you will train with Barrows. Both of you have perfect control over your weapons, thus you can learn from her. The same goes for Miss Tokaji and Shiosaki. Which means I have Mr. Mineta, Miss Yanagi, and Miss Bakugo. The group nodded. Now Mineta. Your range is how far you can throw, right? Why yes ma'am. Mineta swallowed. Good, that means during the weight training you will do, we focus on arm strength as well as resistance training. Mineta just nodded. He shook his brain, trying to remove the want to hit on his teacher that had gotten him into enough problems at his old school. He was supposed to change. Miss Yanagi, you will work together with Miss Bakugo on pure aim. Is that so important? Mitsuki asked. While she did not hit the bullseye every time, she hit the board more than enough. Indeed. What if a hostage is held right by the villain? What if you either hit the bad guy or the good guy? Precision is all. Kana explained. Bro, your cardio is crazy good, Kirishima said, trying to keep up with Izuku. The hard quirk having bro was trying his best to befriend Izuku. While Kirishima wasn't the smartest person out there, nor was he the best at talking about stuff, he understood the soul of a man, and Izuku's soul needed help to reach out. Kirishima was gonna be that guy that helped him out. I just train a lot. Won a race, Yamato said with a smile. She loved competition. Oh, the first one to make all the rounds get something, Mina said before she started running as fast as she could. She quickly passed most of them, but that was when nobody was trying. Almost instantly Yamato took over. Before Izuku followed, Yamato had the useful item of longer legs. Her stride was massive, meaning she had to take fewer steps. But Izuku was an overtrained gym junkie that never wanted to feel weak. Quickly enough, Izuku passed Yamato, creating more and more distance between himself and her. And with the speed that Izuku was able to hold, he passed the group in last place once, beating them by a full round, leaving him standing at the finish line alone as he tried to catch his breath. God damn, bro, you are way fast, Kirishima said as he stumbled across the self-made finish line, dropping to the floor as he gasped for air. He had pushed himself trying to keep up. Sorry, I can get slightly competitive, Izuku said with Kirishima just throwing a thumbs up. Even I had trouble keeping up, Yamato said as the final group started making it. All of you SEK, I wanted to win, Mina said as she folded her arms together and pouted. For about a single second Yuta poked her in the side, causing her to eep and jump. Oh, already done, I see. Kana opened the gym door. Yes, ma'am, we just finished. Well done all of you. Impressive speed. Come inside, we will go over some dodging them. The group entered, seeing Mineta stand next to a rack of dodgeballs and trying to throw them as fast as he could. All the while Mitsuki and Yanagi tried their best to use their quirks to hit a drawn target on the map. Setsuna, Pony, and Ibra stood on the other side, following one of Barrow's arrows as best as they could with their own quirk. Now then, students, who can show me a combat roll? Mina nearly dislocated her arm with how fast she threw it in the air. Well, a very excited Miss Ishido, please go ahead. Jippy, Mina cheered as she walked up. She rolled forward, leading with her right arm, landing on her shoulder before rolling through and getting her feet under her. Well done, Miss Ishido. Now the question, when do we use a combat roll? Never, Itsuka responded. Oh, and why is that, Miss Kendo? Because it's not necessary. Itsuka showed this off by jumping to the side. Just as far to the side as Mina, but in a lot less time. I am also not dirty now. Exactly, Kana said with a smile. But why ask me to roll, to show you how ineffective it is? It looks fun, yes. But overall, just stepping to the side is better. If you run for me and I fire at you, and you do indeed combat roll, you now stopped moving forward. I however can still fire at you. But if you like, Miss Kendo said, just step to the side. You can still run for me. Kana bent her arm back. From her elbow the bones stuck out, turning into a barrel. Now then, I will shoot each of you. Try your best to dodge. She stuck the barrel at them. She still had nothing in the barrel, but she wanted to see the reaction they all would have. And they did not disappoint. Most jumped out of the range, scared of being shot by a weapon. Some, like Kirishima, stood steady, trying to protect the others around them. But only one surprised her. Izuku moved at her. Right away Izuku dashed for her. His left arm grabbed the front of her barrel and pushed it up in the air. All the while he stood waiting to see how she would act. She saw the first being ready to punch her. My, you are quite something. Kana removed the gun as Izuku let it go. Sorry. No need to be sorry. It truly is something special. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 walked back, grabbing instead a paintball with water bullets. The training remained simple. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 stood on a box as she fired at the students. There was around a 50-meter dash for them to make. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 gave them one objective. Tap the box that I stand on without being hit and you are done. Yet none were able to even dodge. 𝗧𝗵𝗃's aim was too perfect. None were able to last more than 2 shots. With Mina being the only one that lasted a 3rd shot. The agility she learned from her years of dance. The year of training ended up with them being done with the day, allowing the students to head back to the dorm. However, on their way to the dorm, the class learned something that shocked all of them. "Hey mom," Izuku said toward Inko, who smiled when she heard it. They all had hidden the fact they were family of Izuku. They wanted Izuku to feel ready to share it. Inko wanted nothing more than to rush to Izuku and hug him. But she would never want Izuku to be worried about how the class looked at him. "Hey sweetie, how was your lesson?" "Good, wah, that's why I remember the name." Inko looked at the class, who went from confused to looking like a deer caught in headlights. "What is wrong?" "And nothing ma'am, you are all surprised." "Yeah. It's fine and understandable. Why not tell us earlier though?" Kirishima asked Izuku. "None of you asked. We don't know your parents, do we?" Izuku simply responded back with Kirishima nodding. I never thought about it like that. Yet to us, your mom is telegreen." "Yes, his father is All Might, but to him, it's just mom and dad." "Izuku, you smell like sweat. Get in the shower, young man. All of you go shower." "Why yes ma'am." "Come on, love you too sweetie." Izuku smiled as Inko kissed him on the cheek. The class went right for the dorm, going to clean themselves just like Inko told them. Izuku first went to the common room. He and his class was starving and he for once wanted to eat with all of them. Try his best to explore the quest a bit more. Only to get a surprise. From behind the door a person jumped out, scaring the entire class apart from Izuku, who looked bored. "Come on, why can't you just fake being scared?" Melissa yelled angrily as she ignored the rest of the class. "Because you're not scary." Who the hell are you and what the hell are you doing here?" "Oh sorry. Hi, I am Melissa Shield, future inventor and gadget maker of Izuku." "Oh wait, Shield. I know that name," Jiro said with Mineta nodding. "Yeah, you don't make SEC toys, do you?" This gained him some offhand looks. "What? You never know." "No, we are not known for SEC toys, EW," Melissa said, shaking her head. "My dad is David Shield." Now I get the connection, cool," Yuta said, walking toward the kitchen. Melissa quickly became friends with everyone. She turned out to be the glue that would connect Izuku with the class. "My dorm is still empty, so wanna play some games?" Melissa asked. She was trying her best to make sure Izuku earned himself some friends. She had been in the common room for maybe an hour or so, and instantly she already knew that some had been trying. And while Izuku tried his best to accept it, Isikidi at it. "I mean sure, why not, right?" Mina said, with most of them agreeing. "How about a would you rather?" Kirishima suggested that the class find it funny enough to try. Seeing Melissa suggested it, "Why don't you go first?" Melissa nodded. "Well, Kazuki, would you rather never eat breakfast foods or never eat desserts for the rest of your life?" "Oh, SHT, that's a hard one. I would have to say desserts. I am way too much of a sucker for a good bowl of cereal," she said, with it now being her turn. "Well, Midoriya, would you rather stub your toe or get a paper cut?" Izuku thought about it for a second. "Do I get to choose the foot?" Yamato was slightly confused by the question but nodded. "Sure, let's say yeah. I will stub my toe then." Melissa bursted out in laughter, understanding the joke fully that none of the other students seemed to be aware of. This made Melissa aware none of the students were aware that Izuku had metal limbs. His arm was his skin tone. Melissa made sure of that when she made the coating. And well, his leg was always hidden by briefs and socks. Kirishima, rather have a friend that always tells you the truth or one that backs you up even when you're wrong? "Oh, give me the friend that tells the truth. It's manly to be honest," he declared loudly. "Bakubro, would you rather go a year without combing your hair or a year without deodorant?" Easy red. I would go without deodorant. My quirk creates a sweat on the top of my fingers, which smells exactly like caramel, so I would just rub that on myself and still smell good. Mitsuki said, sweeping a bit of her hair to the side. But would that not also make you extremely explosive? Fuyumi added with Mitsuki shrugging. I will just water it down. Well, Float, would you rather always be 10 minutes late or an hour early? Achiko bit her lip as she. An hour early. I hate it when I have to wait for people, so yeah. She said, showing she would much rather cause discomfort for herself than others. Shinso, would you rather never own a car or never own a pet? Car, he answered instantly. I love cats. I would sacrifice each and every one of you if I would get cats from it. He said in such a way that none of the students knew if it was a joke or not. Melissa smiled as she started getting a better feel for all the students. This would be the perfect way to figure out who would be good to befriend Izuku first. Ashido, travel by hippo or kangaroo? Duh, kangaroo. Mina hopped around the room. Who would ever choose those big fat things over those cute little jumpers? Hippos are mostly muscles. That is the reason they sink Oswell. And kangaroos can grow up to like 7 feet. Oh, stop ruining my little jumper fantasy. Mina whined with Melissa just laughing. Set, rather have 9 toes or 11, and which foot changes? Dimon, takes me back to when I was 10 and I lost one of my toes for a week. I would say 9. I would still be able to wear my shoes and stuff. And my left pinky toe, that effer always stubs into walls. Jiro, rather date your best friend's sibling, or have them date your sibling? I don't have any, but if I did, I would much rather date one of theirs. Would become sisters, you know, but then I wouldn't have to see my sibling every day when we hang out. Kyoka said, knowing siblings can get annoying. Yanagi, rather only be able to drink coffee, or to never be able to drink it? This question caused a shiver to run down Shinso's back. It would have been so easy for him, seeing he basically lived off the stuff. Never drink it again. I want to break up. Shinso said, rolling over to the other side of the floor much to the amusement of the others. Myhawk, rather remember everything you hear or see. Oh see. I don't listen that well. Horo, she laughed. Showing the class her unique laugh for the first time. That laugh is so adorable. Mina cheered, running up toward the girl. Thanks, I guess. I normally feel embarrassed when people hear it. She said shyly. Todoroki, rather live in a large house in the country. Or a tiny apartment in the city. Fuyumi gave a small smile. Country, my mother always wanted to live there. So I would go there with her. That is so manly to say, Kirishima cheered with a double bicep flex. Haruno, would you rather be the worst player on the best team? Or the best player on the worst team? Sakura instantly knew. The best player on the worst team. Sakura was way too competitive to be the worst. She would constantly strive to be the best, so much so it would cause her pain. Honestly, same. Sure, with the best team, you get the prestige of being the best team, but if you SCK, and you will always feel like you are holding them back. Yamato added with Sakura nodding her head in agreement. Kendo, you rather be alone but happy, or together with the love of your life, but miserable? Geez, that's a loaded question. I guess happy and alone. She said before asking Yui a question. Kodai, you rather be a cat or a dog? Yui sat in complete silence for a minute. Can I pick the breed? She asked with Itsuka nodding. Sure, but gotta tell us which you want. Yui nodded. An American short-hair cat. They are like me but kitty. Yui said. Half the class, however, nearly broke down in laughter as she said kitty. Her serious nature did not seem like it would ever use that word. Kaminari, rather be a genius in a world of morons or a moron in a world of geniuses? Oh, stupid all day, it's fun being dumb. He said, proud of it. Mineta, rather eat nothing but your favorite food for the rest of your life, or never eat your favorite food again. Oh, eat my favorite food and that pus. Mineta slapped himself in the face, stopping himself. Sorry. I would eat my favorite food. My mom's homemade chicken curry. He said, confusing some of the students as to what the F just happened before. But then again, he was at NP for a reason. Melissa, rather be a fast writer or a fast reader? Oh, reader easy. That way I could learn so much more about gadgets and toys. I could help countless people that way. Melissa declared happily. Shiosaki, was it? Would you rather stop all crime or stop world hunger? Shiosaki had trouble with this. She wanted both to stop. She wanted people to live in peace and love with each other. To help thy neighbors. I think would stop world hunger, that in itself would also stop crimes. Shiosaki said, knowing many did things out of a need. And the need for food was a large part of many crimes. Figerland, would you rather experience the beginning of the world? Or its end? Oh, the beginning. I think that would look appealing, out of nothing, and boom everything. Pony, you rather have more time or money? Easy time, that way I get to watch more anime. Pony said almost instantly. But just like that. They had all gone a single round, everyone knew slightly more about each other. Well, that was fun, but I am gonna head to my room. We still have to shower. Mina said, smelling under her armpit and making a face. The rest nodded. Well, I should head out Oswell. Think my class is getting done Oswell. Talk soon Melissa. Oh course. Melissa looked up at Izuku. They shared a look. Continued to keep their eyes on each other. Only for Melissa's face to get redder and redder. Before pushed Izuku back and ran out. Kaminari tapped him on the shoulder with pride. You are truly the man, he said as he made his way over to his room. I have much to learn from you. Mineta said with a small bow. This however left Izuku extremely confused. Why what? I don't get it. Izuku said as he stood alone in the common room. He went to his own room. Taking his own shower, before he sat down on his couch. He turned on some music. A female musician that he had been suggested by Kathleen. She went by the name Amelie. But something confused him. After he had deafened himself during the sparring fight. He found out he could enable subtitles. One of the times it just happened was when he closed his eyes. It showed who spoke and what they were saying. Such as Izuku, this is how it's done. It was very clear, but for some reason. Each time Izuku did that this song. It showed that Yuta was singing. Izuku assumed it was just slightly broken. They just sounded similar, that was all. Not that Izuku minded if they showed how ended up being the same person. Izuku looked at the school schedule. They had been at school for 2 weeks now. And in around 2 weeks' time, they would have their first big event. Something that was placed in the name of the USJ. Something Izuku had no idea of what that could be. It however would take place for an entire week. Izuku would love to learn more about those situations. He wanted to be prepared for the upcoming situation. So much so that Izuku decided to spend some of his stat points. He still had 24 points left from all his levels gained. He used 3 on his strength, 1 on dexterity, spending 4 out of his points health 100. 0% ability points, 100 strength, 20 dexterity, 15 constitution, 28 intelligence, 25 wisdom, 10 charisma, 7 while Izuku had more than enough points to even double his strength at this point. Deep in his mind, he would rather keep that. To grow with his own power. Until there would be a need to truly improve himself. He had a far better understanding of his stats. His strength allowed him to crush things. To move a bunch of weight and even to move faster. Because speed was nothing more than leg strength. The harder you push off, the faster you move. With his strength, he was already extremely powerful. Able to easily lift his own body weight. Carry twice his own body weight and still runs around. His dexterity showed his capabilities of dodging. How easily he could step to the side in case an attack came his way. With his stat being around, he could pretty easily dodge a fist in an attack. Without much trouble evade a ball being thrown at him. His constitution was his highest stat, and it had been so for many years. Due to his years living on the street. Eating anything that he could find. Those countless days in the cold improved the stat. So much so that Izuku now was seldom sick. And some small doses of poison did not even work on Izuku at the moment. The intelligence was high for Izuku. He spent countless days learning more and more than he could. The more he knew, the better he felt. It helped him as a hero. Spotting patterns of crimes. Knowing what things are and how they are used. His wisdom was not the best. Most people learned that over the years of growing up. Learning that even tomato was a fruit, it shouldn't be in a salad. That even if tomato was a fruit, ketchup was not a smoothie or a fruity drink. And his charisma. Izuku's worst stat. His ability to have small talk. The way others saw him. While Izuku could not see the stats of the others, he knew his father had that stat maxed out. They met a hero who was even more charismatic in America. A hero by the name of Captain Charisma. Christian with a quirk that gave him charisma. He simply charmed villains into giving 𝗵𝗃𝗁 a word that can substitute the highlighted phrases on the board. For question 𝗧, let's pick 𝗬𝗧. Present Mike pointed at the red and white split-haired girl. Though 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗁 was a person who did not know how to read and write. I think B, though 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗁 was illiterate. Oh, right on the money. 10 points to Gryffindor. Kaminari, you're up next. Hey, sir. There were numerous clubs in college. Notable among them was the Coin Collection Club. Denki rubbed the back of his head, unsure what half of them even meant. When in doubt, pick C, philanthropy. Denki guessed with Present Mike shaking his head. That is wrong, little listener. Philanthropy is not that. Can someone tell me what it does mean and what the correct answer is? Sakura's hand went up. Miss Haruno, go for it. Philanthropy involves charitable actions, such as volunteering and wanting to help the community. That is spot on. Now what answer is correct? It's a numismatics is the study of coins and currency. Well done. Guys and girls, remember, this will be part of the test. It's not required you know the answers like they did today. You can simply remove the wrong answers. Win by order of elimination. Present Mike told them as the bell rang. Well, I will see you all tomorrow. And your homework is to give me 10 good songs. Present Mike said as he walked out of the room. And in walked Izawa. Hello brats, good morning or afternoon or night, I am too tired to know which is which. Izawa said, rubbing his eyes as the sun shined brightly in the classroom, showing it was not even noon. You all have been at NP for a bit now, so we have to prepare you for the first big event of your time. Izawa clicked on the projector and showed a picture of the building. In about a week, we all will head over there every day for a week. In that week you will be trained by other teachers and heroes. This is a multi-school event. I believe we meet 3 other schools during that time. Izawa said. That also means we will meet these 3 other schools repeatedly. It's just a CYCL thing in case you wondered. Izawa explained. The class nodded. It was a common idea. Due to the vast amount of hero schools, it was nearly impossible to hire pro heroes as guest teachers. But with a multitude of classes going at once, you could get it to work, which meant that NP would meet other schools and compete against them. Sir, when do we get out support items and hero costumes? Yamato asked. It was a question for all of them. They already had a couple of training sessions where the hero outfit could have helped. Izawa nodded at the question. Schools like UA have an influx of money, due to large-scale donations, and overall great relations. The school makes a net positive back. That money gets invested in extra activities, such as hero costumes. Here at NP, we do not have that ability. Each hero costume costs a good deal of money, and to be able to afford them, we can issue them out when you learn something new. So, you will get your first costume right around the work studies. Izawa explained. The class nodded. As for support items that you might need, we have taken that into account, and all your support items will be made in-house by the support class themselves. Izawa had explained it as best as he could. But due to the USJ happening, we at NP need you all to make a perfect impression. Our reputation hangs in the balance of it. We will do our best, sir. Kirishima roared with manly pride. Good, but we will still prepare you. So, history class has been cancelled for today and tomorrow, and instead, we will be doing some rescue hostage training. With Bob. The class got excited. Izawa looked confused. He had no idea what All Might and Inko did during their training. But it seemed that the class had gotten a weird bond with the puppets used in rescue training. I think so, Izawa said with the class cheering loudly. They clearly were happy with the fact they get to enjoy more of Bob. We are not done yet, silence. Izawa raised his voice as the class began talking to themselves. This got the class in complete silence. Good, now as a class we will go over some rescue situations. The class happily agreed to the exercise. Uraraka, the building is on fire, you are the only one on the scene, you see a person on the top floor at the window, what do you do? Ochako looked at her desk, thinking, come on, you don't have that much time in real life. He is burning to death. I float myself up toward the window and bring him out. Ochako said that was the best idea she was able to come up with. Okay. Izawa looked around. Kaminari and Mihawk arrive on the scene right after you bring him down. What is your plan? Oh, I know. I send out my cute little ghost to see if anyone else is trapped. I guess keep the people out. Kaminari said. Alright. Kazuki, a train has derailed. You are first on the scene. Oh. I see if there are flames. I then bust open all the doors and get everyone out. Izawa nodded. A woman is pinned down with a beam stuck in her leg. I pull the beam out and lift her to safety. Well done. She is dead. She bled to death as you removed the beam. Yamato's face changed from one that was prideful to one that was surprised and disappointed. Never just remove something from someone. Unless you have the ability to fix them up. It's best left untouched. Izawa ran with some other scenarios ranging from a cat stuck in a tree to a full-blown hostage rescue situation with firearms. But Izawa was presently surprised that most of the class knew what they were doing. They took what the others said and took that into account. It was clearly shown when Pony came into a building with a woman who was stabbed. She left the knife in and just secured the blade to not do any more damage. Overall, well done. Do exactly this with Telegreen and All Might. Yes, sir. The class was extremely excited about the praise and belief that their teacher had in them. As they walked over toward the gym, they started talking. Hey Yagi, just a question. How is having All Might as a dad? Denki asked. He really did not want to pry, that was his family and all, but having your dad be the #1 hero. The only hero who was ranked #1 in 2 countries at the same time. But everyone was wondering it. Nobody, however, wanted to really ask the question as it was slightly weird. He is great. Izuku gave a small smile. Something that was rather rare for the white-haired boy. He always makes sure I eat plenty and makes time for me. Izuku could list 1,000 things that his parents did for him that made them amazing. Man must be crazy to have such a larger-than-life person around you. The pictures, the fans. Izuku nodded. It did get crazy from time to time. Izuku kept an eye open for his daily quest. He made sure these would raise his daily quest. It was by far still the hardest challenge of the bunch. But with each day that passed, it did get increasingly better with each conversation he had. Oh no, students. I need you all to help me. I have lost my... Really, Toshi? Inko in a sarcastic and dry voice read from the note. I have lost my love, my very handsome, powerful, funny, amazing husband. She sighed as the students laughed. I need you all to find and rescue him. I think at least. Inko said. Oh yeah, I also lost Kathleen, guess you could also save her. Inko said. She then pulled out a clock. She sat down back on the lawn chair, grabbing her book. Have fun, you have 1 hour to find them. The class nodded. It was slightly confusing. Why don't me and Kyokyo just check all buildings? Who is fastest? The class that had done the race collectively pointed at Izuku. Well, Yagi carries Kyokyo around and checks buildings. And I will do so, Oswell. Perona's body slumped toward the floor as a slightly see-through version of herself appeared slightly above the ground. Perona Mihawk has died and her spirit has come back to Earth to punish us for not being nice enough. Mina screamed in fear as she jumped into Yamato's arms. The large girl just stood there confused as to why a ghost Perono appeared. I will eat your soul if you don't give me your jello tonight. Perona tried scaring Mina some more. The pink girl just nodded as she was freaked out. Mina, that's I think part of her quirk. That mean, why did she have to scare me like that? Mina said, plopping down on her feet with a pout on her face. Annoyed that she was being deceived like that. How you want to be carried? Izuku asked Kyoka as the class dealt with Mina. Whatever is best for you. Kyoka was shocked as Izuku lifted her over his shoulder, carrying her in a fireman's carry as he just went for a full-out sprint. OSHT. I think he is still faster than me. Kaminari said, slightly annoyed. Was he really that slow? I think so too, Yamato said. How the hell was Izuku that fast? She asked herself mentally. But the class stood waiting. with the rescue mission that they were tasked with. They had a big chance that they would have to carry All Might and Kathleen. Scan. Izuku stood next to a building. Kyoka, still from his shoulders, simply moved her jack in the wall and listened. When she heard nothing, she popped it back out and they moved toward the next building. It took nearly 22 buildings, but they found one. Oh, found one. 3rd floor. That might be Star. Cool. Go back to the group and tell them. Kyoka was placed down and nodded. As she jogged back, she assumed it was her turn to run because Izuku needed a breather. But Izuku was making his way up. He saw Kathleen lying on the floor. A beam wrapped around her leg. Something that was truly only possible because she was Kathleen bait. But Izuku walked right up toward Kathleen. Help, Kathleen stuttered out. Her face slowly turned red as she looked up at Izuku. Izuku just nodded, assuming all of it was part of the test. Knowing that walking could shake the beam that was supposed to be through her leg, she would not be able to walk. So as if Kathleen weighed nothing, Izuku scooped her up in a princess carry. The 6'4" beast of a woman was hoisted up into Izuku's arm. Instinctively her arms grabbed onto Izuku. She tried her best to look in any other direction than Izuku as he held her close. It will be fine. I've got you. Izuku tried sticking to the spirit of the test, using some of the words he had learned from Nezu's heroics book on what people wanted to hear when they were being saved. But Kathleen was breaking down as she heard it. As Izuku made it toward the ground floor, he started his walk toward Inko. Not to shake too much in hopes of not moving the beam. What the F are you made out of? Solid metal. Izuku looked at Setsuna, who said that. No more like 15%, Izuku said. Most of the class assumed this was a joke. And for Izuku that seemed as serious as a heart attack. It was a great joke, but that was because none of the class was aware that Izuku had lost his arm and leg. Izuku wore long breeds that hid his lower leg, and socks that hid his toes. Most of his arms were hidden by long-sleeved shirts, and as for his hand, Melissa made sure to keep his hand as skin tone color, as to not have Izuku stand out too much. All this together kept Izuku's prosthetic leg and arm a secret, which would have made it funnier for Kathleen if she was not having a problem keeping her heart contained in her chest. But right as Izuku arrived at the group with Kathleen, Perono made it back with All Might. He was stuck under some rubble. Oh really, how did he get out? Perono was trying her best to hold in laughter as Toshinori looked deeply ashamed. I might have popped out. Toshinori Yagi, did your students scare the rubble of you? I may or may not have accidentally relocated the items that were resting on me when I was surprised by a body floating through the floor. Inko shook her head. The man who went face to face with evil. The man that had stopped trains. Mass murders, blocked gunfire. Was scared from his location by an 18-year-old girl that floated through the floor. Oh dear, what do I do with you? Inko shook her head as she started the second test. Seeing that they had more than 2 hours of time and only 10 minutes had passed for far. I need you all to be quiet and sit down when we enter, Aizawa explained to them all. We will be going for our week-long training trip toward the USJ, the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. In this location, we will be mainly focused on teaching you all rescue situations. Each day we will also be getting a guest teacher to help progress you with different styles of rescue. Aizawa explained with Sakura raising her hand. Why is that, sir? She asked with Aizawa responding. There are dozens of different rescue styles. You have those who do so by fighting the bad guys, by protecting the injured, or that simply do it all. While some heroes can truly do it all, such as All Might, others have a more limited set of skills. Endeavor or Best Genist. The class nodded. The schools that we have been paired with are as follows. UA, Ketsubutsu, and Shiketsu. This means the group will be of 120 different students. Please behave yourself during this time. I rather not have NP be seen as any worse than the other schools already classify us. Don't worry, we will do out manly best to show how manly we are, Kirishima roared loudly as the bus began to drive. The trip itself was easy. The students shared laughs and fake tales of what they would do. Lifting entire buildings. Throwing cars away. Blocking attacks from All Might. They were simply having fun. Izuku sat silently in his chair. He was glad. They were going to see UA, that was the university that Momo had chosen. A school like that would be lucky to earn someone like Momo. Then again, the rest of the 89 spots Izuku could not care about. They had nothing to do with Izuku. Izuku wanted them to pass if they were good people. The world Izuku had experienced for so long needed better heroes. Not heroes who worked in front of their cameras, but apart from that, Izuku is not interested in dealing with them. Sadly, this was something he would have to get through. You don't have to try and make friends, just don't try and make enemies. Aizawa had experienced this before. While he was not a part of that year, the rabbit hero Mirko or Rumi did try and make enemies. Here we are, Aizawa said as he made the final turn. The class looked out the window. Their eyes went wide as they saw the massive construction that was the USJ. It was as wide as the eye could see, and as high as mountains. It was by far one of the largest things most of them had ever seen. Jesus, what the F is inside of that thing? A city. Two actually. As well as a lake, mountains, and some rubble. Yuta said as she looked at the paper they had been given at the start of the training. Jesus F, please don't use that. Sorry Ibra, I forgot. Setsuna said toward Ibra, who nodded gratefully. As they rode up they already saw a class waiting there. That is, I believe, Shiketsu. It is. I recognized the staff member. Aizawa stopped the bus and allowed the students to walk out. Hello, Mr. Takagawa. Good day, Mr. Aizawa. Both men greeted each other with a handshake. The class simply looked at each other as some started to mingle. Izuku walked toward a space where he could stand alone, unbothered by those around him. As he opened his quirk, he saw a new item in the shop, nameplate shower 250 gold. Seeing Izuku had done his daily already, he simply bought it and was shown the names of everyone. Now floating slightly above their heads were their names. Silently Izuku read each of them. Rikido Sato, Mashireo Ojiro, Yuga Oyama, Hantasiro, Senkaibara, Nairenjiki Shoda, Juzo Hananuki, Inasa Yurashi, Seth Argent, Nakarani Sho, Sada Kanu, Kaido Kanu, Saki Fujimoto, Roy Mustang, Riza Hawkeye, Umi Niniko, Nagamasa Mora, Seiji Shishikura, Kami Utsushimi and Alex Louis Armstrong. Izuku looked over each of them, before ignoring them once again as the classes introduced themselves. It took nearly 10 minutes before the second bus arrived. That is Ketsu, but wait, how do you know? Yamato asked when Aizawa saw who it was simply by the bus. It looked like any old bus. Oh, you will know when you see it, Aizawa said, already feeling a headache coming from who he was going to have to interact with. Hello, hubby. The bus had not stopped yet, but a bright green-haired woman stuck her head out and loudly yelled at Aizawa. Emi Fukukado aka 𝗵𝘃𝗁. Izuku read as he looked at the class that started to step out, making it far easier for Izuku to read all their names. Mizo Shoji, Koji Koda, Toru Hagakure, Kojiro Bando, Yosetsu Aways, Kozai Tsubiraba, Manga Fukudashi, Takeshi Kojima, Into What Ano, Mac Peralta, Akua Morimoto, Mito Morimoto, Yao Morimoto, Toka Morimoto, Tsu Azui, Elfman, Teragare Kaware, Koji Ko, Shindo Aburame, Pedro Tops. The other 20 students quickly introduced themselves and integrated themselves into the group. Is he good? Takeshi asked Yamato as he pointed toward Izuku. Takeshi stood at around 180 centimeters tall with a good muscle build. While it was not near the level of Izuku or others, he started going to the gym before entering university. Oh yeah, he is just not a social butterfly, Yamato said with a bright smile as Takeshi nodded and continued their conversation about their quirks. It took almost 40 extra minutes before UA showed up. Of course, the F-airs have us wait the entire time, Aizawa said, annoyed. Dealing with 𝗵𝘃𝗁 was light work than dealing with the scumbag UA teachers. Oh, that is what you mean, Mina said as they looked at the bus. It was nearly 3 times larger than the bus they showed up in. It seems to have 2 floors and is twice as long. The bus parked in front. Not in the parking park, just in front of the building. What the F? Setsuna had her head up higher. She could see right into the bus. Instead of the weird Fing chairs that they had, each chair was basically a lazy boy. They are insane amounts of space. And Izuku saw each of their names as they stepped out. 𝗳𝗏𝗍𝗂, his friend Momo Yaoyorozu, 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗃 𝗵𝘃𝗲 family. He wondered silently, Shoto Todoroki, the twin of 𝗵𝗃 Shirhai Kuwaro, Kiniko Komori, Tetsutetsu, Nito Monoma, Jirata Shishida, Hiryu Rin, Sigurd Njordsen, Michael Van Mark, Niji Hyuga, Ichiji Vinsmoke, Niji Vinsmoke, Yanji Vinsmoke, Reggie Vinsmoke, Grimjiao, Tengen Yuzui. Izuku quickly waved as Momo looked around. She was confused by the person waving at her. But she had a question, so she walked up. Sorry, but do you know an Izuku Yagi? That's me, Izuku said, confused. Momo's jaw hit the floor as she looked at the massive man mountain. The small hero she had once known was gone, and instead stood a beefy mountain man that could crumble villainy with a glance. You're Izuku! Momo screamed a little too loud as everyone looked over at the two. Wait, that is the little warrior, 𝗵𝗃. He is not little at all, Momo. Sigurd spoke loudly as he walked up. He offered his hand. My name is Sigurd, I am little Momo's big brother. I have still to thank you for saving her life. Izuku offered his hand. What? You stopped me from being shot. Momo said, embarrassed. For her an important moment that defined who she would be and where she would go, but for Izuku it was just something he did one day. Oh, I guess. A true warrior, we shall be great friends so. Momo knew where this went and was having none of it. With a speed and power that made her seem like she had super strength as a quirk. She muffled Sigurd and pulled him down the floor, dragging him behind the bus as she angrily whispered something as everyone looked confused. What were they talking about? Oh, I can explain. Fuyumi said, having been there for the moment. A couple of years ago, during a hero gala, Yagi stopped a gunman from shooting her by pushing her out of the way and almost getting shot for it. This shook the entire group, nearly breaking the sound barrier in their scream of shock. This had been one of the most shocking moments for them that they had ever encountered. The student they had met, one that was already ahead of them in combat, already saved people. He is so manly, Kirishima yelled loudly in a tone of pride and jealousy. Yet as he yelled manly, something 13 popped up from, before writing something down on a note. But as Sigurd crashed, he brought his arm out, making it look as if he held a shield in place. Smartly done, Sigurd, using the shield to protect her. Momo said, proud of a person she truly saw as family. Izuku, you're next. Izuku nodded as he noticed Fuyumi was lying on her back. He simply walked up, with his hand he grabbed the bottom hem of the breathe leg, lifting it as he ducks his head low. He ended up doing a rollover Fuyumi, but as he held her ankle tightly, within an instant the downed Fuyumi was lifted toward Izuku's shoulders as he stood crouched. He simply stood up and walked forward. Where did you learn that, little warrior? Sigurd spoke, confused. He had never seen such technique before. Indeed, the question stands, that is a rather advanced technique for moving people, not that many people know of it. Izuku just shrugged as 13 asked him. I read it in a book before. She quickly took note of Izuku, as did Aizawa and the teacher of UA. Aizawa had kept an eye on Izuku. The story All Might had told him still turned his stomach as he thought about it. His curiosity also caused him to look at some of Izuku's history, which caused Aizawa to have sleepless nights. Izuku had gone through hell, but he was outperforming every single student in every single subject if it was not explained to him. Aizawa would have assumed that there was nothing wrong with it, just like all my classmates are still doing. But Aizawa did see the signs of trauma within Izuku. Now he gave it a closer look. But as Izuku performed extremely well, some of the other students from other classes started looking at the boy with pure hatred. Most of them came directly from UA. The class is known to produce ultra assholes. The school that produced stuck-up assholes that always believed they would be the next All Might, that they were truly God's gift to mankind. 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗂, I could easily do better. A ashen-haired boy with the name of Katsuki Bakugo. He looked very similar to Mitsuki as they were twins. Katsuki, born slightly earlier and thus being older, always says he is better. And because of his flashy quirk, everyone around him deemed him as better. He won't show me up again, Shoto spoke. The red and white-haired boy frowned as he grabbed the victim of his group by the collar of his shirt and dragged him a little away before dropping him. Takeshi, please don't throw the victims. Let me tell you something, Space Hero 13 owner and creator of the 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲, that CNT deserved it. Izuku knew who that was. Takeshi Kojima, one of the Quetzalbutsu students. From the slightly trained, not overly tall student, he went into a form that looked like an orange catman, who stood at nearly 9 feet tall, with massive muscles and a spike sticking out of the outside of the hand. Izuku softly spoke that the nameplate had that in brackets. Little sister, you are up next to save the woman. Momo nodded as she tapped on her chin. You should say in movement, standing still is bad. 13 said as she walked by. Momo nodded as she felt embarrassed. Come on little Momo, just like I am teaching you, trust your guts, they know the correct path. Your mind is simply clouded with the fog of doubt. Sigurd spoke as Momo nodded strongly. She ran quickly toward Fuyumi. She however ran up to her leg, stabbing her foot almost a foot or two in front of Fuyumi. From the side of Momo's legs, which the short shorts she wore, allowed Momo to start creating a metal sheet wall. As she ran past the length of Fuyumi, created a large barrier, one Fuyumi was completely hidden by. Your quirk has so much potential. Momo looked to her side as she saw who spoke. Kyoka. Oh sorry, my name is Kyoka Jiro, I am in Yagi and Himura. Oh, hey, I am Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo offered a hand toward the petite rocker girl. I was just wanting to ask Yagi to explain how he did that role. Izuku looked confused. But, see, 'cause we want to do it. She asked confused. You can't. Izuku said as he looked at the group. Kyoka, Yuta, and Perona were all trying to pick up Yamato, who was laughing as the girls were failing. I think what he meant to say was you can't because that would be too heavy. You need enough pass to move the person and to lift them, Momo said, adding the reason for it. Oh DMN. Any tips on how to move her? She won't move until we move her. Izuku walked up without talking. Try your luck, you won't even be able to move me. Yamato said proudly. Izuku mounted her hips, sitting basically on her. He reached into his quirk and grabbed 𝗳𝗵𝗄𝗃𝗃𝗄𝗃. Momo blushed slightly at the feel, and Yamato was smiling but confused. Okay, this won't help. Izuku then put her hands in the cuffs. Kankawai, but what will that do? Mina said only to earn a push from a laughing Setsuna. Oh. 13 said, honestly surprised. Izuku raised Yamato's arms above his head, before moving in between them. If not for the cuffs, it was looking as if he wanted a hug. Yet the cuff rested on his neck. What will this do? Yamato said confused as they still had not moved. But as Izuku slammed his hand next to her head, he dug his feet in the dirt. And just like that he started crawling forward, dragging Yamato through the earth as Izuku bear crawled. And he was making quick distance. This one should work, Izuku said as he easily moved Yamato nearly 10 feet. Wah, Kyoka said shocked, but the girls tried, and while it was not as easy as Izuku made it out to see, she moved slightly. You truly know a lot of rescue things. How come? 13 said. She was hoping someone like Izuku was interested in being a rescue hero. Most who looked like him wanted to be in the fight. They wanted the fame, the fortune, or the battle. They never knew how to save people. Even Toshinori, a hero famed for his rescue skills, was but a novice compared to some. He was simply so powerful that the rules of how to never mattered to him. His might simply lowered the skill requirement to be seen as MSTR. I learned it, Izuku said, disliking the attention he was getting. He was mentally struggling with everyone asking him things, and everyone looking at him. Why did they have to stare at him constantly? Even now as he talked with the teacher, the attention was on him from multiple people. And most stared at him in a similar way he looked at his father. In awe of him. He didn't deserve those looks. Those were reserved for people like his father. That was a great day of training, 13 said as they had done nearly 7 hours straight of rescue training. They had done multiple easy exercises that would help them for the upcoming days. Now while I will be here tomorrow, the main lesson won't come from me. We have inquired some help for this week to show different heroes and their rescue methods. 𝗬𝗏 said with a smile as she waved the students off back in their buses as they drove home toward their dorm, only to head back tomorrow and do it over again. Just like yesterday, each of you should behave. You all did wonderful yesterday, especially you Yagi, very impressive, Izuku said as they took the turn to head into the USJ area. Only to nearly slam on the brake out of shock. To his surprise, and for the first time in Izuku's years as a teacher and even as a student, he saw something he had never before. The school that was now more known for being. 3 heads popped up. Enough of that. Now that they finally arrived, we can start. Indeed, now that the best school has arrived. Starting the event has some sort of use. The teacher spoke with a prideful tone. He however did hear the story Fuyumi had said, and something of it struck a note of familiarity. He had heard it before. So he grabbed his phone and messaged his secretary, Yagi, figure out what that name is. It sounds familiar. It angered mostly everyone, but they entered the building. Standing there waiting for them was the lead owner and designer of the group, the space hero 𝗬𝗏. Hello students, welcome welcome. The students walked into overly sized USJ. It's even bigger from this side. Hee, that's what she said. Mineta added to Achiko's surprise. Behave yourself, little one. Allow our teachers to guide us through the journey of heroism, Sigurd said, placing his large hand on the shoulder of the small great boy. He nearly shat himself as he felt the size was nearly as large as his head. His hair looked a complete mess with clear handprints left around him, made from a woman-sized hand, with Momo blowing on her hand as it showed it was red. I welcome you towards the world's largest and most detailed hero rescue simulation building ever. We yearly have over 100 different heroes, some traveling from the other side of the world, show up and help teach you on how to be a better hero. As you can see around me, we have a multitude of locations. Those 2 domes are the cold and warm city rescue situations. We have the option to alter the surroundings there, allowing for rain that feels cold and like boiling water, snow, and dry season, but also a city that can be lit on fire. 𝗬𝗏 showed the still large blue and red domes. In the middle there, we have the water rescue simulation. We can alter the depth of the water, the level of calmness toward the water, the state of wreckage on the ship. We have the opportunity to even do deep dive rescue situations, but those are reserved for at least 3rd years, with even pro heroes showing up to attend classes. Then on the other side of our compound, we have the open area simulation. It's nothing special. Just a large open field in which we can increase tree growth and bush growth to alter it from a meadow into a rainforest. Lastly, we have the left side. This includes our ruined city simulation, which has fallen buildings such as you would see when a terrorist organization has taken over a city. Next to that is the landslide. Landslides can happen in a multitude of different locations, and we can alter the compound density, the severity of land, and much more. With the final zone being the mountain rescue zone. Like always, it's a multiple options, which includes cave rescue, and we can turn the mountains larger and smaller into ant hills. All the students were shocked at the insanely advanced techniques they all had here. But this was 𝗬𝗏's own creation. She started with a small field that she put countless hours into making a hill. But with the donations of others such as Nezu and other schools, she slowly transformed it into the pinnacle of rescue hero training. Now then, both I and your teachers will be your first teachers during this week-long training trip, so please divide yourself into your classes and follow me, 𝗬𝗏 said, ready to take them on a training they would not soon forget. We will start with some easy training exercises to help us set up for the entire week and for your years to come. 𝗬𝗏 explained with a cheerful tone, her face still hidden by her large astronaut suit. But most assumed she had a large smile. How could she not? She was showing everyone her life work. They walked onto the large open field. 𝗬𝗏 stood in front of the 80 students. All right then everyone. We will be running down some simple tests that will help us save others throughout certain situations. Mr. Izuku, could you please be our injured victim? Izuku nodded as he walked up toward the field to just collapse awkwardly. Okay, now in this scenario we are being attacked. Mr. Izuku had been hit and fell. Now do we safely bring him away? We lift him up towards safety and walk away. Yamato said, confused as to what they meant. Wrong, as I said, Mr. Izuku had been hit and we cannot be sure where or how. We always first need to assess the situation. We create a barrier if possible between the victim and the aggressor, with objects quirks, or if the need is there, by moving the victim. Momo repeated what she had read in her textbooks before. 13 showed a large visible nod. Indeed. In some cases, you just have to move them, such as in this large open field, there is no cover for him where he lies so. What do we do? Yo, like we take drop his reboot at the trees like 𝗧𝗵𝗲. One of the Shiketsu University students said. She had light brown hair, while she wore a hat that all the Shiketsu students wore. Her hero outfit was a simple skin-tight leather suit that showed off her curves and cleavage as the main zipper was around her breast. She looked objectively appealing with what seemed like a small layer of makeup. Sorry for 𝗧𝗵𝗲, she has a rather unique way of speaking. I shall translate. 𝗳𝗵𝗲 spoke. A man fully covered in hair from head to toe, only wearing a set of normal breathes and the hat. She suggested we would move Mr. Izuku over toward one of the trees as cover. Indeed. A tree or a small bump. Anything to minimize the risk of them getting hit. Could I not just get in the way? Kirishima suggested as he hardened his arm. Yes, you could, and for those with a hardening quirk or a shield quirk, that is indeed the correct course of action. Quirks are never the same, yet some can be used similarly. 13 explained as she signaled for Izuku to get up again. As he got up, he stretched his back, making loud cracking sounds. As he walked back toward his class, the green-haired woman whispered something which he shook his head to. Now then, please make small teams and run pickup drills in the field. We want you to get used to it. The teachers will make sure their class does well, and I will walk by and give tips. The best way of learning is by doing. 13 said as motivational as she could. A thumbs up and they went on their way. Momo quickly walked up to Izuku. Would you like to train with me? Izuku just nodded. I think 𝗵𝗲𝗄 also wants to join. He signaled for her, which she did. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 had been acting strangely. Most of the time, 𝗵𝗲𝗄 stood at the front, wanting to learn as best as she could, always active and friendly, yet since the start of the USJ, she stood in the middle of the crowd, almost acting like she wanted to be looked past. As if she was hiding from someone. As 𝗵𝗲𝗄 walked up, so did 𝗬𝗪𝗏. He was Momo's trainer, so he would have to train with her always, or at least that was what he told Momo. We should CYCL in between who gets injured and who gets to pick them up right. The group nodded as Momo took charge. Who wants to go first? I shall save them first. A warrior never enters battle last. 𝗬𝗪𝗏 declared proudly, with 𝗵𝗲𝗄 offering to play the victim. She went and softly lay on the floor on her side. 𝗬𝗪𝗏, however, rushed over and jumped high up in the sky, high enough to be signed to play for the NBA. Crashing down hard, making the shorter students feel like an earthquake was happening. Assholes then creating all might in the hero community, was the first one that arrived. Izuku was brought out of it by a honk behind it. He parked the bus quickly. As the students stepped out of the bus, the leader of the UA class stood waiting for them. Before stepping forward and offering both his hands into a handshake with Izuku. I apologize for my behavior yesterday, Mr. Yagi. I should have stepped forward with my best foot. I would love for you to swap schools and enter UA, a school where someone of your caliber should truly be. I am sure we could come to an agreement. No thanks. Izuku quickly walked off, trying to again get some peace and quiet, disliking the amount of attention this brought toward him. What the F is that about? What is so special about that 𝗬𝗏𝗏? Katsuki sneered, annoyed why that D-head seemed to get such special treatment. Mr. Bakugo, that language won't be tolerated around here now. Mr. Ball said, annoyed. Yesterday he told his assistant to figure out what the F the name Yagi meant. When he was told that Yagi was the last name of the #1 hero, it cleared it up for him. Izuku was the son of All Might. He had heard the stories. Yaoyorozu herself even asked about it. How could he not have figured that out quicker? That way he could have had a better chance to get him to enter UA. Now that would get him a raise beyond belief. That would allow UA to be the best school in the world. With All Might's DNA, Izuku would simply become the greatest. Should we help you, sir? Michael Van Ark spoke. His split snake tongue caused a small lisp as he talked. His lower half being that of a snake slithered around. I want each of you to try and gain a better relationship with Mr. Yagi. Try and convince him that his true home should be Yue. Momo bit her tongue as she felt annoyed by it. She wanted that more than anything. She wanted to be in the same class as one of her best friends and someone that's special to her. But Yue was a toxic situation. She hated each day. The constant fighting. The constant arguing. It was not a place to create heroes, it was more a place to create an army of soldiers. Should it not be his choice where he would want to go? Sigurd spoke, disliking the idea of forcing anyone to do anything. Sometimes you have to guide someone toward a different answer for what is best for them. NP is nothing more than that old rat's playground. They won't have the resources to nurture a hero of such high caliber. Mr. Ball spoke, knowing exactly how to make such actions sound like it was the good thing to do. They were not forcing him. They were only guiding him toward the correct path by pushing him and forcing the other paths closed. As Yue spoke within themselves, Mr. Ball contacted the head office, trying to see what they could offer Izuku to try and convince him to leave such an eyesore as NP. The son of all might you say? Well, some sports schools give signing bonuses to athletes to join them, so why don't we do the same? I think a $1 million signing bonus. A person's house as his dorm room as well as an SUV for transport should do the trick. The head office explained. Also access toward all school facilities, including those for second and third year. Mr. Ball agreed as he wrote it down. Mr. Yagi, a moment please. Izuku looked at Mr. Ball walking up again. And while Izuku much rather be left alone, he had no option but to walk away. I have some talk with the head office. They were so gracious to offer you a $1 million signing bonus, as well as a brand new car and house as a dorm room. All to swap over toward Yue. This was heard by everyone. Momo looked shocked that a school would offer that. There were students at Yue that felt it should be offered to them. Should have been me, Michael spoke as he slithered around. The likes of him should have been offered to join Yue. He should have never had to donate and take the test in order to join. Katsuki believed the same. He should have been offered a spot. He was powerful and flashy, exactly what they wanted at Yue. He would be the next All Might, only far richer, far more powerful and better. Yet they dare to offer a spot to that white-haired beach. Shoto merely frowned. What made him so much better was that he was the perfect son of the number 2 hero. Others like those at NP were shocked at the offer. Achiko had her jaw nearly on the floor at the idea of being paid $1 million to enter the best school. Some stood shocked that a school even had that amount of funds to give away. No thank you, I rather stay at NP. Momo smiled at her friend. Glad he stayed true to his own beliefs even in the eyes of riches. I implore you, Mr. Ball said, placing his hand on Izuku's shoulder and activating his quirk. Just like every other teacher at NP, he was no hero. He however did have a useful quirk. It induced oxytocin, which promoted feelings of trust and made people more agreeable in social interactions. This was how Mr. Ball often got his promotions and raises. But as he tried it on Izuku, Izuku's quirk took quick note of the action. Izuku slapped the hand away and stepped away. Don't do that. Izuku sounded demanding. He hated being touched randomly, especially by people he didn't like or now. Please think about it, Mr. Ball said as he stepped off, extremely annoyed that it did not seem to work. From that interaction, Momo bit her tongue. She wanted to get away. She wanted to move schools before she had the chance to think about it more. The doors opened. Are you all done lollygagging? An imposing and powerful voice roared through the area, causing 2 people to twitch as they heard it. It was the number 2 hero 𝗵𝘃𝗲. I will be your instructor for today. Enter in silence, he ordered. NG was not a man to play around with. This was even the first time he had entered the USJ. This was the first ever lesson he had done. He couldn't care less about the other generations of her students, they were all mistakes and annoyances. Mere fodder or fuel. Yet this year he had something to foster. The perfect hero. His perfect shadow. The best way to have the Todoroki name engraved into history. His perfect soldier, Shoto Todoroki. All of this is merely playthings. The best way to save the weaklings that need saving is by obliterating those that try and stand against your might. NG clutched his fist, flames forming around it. So instead of playing around, we will fight. I will decide your fate, you and you. 𝗫𝗄𝗄 said, pointing at one student from each school. Denki stepped forward, rubbing the back of his head as he looked at those he would have to fight. A smirking dude walked up, stepping out of a group that looked similar toward him. Wearing a large black cape with a blue 2 plastered on top of it. A blue suit with yellow highlights. His blue-colored hair covered a single eyebrow that was rather curly. While he was rather slim, he had long legs, with his hair groomed in very large curved spikes. From 𝗬𝗵𝗲 just like you. The dude also stepped out. A small group of what were siblings. Mito Morimoto stood taller than the group it, wearing baggy and loose clothing that looked like he had stepped in a dust puddle before coming here. His long hair covered most of his face as it looked unkempt, with the final member stepping forth. Wearing a metal knight suit and a very sparkly cape. 𝗬𝗵𝗲, if Denki remembered correctly. He wore the same hat that each of the Shiketsu students had to wear. Fight! Don't stop until they can't go or they give. 𝗫𝗄𝗄 ordered them, staring each of them down. The only real fight Denki had been in was the training, which he really could not call a fight. So he stepped in with almost no experience against what seemed like very confident people. Neji looked to be having fun as he rushed for 𝗬𝗵𝗲, who stood posing, almost as if he did not care the fight had started. Neji stepped in, landing on the front of his foot. Spinning sideways, sticking his other leg out, he landed a hard spin kick on the ribs of 𝗬𝗵𝗲. Most expected him to step back, to dodge the attack in some way. Only for him to eat the kick hard. A shock of electricity rushed through his body. He twitched aggressively as he was flung over the floor, rolling over to his back, showing foam forming at the mouth with his eyes rolled back and glossed over. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 was knocked out in a single blow. 1 down. 1 to go. Seeing that Denki stood nearby, Neji had set a new target. Mito, however, stood still without any emotions. His arms to his side as he sort of waited for his turn. While 𝗫𝗄𝗄 looked over the fight, he looked bored. As so far the fight had gone exactly how he would have expected. Neji rushed toward Denki. Seeing that Neji had gone for a spin kick before, Denki covered his side. Bringing his leg up and arm down, trying to protect himself as much as he could. Only for Neji to jump at Denki. His right knee was brought up and smashed against Denki's cheek, forcing his head back at high speeds. The electricity he pushed through, however, did nothing to Denki, but the force was enough to knock him out. 1 victim left, Neji said with a sadistic smirk as he looked over toward Mito, who nodded. Only to stomp his right leg down hard. A small shake took place before all the guys' eyes went wide. A pillar formed and shot up right from below Neji, slamming the pillar of stone right into his pillar of meat. His eyes rolled in the back of his head as he let out a soundless scream as what felt like his soul left his body, leaving Mito to be the sole victor. It seems that 𝗬𝗪𝗔𝗂 has taken the first victory, 𝗫𝗄𝗄 said with a slight bit of surprise, yet Mito was not strong enough to earn a hint of respect. It's your turn, same for you Oswell, and you, 𝗫𝗄𝗄 said, pointing at Perona, who blinked shyly as Ida stood forward. Oswell, fixing his glasses as he nodded. A set of gloves and boots also stood forward as Toru was also picked. With lastly Nakatani Sho. A rather skinny guy with slicked back hair, with the most notable thing being that his eyes were pure black. Be best of luck, Perona awkwardly said, not wanting to be hated for the thing she would have to do. Or for her quirk to somehow not work on them as it did with Izuku. The entire group looked toward each other, not sure if they should expect the same type of fight as the first fight, or if it would be calmer. But as 𝗫𝗄𝗄 gave the start signal, Ida began running. The engines on his calves pushed out a cloud of smoke as he rushed forward, rushing past the others to gain a level of speed, trying to use momentum to his advantage. As he ran back, he deemed that Perona would be the easiest target. She was from the worst school. It seemed that they all had that idea, as Perona had all of them in front of her. She screamed as she pressed her arms forward, pushing her ghost out. Each of them passed through the 3 students. Instead of attacking Perona, all were down on their hands on their knees. I won't ever be worth the air I breathe. Even if I have never been seen, I am an eyesore. I am worthless, I should be compost to be of use. Each had gone from being willing to fight to extremely depressed, so much so they were unable to do anything else. leaving 𝗵𝗃𝗀 as the victor. And leaving everyone else confused. What the heck was that 𝗵𝗃𝗀? I thought they did nothing like with Yagi. Mitsuki asked, confused as to why the glasses from UA were yelling about the fact he could not commit seppuku because that would dirty the blade. Yeah, I don't know why it never worked on Yagi. My hollows, when they pass through someone, they become extremely depressed. She explained, leaving the class to her surprise and laughter. But it left Enji enraged. How dare a lowly school like that one win? Purely because Shoto was entered in UA, this should have been a sweep, but they lost twice now. You now, Enji said, annoyed, trying once again to get UA to win. Picking Momo as well as Achiko, Tsuyu the frog girl from Ketsubutsu, and the extremely colorful-haired Sada. Each smiled as they stood in the ring. All but one had no combat training. Momo steadied her breathing, feeling Izuku's eyes on her. She wanted to impress him. Sigurd stood at the side with 2 thumbs up, proud of his little sister. As Enji gave the signal, they all instantly moved. Tsuyu hopped right over towards Sada. The girl had increased the size of her pointer finger and was starting to draw mid-air, trying to draw something that could help her fight. Yet the froggy girl would not let that happen as she swung her tongue at her. Achiko rushed Momo, not wanting to fight unfairly. However, for Momo the fight was already over. From the base of her hand, Momo created a very long metal staff. Achiko stepped back, scared that the weapon had come from nowhere, holding the nearly 3-meter-long metal staff right in the middle. Momo pointed what seemed like the front toward Achiko. This was a signal for her to come. Achiko rushed in. She would simply touch Momo and win. Rushing forward with her hands pushed forth, fingers spread. Momo took a step forward, bending through her knees slightly as she swung the staff back slightly before moving it forward, stabbing Achiko in the gut, knocking the girl back slightly and knocking the air out of her. As she gasped, Momo took more steps forward, bringing the staff back slightly, only now bringing her back elbow upward, moving it in an arch toward the front as she swapped her lead leg. She brought the staff down, slamming the back end that was now at the front right in the spine of Achiko, bringing the hunched-over girl toward the floor in pain as she was hit twice with a metal pipe. She was done, and as Tsuyu landed a very powerful double-leg dropkick right on the chest of the multiple-colored hair girl to knock her out. It left 2 remaining, UA and Ketsubutsu. Tsuyu hopped right for Momo. Momo simply regained her stance, spreading her legs slightly as she held her staff. Tsuyu remained low with her hops, before giving a final high hop. Momo, however, followed her with the staff, bringing it up, before moving it toward the side slightly and straightening it. This caused Tsuyu to feel the metal slam into his side, right in her liver, which instantly took the fight out of the girl as she landed painfully, croaking in pain. UA wins that one, Enji said with the same plain face. Sick that Ketsubutsu and NP had won before UA. He would now try for 2 in a row. You go against you and then you and you, Enji said. He could only call them you as he did not care about their names. Kyoka looked surprised as she was called up. A pretty big guy stood up, yet he looked around meekly, his head low as he pressed his fingers together. Koji Koda. The other girl looked around curious. Her 2 animal-style ears twitched lightly as her tail moved. Umi Niniko with her brown bob cut looked around, moving her whiskers slightly before she showed her nails, showing sharp cat-like nails. Only there was one that oozed confidence. Michael Van Ark stepped up. Let's just have a good fight. Michael spoke as Enji gave the signal. Instantly he rushed toward NP. Michael was born from what he believed was royalty. He was the supreme being of UA. He would take out the trash that was NP. It was disgust that they even dared to put someone like that flat board against it. He slithered right up to Kyoka, opening his mouth, showing his 2 fangs before he fired out a small bit of gas. The yellow plum of gas hit Kyoka in the face. Instantly she tried punching him in the face, but her body did not move. Her body did not listen. The large snake body of Michael wrapped around Kyoka. Don't worry, this is just as unbearable for me as it is for you. If only you were sexier. Michael spat out toward Kyoka as he slowly choked the life out of Kyoka. For the 10 seconds that Michael's quirk worked, he squeezed Kyoka until he passed out. Koda ran away from Umi. As Michael slithered away from 𝗧𝗄𝗂, she collapsed on the floor. He went right for 𝗂𝗂 and 𝗵𝗃, spraying a large wave of gas at both of them, stopping both their bodies from working. Instantly Michael wrapped around the both of them again. He sprayed another cloud of gas as he again choked the life out of the two. If only you had more 𝗑𝗫, you would have made a nice addition toward my harem of women. Michael said, convinced that was a thing he had. Even if most women could not even stand to be around him if it had not been for his money. But this caused Michael to win the match. Interesting fight. NG said, looking down at the fight. It took so long in his eyes as he gave them a weak fight, 2 women and a meek boy. Fine, you, go with you and that one. Kirishima popped up excited, just as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 did, both rushing over. I will show you what a real man is capable of. All you need are 2 strong fists. The large figure from 𝗬𝗪𝗔𝗂 said. His white spiky hair and tan skin added to his imposing feeling. His voice carried a lot of power, reminding some of a slightly watered-down All Might or even that of a swordsman would have. The last one to step up gave any normal fighter a bead of fear. While Kirishima and 𝗬𝗪𝗔𝗂 were both 18 years old, 𝗵𝗃 was slightly older at 22 years old. Yet the next person to step up was a man compared to these boys. He threw his jacket off, showing a well-sculpted body. His bald head had a single strain of blonde hair twirled on his forehead. A large, just as blonde mustache on his face. My name is Alex Louis Armstrong. I am the eldest son of the Armstrong household. I have chosen the path of a hero at 40 years of age. I shall show you all the power of the Armstrong household. This would have been unfair. Yet the 3 men that stood in the ring were all but ready to get the fight on the way. Oh hell yeah, this is gonna be so manly. I can't wait to start a fight with a real man. A man needs but his fist to solve any problem. By the honor I have, I shall not give in. May we fight fair. Kirishima turned his quirk on. His skin turning rock hard as 𝗬𝗪𝗔𝗂 did the same. His skin turning gray instead and remaining smooth. 𝗵𝗃 turned his arms into scaly versions of itself. The biceps looking slightly larger, beast arm transformation, scale bull. Both his arms seemed to gain the look of a crocodile would have if he were humanoid. Alex, however, simply gripped the brass knuckle-style gauntlets tightly as he stepped forward. 𝗬𝗪𝗔𝗂 rushed Kirishima, both their first drawn. Neither put their guard up. They grabbed each other by the back of their head. Smirking as they did so, they shared a nod. Manly, both screamed only to repeatedly and unceremoniously bash each other in the face with their fist. The loud clangs of metal hitting the rocks rang through the area. Bang after bang was heard. While on the other side, Alex raised his arms as a guard, showing an extreme level of training in at least boxing. He stepped up as 𝗵𝗃 rushed him. Hands ped. He punched hard, throwing punch after punch against the arms of Armstrong. Yet after around 20 or so punches that had done nothing, he stepped back and took the same form Armstrong had. Your turn now. I will show you how much of a man I am, Oswell. He declared proudly before both Armstrong nodded. He stepped in, his fist ped before with a twist of the hips he threw a punch, showing the difference in not only power but experience and age. The blow nearly knocked 𝗵𝗃 on his butt. Yet he stayed up. Armstrong followed up with a second blow right after that and the third right after that. 𝗵𝗃 gritted his teeth as he held on for as long as he could, but with the 20th blow, just as many as 𝗵𝗃 had given Armstrong, Armstrong took a step back, allowing for the swap of attacks to take place, only for 𝗵𝗃 to not move. It seems the man has been knocked out, but he remains on his feet. How truly wonderful. A true manly man. Now as for the other 2. Armstrong turned around to see Kirishima and 𝗬𝗪𝗔𝗂 on the floor. Both of them were knocked out. Their quirks were no longer active. Both seemed to now be missing teeth, clearly broken noses, and were bleeding from above their eye with a cut. They had beaten the ever-loving SHT out of each other. And if not for the medical staff at both schools, the healing would have taken multiple months, as without a doubt bone had been damaged. Truly a manly display. Alex cheered as he was declared the winner of the fight. That was something all right, NG said as he pointed at 4 other students. myheroacademia stepped forward, being shorter than his class. He stepped out with his head around their hips. only to see he would be fighting those more around his height. Out of Quetzalbutsu, the one closest to his height was Kojiko, a bald boy that stood 111 centimeters tall, only 3 centimeters taller than Mineta. Then after that, the shortest way from Yue, Kiniko Komori, standing at the very imposing 152 centimeters tall. Then the tallest of the bunch came from Shiketsu, Nairenjiki Shoda. He stepped having the look down for the first time in his life, standing 13 centimeters taller than Kiniko. The 165 centimeters tall Shoda seemed to be the clear victor, as his quirk was combat-oriented as well as the biggest out of all of them. As NG ordered them to start the fighting. Shoda, who loved to watch MMA, had even had some training. And while against someone more trained he would lose. Here he could dominate, if not for the slightly creepy Kiniko. She giggled as the 3 small men ran toward the middle. Mineta screamed as tears started forming in his eyes, trying his best to remain as cool so the women might fall for him. Koji smiled as he tried his best. Shoda believed he had the best shot. Shroom, Kiniko said, and the UA class understood why they instantly knew Kiniko would win. While Kiniko stood at 152 centimeters tall. Her quirk was the most terrifying one out of them all. She released the spores into the air, which quickly found their way into everything. The outfits, their mouths, airways. And before they knew it, they were covered in mushrooms. Unable to breathe and getting harder to keep upright. Only for Kiniko to swing her arms around, spraying a water gun around as she released spores, filling the field in a thick layer of different mushrooms. Shroom, I win, she said cutely as she gave a peace sign and a wink, which happened to be in the direction of Shoto Todoroki. That was something else. NG for the first time took note. While his son could have easily annihilated the girl, she however could perhaps be something later on. You, let's see you, then we have you, and lastly you, NG said, pointing at the next 4. They nodded as they stepped forth. Yamato stood forth, happy she could show herself off in front of so many people. They would see that NP was not the worst school out there. Next stepped one of the only people wearing a suit. He held a prideful smirk. Just like before, I will simply show you perfection. He yelled out proudly as Takashi also stood forth, only already transforming into his quirk form Wrath, and lastly Sato. Let me tell you something, other students. I will take you all down, see, none of you will survive my wrath. He screamed loudly as he halfway raised his arms and shook them. NG again gave the starting signal. Yamato rushed inward, going for Sato. He matched her halfway, glad to join the fight himself. Both clashed fist. Minoma merely posed. Try me, poser, I am the phantom thief. I will steal the spotlight and the top spot for myself before you even realize. He stated, which simply said wrath off. He screamed as he rushed at Minoma. Before Minoma could react, Wrath retracted his spike as he threw his punch. Minoma tried dodging, only to eat the first. His head shot back, his eyes rolled back, and he was laid out. Seems his bark was bigger than his bite. NG said. Yamato stepped under Sato's punch. She slid behind him, grabbing his waist. She took a couple of back elbows but was able to lift him up. Sato assumed she was going to suplex him. He braced himself, wrapping his arms around his head, only for Yamato to slam him down on the floor. Each, he ground as Yamato stepped back, not wanting to just attack someone from the floor, only to be hit from behind. Wrath wrapped his arms around Yamato's waist. Let me tell you something, scene eat dirt. With extreme speed, Yamato was lifted off her feet and her back was slammed into the ground, causing her to groan in pain, only to be rolled over as Wrath's grip remained, just slamming her down again. This took her out, as she was slammed on her head, knocking her out, leaving Wrath with a knockdown Sato. He rushed over and jumped on his back. His fists were brought up. This was going to be nasty. I give. Sato quickly said, not wanting to take blows to the back of his head, leaving Takashi as the victor. Endeavor hummed to himself, already believing this to take too long. He simply did not care and would not care until the final fight, which would be Shoto and some of the other fire users. That was Shoto could show them who was the true dominating force of this generation. You fight you, and then you join. 𝗬𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗲 said, pointing at Pony, who looked shocked that she would be called but quickly walked forward. From you, the one that stepped forth was 𝗧𝗵𝗲, a man-beast that looked to be more man than beast, but the fur that covered him made Pony uneasy. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 and 𝗬𝗲𝗏 also stepped up, but having no faith they could take the win. Having solid air and gyrate as their quirks, they could just not do much as the start signal was given. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 wanted to give a strong showing, to keep up with the teachings of UA, to win without fail, to be superior, to uphold hero society at full strength. His arms grew in size, muscle coming from nowhere as his back nearly tripled in size. In a burst he grew, only to roar loudly, shaking the 3 students in front of him. His claws dug into the floor as Pony slammed her hands by the side of her head. Horn rocket pin missile. She yelled, trying to go down swinging if she went down anyway. Yet the small horns were barely a flea against 𝗧𝗵𝗲 as he swung his claw at her. Unable to do much, she merely braced herself as she was smacked, staying down as her body hurt. 𝗬𝗵𝗃 got out as both he and 𝗬𝗲𝗏 got the same treatment. Their body raged through the air as they got hit, leaving 𝗧𝗵𝗲 as the victor as he changed back. Good, quick, you and you, 𝗬𝗃 said, barely looking at who he pointed, but pointing toward Reiko, who nodded as she stepped forward, the same exactly as Quirk and 𝗬𝗲. 𝗬𝗲 had white hair that framed his face with bangs between his eyes. It looked slightly messy, but he did not seem bothered. Looking normal, he lit his hands into flames with his quirk. Mac walked on with a large smile, already waving at people as if he stepped into the gladiator pit in Rome. He was just having fun with his brown messy hair that was cut short, showing its brown in the light. While Mac stood at a slightly short height, he overall had an average build. Instantly turning into a cheetah, he stepped in. But as the signal was given, the match seemed over. Reiko used her quirk to levitate the rubble that stood around the area. From the fights before her, loads of small rocks, chunks of earth, and the like had been lost. Enough for Reiko to now use and float. Each one was fired at the 3 students. While they all had some sort of a plan, the second each of them felt a rock being fired at them in the face, that plan went out the window. Each just bundled up. Arms covered their face as they did not want to lose an eye or a tooth. They merely stood there and took it, hoping in the end Reiko would have no more ammunition, but Reiko simply kept control over each pebble. And none of the rocks broke, meaning Reiko had infinite ammunition. Mr. Ball, however, stopped the fight. This is pitiful. Stop the fight before it hurts the pride of UA even more. He screamed, with 𝗬𝗃 giving a nod. He had not even paid attention to the fight, more interested in the sky above than what happened there. Without a care, he pointed into the crowd once more. You, and lastly you. Mina stepped forward with a smile that she was chosen. She rather lose in the middle than lose last. From UA, 𝗬𝗃𝗏 stepped forward. And from most of the guys looking at her. To call her appealing would be an understatement. She had the number 6 painted on her upper thigh. Her long legs visible in boots that her brothers wore Oswell, but pink. Her brothers wore black capes. Regia had a more unique look with a butterfly pattern. Her pink dress was very short, covering just barely everything, with an open chest to blur the lines between what was okay and what was not. Aqua stepped out from Ketsubutsu, a small smile on her face as one of her siblings had already fought and won against one of the 𝗵𝗃𝗏. She would make sure it would be 2 after this. She swiped her long ocean blue hair back. Unable to contain her excitement, she rocked back and forth. Lastly, Cammy, wearing the full black leather bodysuit with the zipper just high enough to get the guys dreaming but just low enough to get them drooling. It was something she and Regiu had in common. Both did not only enjoy the male attention, they wanted it. It gave them far more power than any of them truly had. To have them purr in their hands. As 𝗬𝗃 gave the signal to fight, Cammy brought her hand up to her mouth, almost blowing a kiss toward the group, nearly causing people to faint. Yet she exhaled her quirk. A sparkly mist took over before showing Cammy just standing normally, rocking back and forth, checking her nails and overall looking rather bored. Aqua took off running right at Cammy. From her fingers, water started forming right into a slap-like strike. Water ran down her fingers. Extending past them, reacting in a 𝗬𝗵𝗶, slicing through the mist and barely missing 𝗵𝗃 at the same time, Mina had started fighting with Rijuu. Mina tried her best, swinging her fist as best she could, taking the lessons she had been given by All Might and Star and Stripe, trying her best to follow Mirko's kicks, yet in the end, it all just flung by. They all did nothing as Rijuu easily deflected each and every blow, sidestepping some of them or outright blocking them. "Oh wow, you are quite limber, truly intoxicating," Rijuu said before stepping up to Mina, kissing her on the forehead softly. Mina took a step back, confused as to why that happened, but instantly she understood. Everything for Mina had begun spinning. "Whatifdekufanfic," Mina tried saying before passing out. Rijuu swiped her thumb across her lip before liking her thumb, causing some guys to nearly die. She turned to see the other girls fight. 𝗵𝗃 merely used her skills to dodge and escape Aqua as she remained in control, flinging her water 𝗬𝗵𝗃 across the area, while Rijuu could step in and defeat them. Watching two mice fight each other did something for her, something she enjoyed. "Yo, like fam, can we like pause? 'Cause like I don't wanna drop aura right now, like come on bruh." 𝗵𝗃 spoke as she jumped out of the way of the water 𝗬𝗵𝗃. "I have no clue what you are even saying. Just stop running. You're not making me tired." "Just annoyed," Aqua screamed, making her siblings shake their heads. Even as the oldest, she could really go from calm to rage-filled within moments. "Like bruh, we speak the same yo, like don't do me dirty, just like you know, make peace not war," 𝗵𝗃 spoke again, only for Rijuu to have seen enough. With speed, none of the other students were aware of it. Rijuu forced herself between the two women, grabbing both by their hair. Now girlies, let's kiss and make up," she said before giving both a kiss on the forehead, causing both to instantly become dizzy. "Like vam no mer." 𝗵𝗃 got out before passing out as well. Aqua merely tried attacking Rijuu one last time, but just as the water dropped so did Aqua, leaving Rijuu as the victor. "Poison kiss, Snow White's curse," she said, showing what the ability was. "Truly watered down of your true abilities." "Oh Neji, we are here to save, not kill," Rijuu said, showing what she was truly capable of was more than she had shown. Neji nodded to the fight as his lips twitched into a smirk for a millisecond. Right now was the perfect time to strike at Izuku. The perfect time to bury him. Sorry to split this chapter up into 2 parts, wanted each day to be 1 chapter, but it was 12K words, so instead split it into 2 chapters of 6K words. You and you, Neji said. Izuku gave a single nod as he stepped forward only to be stopped by Momo. "Izuku, be careful, 𝗵𝗃𝗁, the boy from 𝗬𝗃. He is very strong." "Okay," Izuku said in a calm voice. As 𝗵𝗃𝗁 stepped up, he was shown to be a tall muscular man with light blue spiky hair. He wore a set of white 𝗧𝗵𝗲 with a black shask and a ragged white jacket with the collar upturned, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. The most notable thing was the large gaping hole 𝗵𝗃𝗁 had in his stomach. From Quetzalcoatl another large figure stepped out in Bando. While he wore large clothing, it was still easily noticeable that he was a large man. His head resembled that of a bell with multiple holes in them, and lastly, in what seemed like a black overcoat with some red trimmings, covering nearly everything apart from his forearms and his boots. He wore gloves that were just his pinky and ring finger and hid the rest. This would seem like a tough fight for most of them. "I shall show them the might of Shiketsu, do not think I will fail. I shall obtain victory," Seiji said as he looked at his teacher. He quickly hushed him and told him to focus on the fight. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 kept his hands in his pockets but with the smile he had. He was not hiding his excitement. Bando rubbed his hands together, coming up with a plan for where he would win. His quirk would not help him per se in an all-out brawl. Yet Izuku just stood there, not moving, no emotion, just standing there waiting. "Go for it," Neji said. Instantly 𝗵𝗃𝗁 took a sprint for Izuku. "I will break your skull in half," 𝗵𝗃𝗁 screamed. Mr. Ball from the side screamed at him to not dare, he was an important person to you. Yet 𝗵𝗃𝗁 could not care less if he would be fighting the Son of God right now. His hand dragged over the floor as he ran low, swinging it wide, going for a large uppercut that would aim to dislocate Izuku's jaw. Izuku simply leaned back, causing the fist to miss and 𝗵𝗲𝗄's force to rotate him slightly. Izuku then stepped in. Izuku had his chest against 𝗵𝗲𝗄's side, his right arm sticking out as Izuku's arms wrapped up to the neck. Izuku started applying pressure. Slightly annoyed 𝗵𝗲𝗄 had stopped him from being able to apply a good rear naked choke. But this would be enough. At least that was what Izuku hoped. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 jumped up, forcing Izuku to let go as he created some distance. Bando and Senji were also fighting. Seiji had turned his fingers into meat lumps. With his ability to manipulate raw human flesh, he stood a good chance. However, Bando seemed like the perfect counter. His entire body was covered in clothing, and his face was not flesh but bell, which left the two at a standstill. Izuku quickly attacked 𝗵𝗲𝗄 again, starting with a front kick which connected. This caused him to lean forward. Izuku quickly got close, standing right next to him. His hips were right next to his head. Izuku linked his arms with 𝗵𝗲𝗄, forcing them behind his back. Pony could compare it to a wrestling move. The double-hooked arms gave 𝗵𝗲𝗄 no possibility of moving, and the classes were wondering what the F was going to happen now. Izuku quickly showed them. He showed NP why they were not wanting to spar with Izuku. Having 𝗵𝗲𝗄 in such a state, Izuku started raining knees upwards. Each one thrusted upward with high force and embedded themselves deeply in the sternum of 𝗵𝗲𝗄. Strike after strike was repeated, all while Izuku tried to keep his breathing calm, which was a scary sight. At the top half, it looked as if someone was doing breathing exercises, while the other one was having his chest caved in. But as Izuku felt the strain on the arms give, he assumed 𝗵𝗲𝗄 had passed out, given up. As with two more to make sure he stayed down, Izuku released the arms, causing 𝗵𝗲𝗄 to plop down on the ground, seemingly passed out. Now with two more to fight, Izuku turned to them, only to hear the grumble of a nearly broken man. "I ain't fuugfing done with you." 𝗵𝗲𝗄 was struggling to his knees, barely holding himself up on his hands and knees. Izuku gave a single nod, understanding the fight was not yet over. "I wonder what the little warrior will do?" Sigurd asked. Letting 𝗵𝗲𝗄 get up while honorable was dumb as sht. Izuku however understood that. So as everyone wondered, Izuku took a small sprint toward 𝗵𝗲𝗄. His metal leg first. He punted the side of 𝗵𝗲𝗄's head like it was a soccer ball. A ding as if someone was hit with a metal bat was heard and rang through the area, shocking everyone as they assumed they had just seen a murder. The way 𝗵𝗲𝗄's head moved with the force of the kick got some of the students sick and scared. Clearly out and down, Izuku now turned to see both Bando and Seiji standing looking at him. Izuku took a fighting stance, moving his arm forward and opening and closing his palms, signaling for them to come. "F that, I quit." Bando quickly spoke. He had only just started learning to fight. He was not ready to deal with a guy that could punt kick someone and still be ready to fight. Seiji was conflicted, but just like Bando, he just gave up. NG grumbled something, annoyed at the showing All Might's son had done. How dare he try and upstage Shoto? How dare he do that to his son? He would make sure that he paid for that sooner or later. No matter what, Shoto would end up above Izuku in the rankings. NG, without speaking, set off about the last fight. He just pointed at 4 random students, still sure of the fact Shoto would go last. Just like his last year with All Might at UA. During that DMN Sports Festival, the final fight of the 3rd round, NG lost due to cheating, but it was all people spoke about for that year. He would make sure Shoto had the final fight, and that mistake of a Yagi would be forgotten, just as All Might should have been. NG picked Shinso to fight, rubbing his eyes as he yawned, causing others who looked at him to yawn and instantly dislike Shinso. From Yu, Katsuki walked up, set off at everything that happened so far. Set off that there were good fighters he did not have the possibility of going against. No, he was fighting a Fing purple-haired sleepy F. Some dude that was just a manga-speaking bubble, and some dude with weird Fing elbows. Why could he not fight cool, powerful people? That way every single Fing person would know how much of a badass he is. Explosions formed at his palms. NG offhandedly swept his hand to start. Katsuki was going to kill these losers quickly. He would show just how much of a badass he was going to be. "Hey, Best of luck, you will need it. Shinso said. Both manga and Siro spoke as they wished him luck 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗃, however, was said, "Who the foo?" Instantly all three were unable to do anything. Raise your arms above your head and sit. All three followed ahead. They won't continue to fight. Fine. It's done. NG said, now interested in that Shinso's powers. Halfway useful powers, at least for a sidekick of his sidekick. Setsuno was up next. She smiled as if she had not seen her enemies. As she saw who she would fight, she shat herself as she looked at the others. One of the Vinsmoke. Yanji. Yanji shared the outfits with his brothers, only instead of red and blue. Just like his hair. His was green. Yanji's hair was slicked back into a cowlick. He looks more muscular than his brothers with a green 4 on his cape. He, just like all his siblings, looked extremely confident, even if only Ryuji had one, and one of them still had to fight. From Ketsubatsu it was into Watano, his black hair slicked back and cut short, reaching only to his ears. Some of his body showed some scales on his shoulder. He held a large lizard which was his familiar. His quirk is around 50 centimeters in length. From Shiketsu it was Inasa. Try and maintain somewhat of the area. I hope we have a great time. Inasa quickly and loudly. He loved everything. But there was nothing more that Inasa loved than passion. No matter what he did, he would throw everything he had at it. He believed everything had to be done with passion. As the signal was given, everyone got ready to fight. Yanji's arms began to extend, only for it to be over. Out from under them, a strong wind picked them all up. Inasa stood stead on the floor, with strain lifting his arm up slowly until fully extended. Students on the sideline covered their eyes and stepped back as the wind rushed upward, lifting the 3 other students instantly, carrying them around nearly 15 meters in the sky. Spinning around and around in the tornado Inasa created. Laughing as he did so, none of the 3 students could do anything. None of them were able to fight back. They were stuck in the air circling around. Done, stop the wind. NG said, annoyed at the display of power. If he was not still enraged by Izuku, Inasa would have been given an internship, yet his anger blurred his vision. He was just someone else to overshadow Shoto. You, that one, you and you. NG pointed. Yui stepped out with a plain face, just blinking as she began to think of a decent fight. Tokoyami came from UA, wearing a large cloak showing his bird face. Aways was the one from Ketsubatsu, rubbing his head as he hoped, just like everyone else, had a weak quirk. He could just about weld stuff together. From Shiketsu, one of the scariest persons stepped out. Someone without lips. It just worried some at first glance, but he was rather kind. As the match started, Juzo tried to get everyone sunk into the floor, to give him the advantage. Yet they were already done. Tokoyami opened his cloak. Out from the darkness of the cloak, a shadowy being stepped out. A being of pure shadows entered the light, and it scared the F out of everyone. It's time to have fun. The dark shadow spoke in a dark voice that caused some of the students to step back. It was the size of a large dog, on a large thick leash that could do whatever it wanted. It first ran for Juzo. Shoulder tackling Juzo was slammed back by Dark Shadow with the speed of a horse and the power of a truck. Juzo was quickly knocked out because of it. Away's eyes went wide as a Dark Shadow came for him Oswell. He was slammed back into Ketsubatsu again. And he was done, leaving Yui standing. She had a handful of rocks. She tried to attack Dark Shadow, but as she transformed the mere pebble into large stones, they bounced off, doing nothing more than slow him down for a millisecond. Its large fist balled up and slammed into her. He shot her back and stopped the fight. You, hurry, I don't have all day, NG said. Even if he had been pushing the fights out at extreme speeds, they were still taking too much time for him to like. They should all just lay down and surrender in front of the supreme might that was Shoto. Itsuka, as she stepped forward, gave a respectful bow. Just like her emistress had thought of her. To her surprise, Ojiro from Shiketsu did the same thing. As did Niji Hyuga from UA. His long hair was split in half, a headband covering his forehead. His eyes were white as he stood in loose black breathes with open-toed sandals. With a loose white shirt. The last in the fight was the biggest of the bunch. A six-armed muscular man stepped in, his lower face of the face covered with a mask. Shoji, however, stood at a disadvantage, being the only one without any martial arts training. And it showed as they all got into their fighting positions. Ojiro remained light on his feet, bouncing slightly as he readied himself. Itsuka bent her legs slightly as she clenched her hands tightly and kept them around her waist. Neji bends one of his legs while keeping the other straight, leading more to the side. One of his arms kept at 90 degrees in front of him with the other going from high to around his belly button, waiting to strike. It caused an awkward pause for a bit as none of them wanted to attack. They just sat there and waited. "Come on, at least do something," Katsuki screamed set off. "How dare that cheat like he cheated. He just wanted to go back and release his rage." Shoji shrugged as he ran right for Ojiro. Itsuka, however, remained calm and not annoyed. Neji, however, could not stand and let such words stand. He rushed in. He ran right for Itsuka just to show he was the more skilled fighter here. While keeping his arms in the same position, he made a beeline for Itsuka. Shoji raised 3 of his arms, slamming all of them down right at Ojiro. He took a step to the side and inward, ending on a side Shoji now could not hit. With quick rapid strikes, he landed 4 blows in the side before being forced to jump back to dodge a wide swing. Dashing forward again, Shoji understood that Ojiro was faster, so to limit that speed, Shoji tried to bear hug him. Yet Ojiro slid between his legs before he then jumped on his back, using his tail to swipe away any arm that came his way and slid his arms perfectly around the throat of Shoji. Within seconds the large figure lay on the floor, Ojiro still on him, making sure he was choked out. All while Neji and Itsuka were still fighting. "I see your weak points as clearly as you see color. It is already over." Neji stepped into Itsuka, his pointer and middle finger pressed forward, trying to stab right into her right arm. He tried to hit the point that would cause a dislocation of the shoulder. "Yeah, good luck with that," Itsuka said, smacking away the hand with her right arm before moving her left arm forward. She held her fist tightly and slammed it deeply into Neji's gut. He stumbled slightly as he had not expected to be hit back. He shook his head slightly before rushing back to fight, now trying to stab her in the diaphragm, giving her trouble with breathing. Yet just as easily as before, slapping his hand away before returning a palm strike, only to add more power. Itsuka grew her fist from its normal size to 10x its size. Neji's eyes nearly rolled in the back of her head. Itsuka had skill and her blows hurt, but he could walk those off. However, now he felt like he got kicked in the chest by a horse with a leg the size of a wheel. His breathing was strained. He, however, tried to get back up, only for Itsuka to have moved, standing above him. "It's over, you fought well." She brought her palm down, grown again to 10x its size, slamming it down in his gut, defeating him. "Good, now I can face you head-on. It would feel like a cheat if I attacked you from the back." "Thanks, Ojiro, but you have never beaten me before in spar. Here it will be no different," Itsuka said. Both had some backstory as they had met each other during some sparring before. But like Itsuka said, she had yet to be defeated by Ojiro. He was simply not as skilled, which he knew, but it would not make him try unless. "But now with my quirk," Ojiro said as he ran into Itsuka, throwing a spinning kick with his tail oswell. Itsuka, however, used a double palm block to stop it, holding his hip. She added a counter spin, which resulted in Itsuka throwing Ojiro back to the floor, quickly rolling over him and taking a full mount. She grew her hand toward now 15x the normal size, holding it above her. "Uncle," Ojiro said, annoyed. "You're still too strong, unfair," he said offhandedly as he gave her a bow in respect as he walked away. Itsuka returned the favor with a smile. You, and you," Enji said, pointing at Ibara, who could only clasp her cross necklace. But she stepped into the area. Ichiji stepped forward, the final sibling of the 𝗵𝘃𝗁 family. The eldest son, Ichiji, had red hair that was unique as it was 3 cowlicks at the front covering one of his eyes, showing the curly eyebrow all the 𝗵𝘃𝗁 had on the other side. His red suit with a white cape instead of a black with a red. From Quetzalcoatl, a man-animal hybrid stepped out, showing his quirk was a mutation quirk, a jaguar hybrid quirk. And lastly, one of the tallest members from any class. Saki Fujimoto. She stood at 295 centimeters tall, being easily the tallest out of all of them. She showed a lean body with some muscles. Her moss-green skin and chestnut-brown hair with a wild, colorful spread of flowers as a crown. She held a soft and kind smile just like 𝗧𝗵𝗲 did. But as the fight started, it showed the difference between 𝗧𝗪𝗲 and Saki. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 quickly rushed at 𝗧𝗪𝗲. Seeing the cross annoyed him. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was the only god people should worship. With his fist ped back, he would just have her meet God. But 𝗧𝗪𝗲's vines shot up. The Lord guides me to seek peace without violence. 𝗧𝗪𝗲 said only to look back at Saki fighting Pedro. Saki grabbed Pedro by the arms, holding him as if he was a child. She then started squeezing him, apologizing, but he did not want to surrender, so she had to. "Oh my," 𝗧𝗪𝗲 said, shocked as Pedro's lifeless body fell to the floor. The life squeezed out of him. Holding 𝗧𝗵𝗲 stuck still, much to the amusement of his siblings. 𝗧𝗪𝗲 just looked at Saki. "I will give the same choice as him, give or squeeze." "Shut it, Shrek." 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said he was being humiliated. Saki snatched him from 𝗧𝗪𝗲 and began applying force to him. The air was forced out of his body. To most, they could see an easy way out. While Saki had power on her side, that was it. She lacked any real skill. "I surrender. I wish to do no harm against my fellow hero students." 𝗧𝗪𝗲 walked away as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 fell to the floor blacked out. Even worse than Fing Sanji. Neji snarked offhandedly as he dragged 𝗧𝗵𝗲 out of the fighting area. "Oh yeah," Enji said with Fuyumi looking down with worry as she heard the disdain in his voice. He then with a small smirk pointed at Sigurd, who nodded. "By Odin's beard, it's finally my turn. Dine in Valhalla we shall ba." Sigurd laughed loudly as he stepped forward, unsure why Fuyumi looked extremely worried. It was a large swap from her behavior yesterday. From Ketsubutsu, out walked Shino Aburame. He wore a large hoodie that covered the lower half of his face with sunglasses hiding his eyes. He had black spiky hair and looked normal, with the last one being from Shiketsu, with it being unofficial, class leader Nagamasa. He was covered in hair, not showing his face or his fingers. Only an eye peered out the light brown hair. "May we have the best of the fights," Sigurd said, grasping his fist tightly. As the match started, Fuyumi heard the voice of her father throughout the years. The years of mental abuse, yelling that her ice was pathetic, that she and her brother were the biggest mistakes of his life, and if he would rather just have Shoto. How she was a pathetic reminder of the pathetic being Rei was. It created the largest cloud of doubt. And when she creates a wave of brittle ice, where is the might of the Jotun? Sigurd yelled as he spun his hips, slamming his large fist right down into the ice wall that came crashing toward him. And it completely shattered. As if Fuyumi stood next to her father, she heard him scoff. She heard the little faith he had placed in her disappears with each move she made. Yet the weight of his overbearing might caused her to doubt her every move. "Beetle-kun," Shino said toward Nagamasa, sending a large wave of Japanese beetle over toward him from his body. The classes shivered at the use of the bug quirk, even more so when they saw a centipede crawl over Shino's cheek and into his hair. Hair blockade. Nagamasa swings his arms around, growing the hair longer and longer and swiping the bugs away with his hair dubbies. This is a pitiful display of such a well-rounded power. "Live up to the rest," Sigurd called out as he forced his way through the ice. Due to his beer, Sigurd was more than used to the cold, and it was the reason Sigurd was more than aware of what ice powers could do. "Fuyumi,"